Valtronics. So we've already ripped open the prize vault bright and early. As Dennis Paz, like, second pair out was perfect. And got that $1,000 Autometer certificate. Over $60,000 in racer appreciation giveaways during this K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. As Kyle Rizzoli and Anthony Matassa. Rizzoli is Ed by 3,000. 623 on the 628 for Rizzoli's. He was too fast here and too fast there. Matassa's 36 green in that 34 Chevrolet Roadster and a lot above. But Rizzoli will have the opportunity to buy back into the shows. Lisa Thomas and Noel Cuevas. Lisa out of Idaho. They're in Meridian, right outside of Boise. And Noel out of San Ysidro. That green 71 Camaro 657 will be off and away first. Lisa. Big wheels up there for Lisa in that 66 Chevy 2. But Noel is going to get the win on a breakout. Lisa dialed 620. Got to the finish line by a tenth and a bunch to break out by 3 hun. Noel was 29 green better on the starting line, but then 14 hun over the dial, but it doesn't matter. As Noel makes it work, Lisa breaks out and will have to come back to get into the program. It's Cliff Hall and Jeannie Northrop. Northrop out of Pennsylvania, 595 the dial for Jeannie. And Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California, 64 Ford Falcon. Hall is off and away. Looking over that right shoulder, here comes Jeannie. Cliff Hall, you heard him down there, rip, 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 rip. Double breakout win for Cliff Hall. Under by a hun, going 644.0 on the 645, was 23 green. Jeannie was 39 at the start, and under by 19 thou was Cliff Hall. Escapes around number 1, Jeannie. We'll head to the buyback booth as Rob Strong Rob out of Hemet, California. That 68 Firebird. Tim Aller out of Mountain Home, Idaho. The Orange Ventura, 718 is the dial. So Rob left side. Tim Aller right side. Rob off and away. Trying to pull up alongside Tim. And we'll get the win. 690 on the 689 was 20 at the start. Tim was 40 thou on the green light effort. Dialed 718. And was under by 5 hun. Is Brian Lapire and TJ Roper. Brian is black on red, 70 Chevelle. Again, just like our normal mode of operation, buyback round, all the buyback people race each other. And then they get reinserted into the show if you win in the buyback round into round number 2. Red light start for TJ out of Old Town, Idaho in the Mustang by 73. Brian flat out missed the tree, but he's going to make it out of round number 1. 640 on the 635. Brian was a $163 on the starting line. TJ was 73 red, and that was far from amazing on the starting line by both parties. As Joe Kidd Jr. and David Meyer. Meyer, the machine, out of Sheridan, California, in the Cavalier. 552, the island for David, and Joe Kidd Jr. And the S10 out of AZ. So a full bulb and a little more be the head start for Joe Kidd Jr. 3 thou is the difference on the starting line. And dead on 7 for David Meyer is going to get the win. 26 at the start, dead 7 to be 33 total. Joe Kidd got to the finish line first by 5 thou to break out 1/1000th of a second. Joe Kidd just needed like a tappy tap, and I mean like tappy tap of the brakey brake to move the win light over to his side. Did not do it. David Meyer will get the win. It's Kyle Lapire and Wyatt Ezell. Wyatt out of Louisiana. 69 Nova, 636 the dial for Wyatt. Kyle out of Middleton, Idaho. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say this is the first time that Kyle Lapire and Wyatt Ezell have been side by side against each other. Any round of competition. Wyatt chasing. Kyle in front. Lapire, 009, one above is good. Wyatt Ezell was 92 at the start. Ezell was 92 at the start, and that starting line deficit was too much to overcome for Wyatt as Kyle Lapire will get the win. As we go back-to-back Kyles in the Las Vegas side of the racetrack with Kyle Fritz for Team Torco out of Mesa, Arizona, 662. We'll be taking on some guy named Nick Hastings. Nick out of Shelby, Ohio. Tree, away, red and red. Nick Hastings, 003 in front of green. Kyle Fritz, 25 in front of green. And Nick Hastings had 610 on the scoreboard, goes 6075. Not a true start red light event, but both drivers in front of green. Kyle left first and was more redder as Nick Hastings. Back in round number 2 is Freddie Jackson and Larry McClanahan. Larry in that screaming Cobra Jet. 580 the dial. I mean, this one is like, this is his kind of fast Cobra Jet. Well, neither driver is going to be framing the time slip on the reaction time side of things. And Freddie Jackson is going to be 151 green and get the win. As Larry McClanahan spinning the tire right off the bat, down 580, goes 596, was 74 at the start. Freddie Jackson 151 and one above. 605 on the 604. We'll take that Chevelle out of Las Vegas into round number 2 is Jeff Jones. Out of Montrose. For the Jones family, the 72 Nova. Let's get the Camaro over on the Pennzoil side. Effort driver information there. Apologize. 648 the dial. Jones had quite the adventure in getting here. Rolled right down the road with a big windstorm on the way down and ripped a big chunk of the top of the motorhome off. And unfortunately, he's not going to get out of round number 1. As Jones is 114 at the start and gets to the finish line second, does not advance. 26 green, right side. 4 above to be 1 thou in front. We'll get it done. Camaro on the Pennzoil side. As Michael Pliska and John Tripp. Mr. Pliska out of Happy Valley, Oregon. The Vega. 629 to start us off this morning. And John Tripp out of Golden. That big, heavy 68 Dodge Dart, 572. The predicted performance here bright and early. Michael's green. John is green. 660 feet later, Michael Pliska. 13 at the start, dead on 4 is 17 total. John Tripp, 29 off the bat. And dominated. Had no chance. As Michael Pliska packages up John Tripp. and invites him to go to the buyback booth. Andy Schmall and Ricky Duschel. Andy, last year, on Wednesday, was your event champion. Off the bottom. Andy and the Banana. The Brett out of Idaho Falls for Team Fastronics. And Ricky Duschel out of Palmdale. The white on black 69 Camaro. 618 is the dial for Ricky. Green and green, Andy Schmall is 23 at the start. And 2 above to get the win. Ricky Duschel was 5-4 right down here. And 1 above and not good enough. As Andy Schmall. Back around in round number 2. Steve Javlosky. The San Jose in the Mustang. 805 is the dial. A red light start for Robin Harris. Robin 66 Nova will have to buy back into the program. And final pair in category in our Luis Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. John Crabtree out of Las Vegas. The white 86 Camaro. 729 is the dial. Brett Reinke out of Fresno. The Maverick. 583 is the predicted performance. It's again, final pair in category before we move over into our Super Pro door cars. Brett way behind at the starting line, but is going to make it work as John Crabtree. Ouch. John Crabtree might need a hug. 58 green for John. Brett was 161 at the start. Breaks out by 5 thou, taking 4/10. Brett is 161 green and 3/10 above and will advance. To wrap up our Luis Motorsports Insurance all-run pro field. Ouch. That's all you can say. So move over into our Super Pro door cars. Again, our first perfect reaction time. Win or lose, we'll get that Perform Air Pro Weather Station from our friends at Altronics. I'm going to start off with Greg Sabatino and Tyan Gleghorn, otherwise known as Ryan Gleghorn. In the Kid Mobile out of Texas is Ryan. 659 is the dial. Greg Sabatino out of Meridian, Idaho in the Chevrolet pickup truck. 658, the predicted performance. Mr. Gleghorn in second. And away. Ryan looking over the left shoulder. Looking at 659 on the scoreboard. Gleghorn. 20 green, 1 above is good. Greg Sabatino's 26 at the start, under by 5 hun. As Gleghorn dumps it down to just 93 miles an hour to make sure the brakes work on the Kid machine. Sends Sabatino through, and Ryan Gleghorn was not the evil alter ego known as Tyan Gleghorn. Ryan Gleghorn will advance as Gary Wombolt and Michael Miller. Wombolt in the Camaro. 650 is the dial. Michael Miller out of New Mexico in a Super Gas Roadster. It's great to see Miller. Both ran the national event, the divisional event. Stayed one more week here for the Flings. We are identical at the start. See Michael Miller looking over to the left. Gary Wombolt's going to get the win. 653 on the 50. It kind of looked down there like neither driver was too enthusiastic about getting to the finish line first. Wombolt in front by 9 thou as Miller was 4 hun above, as both drivers were 31 right off the bat. Wombolt 653 on the 650 is good enough as Phil Unruh and Trey Summers. Unruh picked up the Super Gas win Sunday at the Divisional. So he's already had a pretty good trip here to the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And Trey Summers out of Tennessee in the Beretta as Unruh has been shut off. Trey get a freebie here in round number 1. It's 12 down here and 400 quick down there. 635 on the 639 performance. And that is something that you don't see very often. One of Phil Unruh's machine. Not able to stage it up in the first round. And if there is any solace, Phil will have the opportunity to get in the buyback round here today. Again, buyback round. There will be a buyback round today. Hi, Warren Evans. The great coverage on Drag Racer TV and the great coverage on BANGshift with Chad Reynolds down there swinging the camera. Those of you that are watching from all over the world, we greatly appreciate the support of the event, even though you can't be here in person. We love you're able to be a part of it. As Leslie Grissom in that super cool Nova wagon out of Odessa, Texas. And David Beckwith in the Malibu out of Rancho Cucamonga. 744 the number for Beckwith, 685 for Leslie. Malibu and Nova wagon, 1 thou the difference on the starting line. And David Beckwith is going to get the win on a breakout. Grissom, down 685, goes 684, 2 under by 8 thou. Was in front by 19 at the finish. Need to be 11 or less. Beckwith, 19 green, 1 above. To have the electricity over on the Pennzoil side is Kevin Burnett and Jason Pad. Pad out of Chestermore, Alberta, Canada. In the Love Truck, 603 the dial. Kevin Burnett out of Parker, Colorado in the Knott 62 GTO. $524 the dial for Kevin. Kevin is in a pickle. Jason Pad going to get the win. 25 green and 5 above is good. Kevin just a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button. 110 at the start. 523.7 under by 3 thou and was still behind by 300 at the finish line. Jason Padgill. Come back in round number 2 is Ryan Stifler and 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. Verdi out of Virginia. Top Gun Firebird 594. You talk about time flying. Verdi won the Million in 2016. That literally does not seem like it was in 2016. Stifler out of Colorado. Perfect stance on that Chevelle. 527 is the dial. Birdie's away. Stifler's away. 4 thou tight on the starting line. Verdi dead on 5 to get the win. 27 total. Stifler needed to be dead 0 and was 1 above and 9 thou behind at the finish line is Verdi. With the right mathematical equation to light up the win light is Austin Williams and Dave Jackson. Mr. Williams out of Texas here in Torque Tools first round. It's getting the best losing package. What's that, $500? Scaliti, the team from Torque Tools. Williams dominating Dave Jackson on the starting line will get the win. 13 green, 2 above for Mr. Williams. Dave Jackson was 85 down there, which became very problematic further down there to light up a win light. It's Austin Williams. Will proceed. Jeremy Heffler and Kevin Brannon. Rabbit and Big Chief Jerry's Firebird, 584 the dial for Kevin. Jeremy out of Texas, 616 the dial. better at the start and better at the finish. Kevin Brannon had no shot. Heffler, 14 green, dead on 3 is 17 total. Kevin Brannon was 30 up front and had no chance. Sean Reichenbach and Ryan Harem. Sean and the Avenger out of Washington, 568 is the dial. Ryan Harem out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile. 69 Camaro for Mr. Harem. And a pretty good year thus far in 2022. And a good day right here. Going to get the win. 24 up front. 553 on the 557. Sean turns it red by Derek Jeter, 2 thou. And then is dead on 1. Ouch. Sean might need a hug. Or at least some nice words, positive things, when he returns back to the pit area. Sean Page and Rod Taylor. Sean out of Boise. And the Pontiac for Sean Page, 609 is the dial. Rod Taylor. Kalispell, Montana. 67 Nova. Red light start for Taylor. Big red light. Sean Page a free look at 609, and when he grabs a time slip, he's going to look at 6079. After Rod Taylor was red by a bunch, was too fast. He's like literally breaking every rule that we have in bracket racing. I mean, red, too fast. Rod Taylor just breaking all the rules. Greg Christensen and Hank Pramoff. These guys have been alongside of each other definitely on more than one occasion. Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado in the Vega. Hank Pramoff in the Vega. 567 the dial for Hank, the IT guy. Over on the Pennzoil side, Greg Christensen, 577 the number. Red light start for Hank Pramoff. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say Hank Pramoff had some additional numbers in his box that he didn't want to have in the box. As he's 1182 red. I mean, let's call it a hunch or a relatively educated guess that Hank didn't rip off the button 1.18 early. Christensen 13 green and 581 is good. As Robbie Breeden and Glenn Dilday. Glenn out of Missouri in the Nova, 549. Give the 1 second head start over to Robbie Breeden. Breeden out of Ohio in the pickup. Red light start for Dilday by 9,000. Breeden 15 green and a look at 650. And how about 650 with a 6 to be 21 total here in round number 1. Final call, Group A. Everybody in Group A, final call. If you are not in the staging lanes, you're like way late. Spencer Massey and Dustin Wirtz. Massey out of Fort Worth, Texas in the Nova. 637 is the dial. Dustin Wirtz in the lidless Corvette out of Napa. For Dusty Buckets, 517. The predicted performance over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Wirtz drove over there towards the center line, gathers it back in, and takes the lengthy route down 660 feet to get the win. 12 green and 1 above is good. Spencer Massey was 29 up front and 3 above at the back. And he will get to go see the Diva Desk and buy back into the program. It's Paul Edens and Dan Bain. Edens in the Toyota out of Rexburg, Idaho. The pickup truck, 543, the dial in for Paul and Dan Bain. Out of New Mexico, 69 Camaro for Mr. Bain, 535. The performance for Mr. Bain. Green and green is Dan Bain. We'll light up the win light. 26 thou at the start. 1 above is good. Paul Edens was dead on 3. He said he was going to run 543, and that's what he did. The only problem is he had the same reaction time as Peter Biondo's age. It'd be 51 at the start. It's Paul Lorton and Robert Butler. Lorton in the Vega from right over there in Peoria, Arizona. Robert Butler, Citrus Heights, California. The blue 73 Camaro, 577. Over on the right side, the Pennzoil lane. Wheels up for Lorton. Butler looking over the left shoulder, trying to stick the nose out in front of the Vega. Not going to happen as Paul Lorton locks out Robert Butler. 13 green, dead on 7. It's 20 total. And Robert Butler was 37 right down there at the starting line. And there was no way that Robert Butler was going to light up a win light. As Andy Taylor and Shane Thompson for Team Silver State on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday. 492 the dial in for Shane. Andy Taylor out of Washington in the S10, 696. A 2-second head start. There goes Andy. Here comes Shane. Thompson chugging. And Andy Taylor dialed 696 and goes 593. Shane Thompson was 002 up front and was like, Andy Taylor is out there a mile. Shane Thompson goes 501. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that Andy Taylor might have staged with an incorrect dial-in. Call it a hunch. Chris Johnston and Lorraine Rogers. Out of Washington. Lorraine out of Seligman, Arizona, and Chris Johnson, 28 green as both drivers had identical reaction times. 6:14 on the 6:12. As Miss Lorraine dials 495, goes 499 as Chris Johnston. Take the Camaro into round number 2 as Marlon Goats. And now Travis Ringeth was driving this thing in Tucson, the TNT Motorsports team car. And we're 99.9% sure it's Travis in the car here. The runner out of Canada. Marlon in the vet out of Texas is going to get the win. 13 green and under by 3. Ringeth was 005 and under by 4. And on a double breakout, Marlon out of Texas will get the win. It's Scotty Richardson and Rogelio Tamez. Tamez out of Allende Nuevo Leon in Mexico for Team Mexico. Great having Team Mexico back in the house at the Fling. The 84 Malibu, 833 the dial-in. Scotty Richardson out of Kentucky. Your 2020 million winner. We are off and away. And 006 is going to leave second. Scotty will be 7 total and get the win. Tamez was 003 alongside Scotty Richardson. Dialed 833, goes 831. Scotty dial 609, goes 6091 after being 006 to be 7 total. Scotty Richardson, 7 total. I'm shocked. Said nobody. Roger Sauter and Carl Jones. Jones in the blown 14 Camaro Roadster out of Kansas. 535 the dial for Carl. Roger Sauter out of City, Nebraska. The 72 Barracuda. 558. The dial in for the former division champ in Super Street. We're off and away. Roger better on the starting line. Here comes the Roadster. Roger Sauter locks out Carl Jones. 18 green, dead on 4 is 22 total. Got to add 8 more little ones to get Carl Jones' reaction time. 30 at the start, and had no chance. As Randall Reed and Mark Lalonde. Randall Reed in the S10. 2018 main event million winner, but in his dragster. 632 the dial for R Squared and Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona in the 88 Camaro, the red hot rod, 560 the dial for Mr. Lalonde. So a full bulb and a half of another will be the head start. Reed left side, Lalonde right side. Reed better up front, but more worser down there at 660 feet. Lalonde going to get the win on a double breakout. 16-10 thou, the margin of victory there for Mark Lalonde. As both drivers are under by 4 thou, it comes back to the little number at the end. And 1 thou will be the margin of victory for Mark Lalonde as Nacho Rivera and Chance Parker, as we are at the door car dragster switch. As we do our best to run all the door cars. But when we get to the end and there's the odd door car, it's got to run the first dragster that comes up, which is Chance Parker. Chance out of Roy, Utah, 486 the dial for the Cameron Chassis dragster. Nacho for Team Mexico in the Mustang. Nacho led by 16. Chance will get the freebie in round number 1. And goes 484.6, was 14 Pete Rose on the starting line. And 141 miles an hour. After Nacho was red by 16. Red said I'm going to run 635, goes 635 Donut. Donut? Donuts? Dead on 0 there for Nacho Rivera. It's Chance Parker. We'll move on. As Johnny Zell and Jesse DiBartolo. Johnny Zell, left side, out of Louisiana, 457 for JBR, is going to get bounced in round number 1 on a double breakout. Ezell was 14 green, Jesse DiBartolo 16 green, and DiBartolo's going to get the win. Under by 2 thou, Johnny Ezell under by 5 thou. And on a double breakout, Jesse DiBartolo will bounce Johnny Ezell in round number 1. As we moved over to the dragster side of things, Brad Goethe, Goethe Enterprises, first perfect reaction time. The CVD drive shaft assembly certificate. That is an incredible prize. Brett Goethe, Goethe Enterprises, longtime supporter of the Fling events. So our first perfect light will get that great prize. It's Bryson Parks and Scott Holbrook. Bryson out of Venus, Texas, 497 is the dial. Scotty Holbrook, Walla Walla, Washington, the undercover chassis machine, 511. The dial in for Scott this morning. 2 thousandths of a second is the difference right down here. And Bryson Parks is going to get the win right down there. 498.5 on the 497. 2 thou was the difference at the starting line. And Bryson Parks was in front by 2 thou at the finish line. As both are 15 thou over the dial. Holbrook dialed 511, goes 512.5. But was 2 thou behind at the finish as Bryson Parks. We'll move on as Aaron G. and Trenton Ban. Trenton out of Lewiston, Idaho, 490 the dial. That winged dragster in the right lane. Aaron G. out of Wichita Falls. In the great state of Texas, 471 the predicted performance here in round number 1 of Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. 30 grander. As we are in Torque Tools. Round number 1. 4 thousandths of a second is the difference on the starting line. And Aaron G is 26 total. 20 green, dead on 6. Trenton was 24 at the start and 2 above. And no good is Mike Rock and Troy Grant. Rock in the traffic cone out of Napa, Idaho. 488 the prediction for Mike Rock this morning. Troy Grant out of Golden, Colorado, the Miller prepared machine. It's the dragster with the wing on the right-hand side. Mike Rock, wingless. But it's going to be the winner. Troy Grant is 007 to the red side. Rock was 12 green, 1 above. And that Las Vegas scoreboard was already illuminated like 2 inches into the run. As Troy Grant was out in front of green. And 2 above is Robbie Gear and Bradley Johnson. Robbie out of Missouri. It's a pretty good matchup right here in round number 1. Bradley Johnson, Morrison, Colorado. Guy who a couple of years ago, the national championship in top dragster, took it all the way down to the very, very last event. Ended up just a wee bit shy. Ended up number 2 in the world. There for Bradley Johnson. In our first perfect light, get that CVD drive shaft assembly certificate from Goethe Enterprises. Bradley Johnson is red. Robbie Gear, a free one here in round number 1, 445. As Bradley Johnson was red and then dead on, of course, because that's what happens. Robbie Gear. We're going to take a lengthy break. Come back in round number 2 is Taylor Strange and Ricky Needham Jr. Taylor Strange last night in the American Race Cars Dragster Shootout took it down to 8 cars before being defeated by your eventual winner, Jim Glenn. Jim Glenn, those of you that did not tune in for the conclusion of the event, took home that beautiful American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint Dragster by being 8 total in the final alongside Timmy Markoglu. Ricky Needham Jr. out of Ohio, 583 the dial in the coal ball. Taylor Strange in the dragster. Looking to bow out in round number 1, Ricky Needham. Froze out Taylor Strange, 24 at the start. Dead on 8 is 32 on the combined. And Taylor Strange was 34 at the start. And we'll have to come see the Diva Desk as Stan Essery and Kevin Shear. Essery out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. 469 is the predicted performance there for Stan. And Kevin out of Washington, 456. The prediction for Kevin right off the bat. Essery left side will be leaving first, and will be leaving too soon. 3 thou red for Essery. Kevin Shearer, 23 green, dead on 5. Is good. Essery, down 469 and goes 63. So he had a bunch in his pocket, but was redding too fast and out in round number 1. As Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. 489 is the dial, and Diane Pettit, husband Tim, making the tow down from Washington. 539. The prediction for Diane here in round number 1. Diane is green. Dalton is green. Diane looking left. Here comes Dalton. Dalton, 19 green, dead on 9. Will be good for the runner out of Canada. Diane was 18 thou at the start, under by 5 thou. She was 6 thou in front of the finish, needed to be 1 thou in front to move the win light over to her side, did not do it, and Dalton will move on. It's Carson Campbell and Michael Johnson. Carson, the young man out of Olympia, Washington, the wing dragster. Over on the Las Vegas side, 491 is the dial. It's Michael Johnson. MJ out of Arkansas, 486, the prediction over on the Pennzoil side. Carson is green, Johnson is greener, but makes it work. 50 up front for Michael Johnson, dead on 5, as Carson Campbell was 14 at the start. Had 300 advantage at the starting line, breaks out by 11, taking 52. So he just nom-nommed that finish line down there like I'm sure Race Kid did to his birthday cake last night. It was also Justin Huff's birthday last night, and I'm like, they told me they had fried ice cream. It was Jason Padd and Michael Otis. Jason out of Chestermore, Alberta, 446 for Jason. And Michael Otis out of Colorado, the undercover chassis. Looking over the left shoulder, here comes Jason, 007, 2 above for Pad. As chalk another one up for Canada. It's Michael Otis. 491 on the car at 487 on the racetrack, under by 4 hun. But was 49 at the start. Was in a deficit right off the bat. Steve White and Keith Camblin. Steve out of Ventura, California, brand new racecraft prepared machine. 495 is the dial for Steve. Keith Camblin out of Colorado. 447. The predicted performance for Camblin. About a full bulb head start over there for Steve White. White will move on. 15 green, 1 above. Down 495, goes 496.2 to get the win. Keith Camblin gave up a couple hundredths on the starting line and 300ths at the finish line. And that mathematical equation not able to be solved there for Keith Camblin as Rob White and Austin Calhoun. Rob, those dirty white boys out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 512 the predicted performance for White. Austin Calhoun out of Washington, the winged Spitzer dragster. As you look down yonder at the Pennzoil scoreboard, 482 is the prediction. Getting ready for Galat in a couple of weeks, talking about down yonder. 1 foul separates the two drivers on the starting line. You hear the rips, rips, rips down there. Double breakout win for Austin Calhoun. Under by 9 thou. Set him on run 482, goes 481.1. As Rob White was under by 19 thou. Rob was 18 at the start. Austin was 17 up front. And 9 thou under on a double breakout to get the win there for Austin Calhoun. Is Michael McQueen and Shane Carr. Queen out of Odessa, Texas. And hashtag 26 out of Florida. Sugar, 456, the predicted performance. Looking over to the left at Michael, and a win for Michael McQueen. 18 green, dead, nothing. As Shane Carr was 10 up front, under by 3 thou, was 11 thou in front at the finish line. Need to be 8 or less there for Shane Carr, as he will have to come buy back into the program. There for Shane Carr, Leroy Duran and Blake Johnson. Leroy out of Sun City, Arizona. The Davis Prepared Dragster, 493 for Leroy. Blake Johnson out of Colorado. Undercover winged dragster. Over on the Pennzoil side, 465, the predicted performance this morning. As we are right in the middle of Torque Tools, round number 1, we are still looking for Win light for Leroy Duran. 005 as Blake Johnson got to the finish line first by 8 thou, breaks out 4 thousandths of a second. As Raymond Harshbarger and Kyle Hergemiller. So let's see, Harshbarger, 11 letters in the last name. Hergemiller, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is like the 2 longest last names on property, and they're side by side in round number 1. Raymond and Kyler and Raymond. The Harshbargers and the Hergemillers. The Montanas and the Colorados. Rip, and Kyler. We'll get that nose of the dragster out in front and get the win. 26 green, 463 on the 61 is good. Raymond was 20 up front, a little bit better at the starting line. And 4 above, but it's 12 thou behind at the stripe as Kyler will proceed as Dave Secondy and Hector Delgado. Hector in the Mustang out of Monterey, Nuevo Leon in Mexico, 655. The predicted performance for Hector, Dave Secondy out of Washington. And that new Mullis pipe rack, 470. Again, so buybacks are available today up here at the top of the tower, up at the Diva desk. And Hector, RED by 5 thou. Secondy, 26 green, dead 9 on what equated to a data acquisition run. It's Dave Secondy, dragster out of Washington. See in round number 2 is Doug Johnson and Donnie Burleson. It's good to see the Johnson machine back together as late yesterday with Doug's son's Grady at the wheel. Had to have that machine pulled over and towed off the racetrack, so it's good to see it was nothing crazy. 471 the prediction for Doug. Donnie Burleson out of Texas, 454. The prediction for Donnie. Doug Johnson, Chip Nielsen prepared race car. Red light start for Burleson by 12 thou. Doug Johnson was 004 and dead on 6 to be 10 total. Burleson was 12 red and 2 fast. And Burleson will have to come pay a visit to the Diva desk. Is J.J. Cook and Bodie Bennett. As we are Texas on Texas. So J.J. Cook looked down there and saw the dialing was not correct. It's the starting line cruise. Attention gets that number accurate on that Las Vegas scoreboard. Once again, you stage it, you own it. There's J.J. will be off and away first. Well, the opportunity to be off and away first. Red light start for Bodie Bennett by 6 minutes. JJ, 37 green, 494 on the 497. Bodie Bennett, 6 red. Said he's going to run 454. Goes 451.3. It's Val Torres Jr. and Dylan Howe. Dylan for Cascade Trailer Sales. Brian and Mindy and the team out of Oregon. 450 the predicted performance for Dylan and Val Jr. out of Chino. and away. Torres a little bit better on the starting line. But Dylan Howe made the right decision down there at the big end. 20 green for Val Jr. and 19 above, as Dylan was 31 at the start, dead on one to be 7th out in front of the finish line. As Val might have been down a couple mile an hour and let Dylan back around in front. It's Marco Abruzzi and Brian Bennett. Marco out of Ohio. And Brian Bennett out of Texas. Now, Miller Machine. 453. The dial-in for Brian Bennett here in round number 1. Abruzzi left side out of Ohio, 457. A red light start for Marco. 6th foul. Brian Bennett, the free sniff at 443, and he takes a big whiff of 441.5. And 20 green there for Brian Bennett is good enough. It's Gabe Torres and Mark Campbell. Gabe, G-Money. At La Puente, 467, the dial-in for Gabe. Mark Campbell. Earlier in the round, we saw son Carson bow out. Mark, the dragster out of Olympia, Washington, 461, the prediction. Gabe, staging last. I'm shocked, said Nolan. Late getting the finger off the button. Mark Campbell, 009 and 2 above to be 9th out in front. Gabe Torres was 48 at the start. And 8 thou under the dial and still got to the finish line second. It's Tanner Theobald and Carson Wheeler. Tanner at Theobald Motorsports Camp. Theobald family put together all of our amazing trophies. Here for the Fling events, Carson Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas, 458 for CW. So Carson right side, Tanner Theobald left side. Opportunity to lead first, and away and away. Carson Wheeler, red by 4th out. Tanner Theobald, 280 green, and I'm going to go out on a limb. And I'm going to say there's some shenanigans and tomfoolery going on in the box for Tanner Theobald, but he gets away with one. All right, attention to the pit area. Group B, get you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Group B in lanes 5 and 6. Madison Payne and Philip Pennington. Maddie out of Claremont, California, late alongside Philip Pennington, and that rarely works out in your favor. Pennington, 006, 2 above in a dominating fashion. Maddie Payne was 82 at the start, dead on 0, and had no chance. It's KJ Desa. 484 the prediction over on the Pennzoil side. 451 the predicted performance over on the Las Vegas side. Effing driver information. red light start by 3 thou over the left side. KJ will move on. 34 green. Said they're going to run 484. Goes 483. We'll move on via the red light. Over the Las Vegas side is Tom Clark and Jeremy Rapp. Former track champion here at the strip of LVMS. There, Jeremy Rapp, 464 the dial. Tom Clark out of Washington, 446. What Tom Clark is throwing on the side of that dragster here. In Torque Tools round number 1. Again, our best losing packages. $500. Courtesy of Torque Tools. Rapp, Clark, Tom, Jeremy. Tom, better on the starting line and better at the finish line. 006, one above for Tom Clark to get the win. Jeremy Rapp was 31 at the start and completely locked out, as Tom Clark was 23 on the combined. 006, one above for Mr. Clark. It's Bryson Scruggs and Cassie Pennington. Bryson, runner out of Tennessee, 457. The prediction there for Bryson. Cassie Pennington out of Texas, 466 the performance. Again, buybacks are available for today up in the top of the timing tower. So again, you got to come to the Diva desk up here for buybacks in round number 1. Bryson, Cassie, ready. Bryson, 004, 455 on the 457 prediction. You know what I'm talking about. Bryson said he wanted to run 457. As Corey Needham and Mikey Bloomfield. As we are Ohio on Ohio. Corey out of Cleves. Bloomfield out of Fairfield. The Buckeye State. Wheels up for Bloomfield, red light for Needham. Bloomfield, 6:28.5, was 22 at the start to get the win. Corey was red by 12 and then 2 hun slow. It's Chris Galitti. Speaking of Torque Tools, there for Chris Galitti out of Tumble, Texas. Thomas Bear, Cherry Valley, California for Team Lucas. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. 490, the dial in for Mr. Bear. And as soon as we get a slight break in the action, we do have a racer in need. Talk about that here in a minute. Green, Bear Galitti, Chris Galitti, 19th thou up front, dials 441, goes 442 to get the win. Bear was 002 at the start. Said he's going to run 490. Goes down there and might have got a little too much of the breaky break to be 5 above. And Chris Galitti will get the win. It's Brian Canaday and Don Buckowitz. Brian out of Texas. The wing dragster out of Las Vegas Lane. 455 the predicted performance. And Don Buckowitz. Don making the tug from New Jersey on his Race Tech prepared dragster. Don, Sally, and the team. 477 on the board. Win for Buckowitz. 19 green is Brian Canaday, is red by 7 thou. Buckowitz, 476.6 on the 477 is what he will see when he grabs that time slip. But the winner, unlike the little arrow thingies pointing over to his side of the racetrack, is Canada. Red by 7th thou and quick by 2 hun and no good is Gabby Needham and David Chun. David out of Washington, Mullis prepared dragster, 5:30 the predicted performance, and Gabby Needham out of Ohio, 5:19 the dial in there for Gabby. All right, so attention to the pit area. We have a racer in need. One of our friends from Team Mexico needs some Mickey Thompson Big Bubbas. So if anybody has an extra set in their trailer, and if you have some extra Mickey Thompson Big Bubbas, Team Mexico would like to talk to you. Gabby Needham going to get the win. 20 green, 1 above. As David Chun was 006 at the start. Said he's going to run 5:30, goes 5:29.6, breaks out by 4, and he took a lot more than 4 at the stripe. As Gabby will get the win as Elizabeth Salmons and Seth Zermano. Elizabeth out of Ohio, 486 the dial. The wingless dragster over on the left side. Seth out of Alhambra. The winged dragster for Seth and the Pennzoil side. Again, our buybacks up here in the tower. If you were unfortunate in round number 1 and did not light up a win light, I'd like to try to buy back into the show. Light up in the tower. Seth going to get the win as Elizabeth was read by 4 little bitty ones. It's Michael Needham. And our winner from yesterday, Jim Glenn. Michael out of Ohio, 507. Jim Glenn out of Washington. Casey Lane race car. Picked up that beautiful American race car last night. A great final round alongside Timmy Markoglu. So Jim Glenn been on quite a tear in 2022, and he might be in a little bit of a pickle. Michael Needham, 11 green, 2 above is good. Jim Glenn picked a bad time to be late, as he will have to come up to the diva desk. 26 green and 1 above is 4th thou shy at the finish line for Michael Needham. It's Chris Whitfield and Steve Glenn. Chris out of Littleton, Colorado for Go Fast Energy. Chris, 470 the prediction here in round number 1. Steve Glenn, 432. I mean, that's 432 is pretty fast. I mean, it's not Shane Molinari fast. But then again, nobody on property is Shane Molinari fast. Will get the win. 18 green. Drops it to be dead on 5 at just 138 miles an hour. Steve Glenn was 40 up front. 15 thou 2 quick and still 2 behind at the stripe as Chris Whitfield tightened. 2 thou in front at the finish line as Chris Whitfield advances. It's Alfonso Vitti and Chase Learcamp. Alfonso, Alenda Nuevo Leon in Mexico. 476 prediction. for Alfonso and Chase Learcamp, the young man out of Olympia, Washington. Dad JR back behind the left side of that machine. Most prepared dragster, 461. The dial in for Learcamp. Red light start for Chase Cloud. ONE. 1,000 red for Chase Learcamp. Alfonso was 56 up front. And I think we just need to tell Chase that his time slip blew away in the wind. Alfonso, after being 56 on the starting line, goes 472. Under by 4, but it didn't matter because Chase was red by 1. It's Dan Northrup and Michael Pennington. This is a real good matchup here in round number 1. So Northrop left side, 494 for the runner out of Pennsylvania. Michael Pennington for Team Pennington out of Texas. 009 is going to leave second. Northrop out in front. Here comes Pennington. Pennington. 009 dead on 7. Will get the win. Northrop is 008 green under by 14 thou, taking 22 at the stripe as Pennington forces Northrop to take too much. And Michael Pennington took that dragster in round number 2. So Gene Heaton and Ted Seipel. Great to see Ted out here, 85 years young. There for Mr. Seipel, just a pillar in the drag racing community. 617 the dial in for the Ferrari. Heaton red by 4 thou. Ted moving around number 2 in one entry. 17 green and 615 there for Ted Seipel. Heaton red by 4 thou and under by 3 hun and no good. As Greg Hicks and Cortland Carter. PG out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Otherwise known as Hollywood. 467 there for Greg. Cortland Carter. 463 for She Squared out of Lubbock, Texas. Another real good matchup in round number 1. Which, I mean, when you have like 500 plus entries and you have very skilled drivers from all over the place, you tend to get a lot of really good matchups in round number 1. Hicks, Carter, Greg Hicks, double breakout win, 11 green, 14 thou under for Greg Hicks. Cortland was 22 up front, under by 4 hun. As Philip Gregg will get the win. Cortland Carter out to come see the Diva Desk. As Megan Molinari and Don Sefton. You know, it's borderline offensive to say that Molinari is in the slow dragster with a 417 dial-in. Megan out of Battleground, Washington, the M&M chassis machine, 417 for Megan. Don Sefton, 441, and will get a 3/10 head start. Our first perfect reaction time out of the dragsters goes to Don Sefton and the win light. Don Sefton will get that CVD drive shaft assembly certificate courtesy of our friend Brett Goethe. Brett Goethe guy, that's a good dude right there, Brett Goethe. That CVD drive shaft assembly, just a premier product that Brett and his team throws together. So congratulations to Don Sefton, our first perfect reaction time in the dragsters. Going to get that Goethe CVD drive shaft assembly certificate and the win in round number 1. That's a pretty good prize. Our next perfect reaction time in the dragsters, that Regil's fiberglass scoop, as Johnny Carter. So John and Carter and Shannon Bepley. So Johnny out of New Mexico. We saw Cortland bow out alongside Greg Hicks a couple pair ago. Shannon out of Napa, Idaho over on the right side. 4:46 the dial for Bepley. A red light on both sides. Not a true start win there for Shannon Bepley, as Johnny left first and was more red-er. Johnny was 52 in front of green. Shannon was 19 thou on the red. But Shannon Bepley is one above to get the win. So Don Sefton, a couple pair ago. Our first perfect reaction time in the dragsters gets that CVD drive shaft assembly from Brett Goethe, Goethe Enterprises. In the Nova is going to bow out in round number 1. Dragster over on the left side. 20 green, 2 above is good. Reyes was 22 up front, but almost a 10th over the dial to not make it work out. Is Mark Kidd and Dennis Lithgow. Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Mark Kidd, that Kidd Performance Team. One of the great prizes that'll be given away is the Kidd Performance and Dyno Golden Ticket, where we will do a random tech card draw, and that person that is drawn out will get a free entry into Friday's $1 Million main event. Courtesy of Mark Kidd, Kidd Performance and Dyno. Dennis Lithgow out of Mansfield, Texas, 464 the dial for the winged dragster in the Pennzoil lane. Mark over on the left side. Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Kidd. Lithgow. Mark Kidd, 007, 462 is good. Dennis was 28 at the start, breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second, was in front by 22 thou at the finish line. Needed to be 20 or less to move the win light over onto his side. Did not do it. Mark Kidd will move on. As Shane Molinari and Jimmy Lewis. Jimmy out of Washington, 472 the dial. 472 in an 8th mile race and gets a 7/10 head start. Shane Molinari, 403. Shane out of Battleground, Washington. So we are looking from our point in the tower. Looks like Shane is a little out of the groove. Double 05 for Molinari, dead on 5. And I mean, sometimes it's just not fair. Fastest car on properties, 10 total. That's just dirty. Jimmy Lewis is a good guy. He's 16 green and was just wasting fuel and unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train components. 16 green, 469 for Jimmy, but Shane Molinari says I'm going to run 403. He goes 005 at the start and dead on 5 down there to get the win. It's pretty good there for Shane. It's Jeff Serra and Jesse Bepley. Speaking of pretty good, Jeff Serra, guy, is a tad bit of okay. 466 the prediction there for Jeff here in round number 1. Jesse out of Idaho, 5'11 in the wing dragster. Pennzoil side, 5'11. Full bulb head start. Both drivers are 008. Who's going to make the right decision down there? Bepley under by 7 thou on a double breakout. Jeff Serra, 008 up front, under by 12 thou. So Jesse Bepley takes out Jeff Serra. They're on the double breakout. And as Marco Peravaleris points out, 008 taking 5 thou is no bueno. Is Alejandro Diaz. Escobedo Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. 473. Hey, wait, how do we get Team Mexico side by side? Gilberto Leal Jr. out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon. The American prepared dragster. 448 the dial in for Gilberto. We've talked about this all week. Love, love, love Team Mexico in the house. And 008 leaves second. And 008 is going to get the win. Alejandro was 003 right here. Said he's going to run 473 and goes 472.8. Breaks out by 2 thou. Taking a bunch. Like 8 hun down there. Gilberto was 008 and 7 above. But that's good enough as J.R. Learcamp and Gilberto Leal. We just saw Gilberto Leal Jr. pick up a win. Gilberto out of Monterrey. Nuevo. They're 441 the prediction performance. And J.R. Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington. 474 the prediction for Mr. Learcamp. And he is going to get the win. J.R. Learcamp 21 green. As Gilberto is read by 7 thou and 442. But Learcamp with a free opportunity at the racetrack, and he's going to grab the time slip that says 4709. And the win is Tim Markoglu and Luis Cantu. Luis, that Titan Racing Camaro out of Monterrey, Nuevo. Markoglu out of Staten Island, New York. 453 for our runner-up in yesterday's American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout. Tim Markoglu is one of the good guys out here that does this racing thing. It's one thing that I've always enjoyed about drag racing across the country. The number of incredible people that are involved in this sport, the friendships that are made, just means so much to a lot of people. Markoglu is in a bad way. Luis Cantu, 14 green, dead on 0. To be 14 total, and Tim Markoglu was 56 up front and had no chance. It's Luis Cantu. Take that Titan Racing Camaro in round number 2. Our runner-up from last night is a first-round runner-up this morning. You know, because nobody's losers. Nobody's a loser. You're just the first-round runner-up. I mean, it sounds like it's so much better to say. What happened? It's first-round runner-up. It's Gary Williams and Raul Alanis. Raul out of Monterrey, Nuevo. 502 the dial for the wing dragster. Alongside Gary Williams for Team FTI. G-Dub. 472 the prediction there for Gary. We'll get that Regale's fiberglass scoop perfect on the starting line. Raul Alanis is 5 thou red, but Gary Williams will crack open the prize vault. Our second perfect reaction time here in round number 1 of our dragsters. We'll get that Regale's fiberglass hood scoop there for Gary Williams. and the win in round number 1. All right, attention to the pit area. Racer in need, racer in need. Phil Unruh will be your best friend. I mean, at least for a little bit. If you need if you have an Aeromotive A3000 pump, Aeromotive A3000 pump, Phil Unruh would really, really, really like to talk to you. As Vinny Domino and Alberto Sebda Jr. Vinny left side, Alberto right side, Vinny Domino. 7 green, dead on 8, will be 15 total. Alberto is 23 at the start, and 9 thou behind at the finish as Vinny packages up Alberto. So Vinny packages up Alberto just like Vinny's Yankees packaged up the Blue Jays last night as they got the win. Is it too early to talk Yankee baseball? It's never. Mark was like, it's never too early to talk Yankee baseball. In the meantime, Jonathan Adams is up at the computer is like, you can never talk about Yankee baseball. But that's why he's at the computer and I have the microphone. Peter Biondo said I could talk Yankee baseball as much as I want. Steve Shear and Funny Car Chris. Hey, congratulations to Chris Northup, the recently engaged Funny Car Chris in the Race Kid Mobile. Northup's 002 at the start. Steve Shearer's red by 11 thou, and the FCC goes 468 on the 469. It's Northup, a longtime resident of the 208 up there in Idaho, decided to go be a track operator there at Gleason Motorsports Park. Northup clan is doing a great job with that facility. Aaron Steinke and Emiliano Lopez. Emiliano, 474 the prediction. Over on the Pennzoil side, and Aaron Steinke. Out of Dunmore, Alberta. So again, if you have an Aeromotive A3000 pump, Phil Unruh would really, really like to talk to you. Green and a double breakout win going to go Emiliano's way. It's Team Mexico is celebrating. As Emiliano, the birthday boy from yesterday, picks up a win here this morning on Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. It's Troy Williams Jr. and Owen Duffield. T-Rock for Team FTI, 480 there for Troy Williams Jr. and Owen Duffield out of Temple, Texas. It's Greg's kid. Williams. You already hear some rips going on down there. Troy Williams, double breakout win. 478.9. Dialed 480. It was 10 green. It was Troy Williams Jr. Owen was 18 up front. 492.7. It's 2 thou going to be the margin of victory for Troy Williams Jr. taking 6 thou there at the stripe of double breakout. Goes Troy Williams Jr. ways. Race Kid and Dustin Henches. Race out of Boise, the 67 Chevy 2 for Kid Performance of Dyno. Dustin Henches from Left Coast Racing. Picked up a 10 grander a couple weeks ago over at Tucson Dragway, the West Coast Bracket Races event. Mollis prepared machine for Dustin. Dustin, race. Dustin Henches, 008 on the start. Dows 485, goes 486 to be 400 in front. Race was 23 at the start, and 300 overs decided to drop down there, and Dustin Henches will get the win. It's Donovan Williams and Preston Pennington. We talked about that you get some really, really good matchups. Donovan Williams had a really good weekend last week. And Preston Pennington, well, he has really good weekends pretty much everywhere he goes. 465 for Peeps. 475 the prediction for Donovan over in the left lane. 008 is second off the line in this pair. Peeps Donovan, Peeps Pennington, 006, 466. One above is good. Donovan was 008, 477, with a very thorough application of the brake pedal down there at only 127 miles an hour. Peeps, 137 miles an hour at 466. Brake pedal works. Zach Mazier and Tony Burton. Zach out of Boise. A Mullis prepared machine for Mazier Enterprises. Tony, red light start. Zach Mazier, a freebie. Here in lane number 1, 483 and 19 green, good enough for Zach Mazier. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Group C door cars. Group C door cars. Need you in the staging lanes, please. Group C door cars to get you headed up in the staging lanes. We are on our Group A to B switch with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field is one group. And we have Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. With the double entries this year, our double entries running Group A and Group C. But we do need our Group C door cars. Get headed up this way, please. Again, there will be buybacks today. Buybacks are up here at the top of the tower. Come see the Diva desk. We'll get you all taken care of. But Group C door cars, Group C door cars. Get you headed up this way, please. Neil Pressimoni and Frank Momsen will start us off. The panel of Momsen is read by 18 Thou. Nick, sorry. It's already been a rough morning. Nick Pressimoni out of Las Vegas in the Camaro, 34 green. We'll move on as we've switched over into Group B. As Nick Pressimoni will get out of round number 1 is Markel Jackson and Kenneth Smith. Smith out of Overton. Camaro 692, the predicted performance. And Markel Jackson get the win. Smith was better up front, 008, under by 7 Thou, taking 30. A big chunk down there is Kevin Smith, Markel Jackson, and the Camaro. It's 29 green, dead on 2. going to get the win on the breakout in round number 1 is Jeremy Waterman and Scott Hess. Scotty had a surprise AZ. 66 Nova. There for Hess, Jeremy Waterman out of Harrow, Washington. 67 Nova. Over on the left side, 525 the dial-in. Green and green. Waterman is green. Scott Hess is green. Scott Hess is going to get the win. 564 on the 62. 38 down there. As Jeremy Waterman was 8-1 at the start. And a big hole right off the bat is Larry Ball and George Lewis. Ball out of Napa in that C10 pickup. I really like the C10. 633 on the board. George Lewis out of Surprise. Green 64 Chevelle. 599 the prediction. Almost a full bulb head start for Larry Ball. Larry Ball did not get the memo. The green means go. And George Lewis breaks out. Larry Ball is still basically sitting down here and is a winner. As George Lewis is 36 green and all the way off in the distance, breaking out by 13 fouls. Larry Ball dials 633, is 4.26 on the reaction time, 17:51 on the elapsed time, and is going to get a win. And that's just a bunch of shenanigans and tomfoolery. As Greg Dreher and George Meyer. Dreher going to get the win in the Chevette, 17 green. Meyer is red in the Malibu out of Minnesota by 76 thou. Dreher, free look at 568. He's going to look at 566. Dreher in the Chevette. We'll be back in round 2 later. And by later, I mean in a while. George LeBlanc and Aaron Broncho. Broncho out of Blackfoot, Idaho. In the S10. 663 of the dial for Aaron. And a win for Aaron. George LeBlanc out of British Columbia turns it red by one itty-bitty, teeny-tiny foul. As Aaron is 23 green and 2 above, but good. John Floyd Jr. and Jamie Schmall. John Floyd Jr. out of Gresham, Oregon. 72 Nova. 766 the prediction for John. Jamie for Team Fastronics. That's Andy's wife. Like Andy's way better half. But we like Andy Schmall. We like Jamie Schmall. Jamie was 661. Patiently waiting. It's John Floyd Jr. It's the way up into the pre-stage beams. John Floyd Jr. is in. Jamie's in second. Jamie is late. John Floyd needed to make a mistake down there at the big end. Not going to make the mistake. 13 green for John, 775. Jamie was 251 at the hit. And 1 above. Difference in the starting line. Way too much for Jamie to be able to make up. John Floyd Jr. We'll move on. Rob Harrison. Rob Harrison. In the Dodge, 605 the dial. And Gary Roost out of Pahrump, Nevada. The 55 Chevrolet that you literally run out of superlatives to describe Rooster's hot rod. I mean, when you have the rad meter, Gary Roost's car, like, just obliterates the rad meter. 55 Chevrolet for the Rooster. 597 the dial in for that 55 Chevrolet. Rob Harrison in the Dodge. 11 green leaves second. And Rob Harrison, 11 at the start, dead on 0 is good. Gary Roost is 003, under by 13 thou, takes 21 down there at the stripe, needed to take 8 or less to move the win into his lane, did not do it, and Gary Roost would like to continue playing today. We'll have to try to buy back into the program as William Dykes and Tatis Armenta Jr. For Team Mexico, 637 the dial for Armenta. William Dykes in a Bluffdale, Utah, Corvette Roadster. Eek. One driver's 008, the other is 343 at the start, and Armenta Jr. is 008 and get the win, 10th above. Bill Dykes, 343 at the start. And that rarely turns into a win light unless something really crazy happens in the other lane, you know, kind of like what we saw a few pair ago. As Lynn Horup and Terry Wilcox. Horup out of North Dakota, the 67 GTO. And Wilcox out of Lake Tapps, Washington. 2010 model Corvette Roadster. 694 is the predicted performance for Mr. Wilcox. Green and more green. Lynn and Terry on a double breakout win, going to go Lynn Horup's way. 38 on the start, under by 2 thou, is better than Terry Wilcox. 68 green, under by a hun. Lynn Horup take the GTO into round number 2. It's Karen Snyder and Bryson Carson. Carson in the Camaro out of Milton, Freewater, Oregon. Karen Snyder out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Corvette Roadster left side. Milton, Freewater, Oregon. Where's that at? 3 thou the difference on the starting line. Karen Schneider's going to get the win on another double breakout. 527 on the 29. Karen was 3 thou behind at the start. 20 green. Brian Carson was 17 at the rip. 683 on the 686 to be under by 3 hun. Was in front by 6 thou at the finish line. But needed to be back to move the win light over to his lane. Is a real good matchup here in round number 1. Ken Sweo and Justin Lamb. Sweo, that guy is prime time in Division 6, and Justin Lamb is prime time all over the country. Lamb out of Henderson, Nevada, in his awesome Camaro Roadster for Rad. The brake lights. Ken Sweo out of Oregon City, Oregon, and that Capri. This is really good here in round number 1. Red light start for Sweo. Lamb moving around number 2, 10 green and under by 5. Not 462, goes 457 for the Lamb Mobile. Sweo, after being red, is then dead on 2 because that's just what you do. It's Kobe Lewinsky and David Beatty. So Kobe Lewinsky, Charlie Lake, British Columbia. David Beatty and the judge. 004 is second best reaction time speaking. And David Beatty is going to break out by 15 thou, taking 86. Eek. Kobe Lewinsky dials 484 is 003 right down there. And his 7 hun over the dial down over there. Kobe Lewinsky, Charlie Lake, British Columbia. Team Canada going to get the win. It's Rodney Snyder and Larry Pittenger. Larry out of Williams, Arizona, the Camaro 650. The dial there for Pittenger, Rodney Snyder. Grand Junction, Colorado for Scotty's Muffler. Pittenger in a better position on the starting line, but Rodney Snyder's going to get the win. Double 03 for Pittenger, and 3 above is no good. Rodney Snyder, 24 at the start, dead on 1, and that combination of numbers had that Las Vegas scoreboard illuminated for Rodney Snyder's Keith Horab and Scott Graff. Scott, also out of Milton, Freewater, Oregon. We got to get on that. 70 Chevelle there for Scott Graff. 622 the predicted performance. Keith Horab, we already saw Lynn and his GTO pick up a win a few pair ago. Here's Keith. 650 on that Las Vegas scoreboard. Horab, 009 is going to get the win. 653 on the 50, 3 above is good. Scott Graff, 17 on the starting line. About 622, goes 6208 to be under by 12 thou. Took 35 at the stripe, needed to be out in front by 23 or less is Randy Cloud and Junior Velasquez. Junior out of Little Rock. The 63 Corvette split window there for Junior. Randy Cloud out of Galt. The Mustang for RC. 590 prediction there for Randy Cloud. Red light start. Randy Cloud by 7th out. Corvette back in round number 2. 599.9 for Junior Velasquez is good. It's 25 at the start. Randy Cloud red by 7 thousandths of a second, then 593 on the 590. Now, John Cazzetti and Pete Booth. Cazzetti in both runs yesterday. Well, let's just say they were both interesting. Pete Booth in the Porsche from the city they call Long Beach. $572 for Pete. That's much better for John Cazzetti. At least getting the car to not do what it did yesterday. But then the car just flat out couldn't run the number. Pete Booth in an easy one, 15 green and 9 above. For Pete, John 63 at the start and 732, but at least the car didn't do a massive wheel stand and try to run into the Christmas tree. So there are like moral victories. There's Jeff Broussard and Richard Price. Price in the Probe. Las Vegas, Nevada, 565. I mean, when I see like Ford Probe, first thing you think of? Dogwood. At least I do. Jeff Broussard out of Texas in the Sonoma. 4 green, dead on 4 is 8 total. And that's good for Jeff Broussard. Richard Price, 21 on the starting line, which is good in Las Vegas, but not in round number 1. There's John Tabak and Jamie Hartvickson. John out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia in the S10. Hartvickson out of Escondido in the Barracuda will get the win. 586 to Jake. After being 21 up front, John Tabak's 50 green and dead on 9. But 14 thou behind at the finish. Jamie Hartvickson will advance as Darren Taylor and Kenny Snow. Darren out of Rigby, Idaho. Kenny out of La Habra. Kenny, R.E.D. by Not So Sweet 16. Darren Taylor, 32 up front. 578 on the 584 performance. And Darren Taylor moved the Firebird in around number 2. It's Al Quigley and Chris Nafsinger. Chris from right over there in Henderson, Nevada. And the Nafsinger family, 03 Corvette Roadster. 481 is the prediction. There for Chris and Al Quigley. Aldergrove, British Columbia. 98 Mustang, 530. The prediction there for Al. Al and Chris. Chris and Al. Sounds like a morning show. Al and Chris in the morning. After all, it is Al and Chris in the morning, as we are 10:14 local time. Nafsinger looking over to the left of the Mustang of Al Quigley and Nafsinger. Double 05 and 3 above to be a hunt in front to get the win. Quigley's 13 green, 3 over, and a wee bit shy here in first round is David Cook and Brad Pierce. So do you like your 55 Thunderbird Roadster, or do you like your 63 white Corvette Roadster? David, Hannah, and the team, 571. The dial for David. Brad Pierce, Debbie, Alden, and the crew out of Riverside. 546 prediction. Ford left side, Chevrolet right side. David left side, Brad right side. Winner, David Cook. 16 green, 1 over. Will work. Brad Pierce, 24 at the start. Under by 3 thou, was in front by 8 thou. Just needed the slightest tappy tap of the brakey brake to get on the right side of the number. But David Cook takes out Brad Pierce as Roger Cato and Myron Street. Roger from right over here in North Las Vegas. And his 2020 Camaro, 485. It's weird to see Roger not running the car on the throttle stop. 485, the prediction there for Roger. Myron, 687, off and away. Here comes Roger. Chugging, old school, new school Camaro. Give it to the new school. 28 green and 9 above for Roger. Myron was 35 at the start. Breaks out 13 thou, taking a 10th. Is John McCone and Cody Robinson. I mean, honestly, like, John McCone could not turn on a single win light and would call his trip to Las Vegas very successful. His daughter, Allison, picked up her first ever national event win in Super Comp. And John's like, why do you have to curse me like that? I want to turn on a win light. Cody Robinson in big control as John was late on the starting line. Cody, 19 green and 2 above is good. John was 75 Howie Long on the start. All right, attention down there in the staging lanes. There's a golf cart parked in staging lane number 3 and 4. If we could get those moved out of staging, because we're bringing cars up that way like real quickly. So those golf carts are there in lanes 3 and 4. Could we get those moved out of the way, pretty please? As Zach Clark and Luke Bogacki. Luke out of Carterville, Illinois for Team Mosier, and this bracket racing elite. Zach Clark out of Michigan, 67 Nova, and Luke, 18 green, 2 above is good to get the win. Zach Clark, 31 on the starting line, under by 3 Hun, and will have to come to the Diva Desk to buy back into the program. It's Parker Theobald and Larry Scarth. Scarth in that bubble top Impala out of Hawthorne, California, 620 the dial. And Parker and Sister Lindsay's Barracuda out of St. George, 653 is the predicted performance. Larry Scarth. We're going to take out Parker Theobald. 56 green, dead on 6 for Scarth to be 3 thou in front. Parker was 47 at the starting line and 18th thou above and no good. As Larry Scar takes out Parker Theobald as Lloyd Flatham and Sid Sumners. Set out of Rexburg, Idaho, 695 for Sid. Lloyd Flatham out of Linwood, Washington, the S10. Is that 475 on that Las Vegas scoreboard? Wow. So sometimes you just look at screens and you really don't even know what to say. Sid Summers was 137 green and left first. Lloyd Flatham 179 at the start, and Summers got down there and car just didn't do what it was supposed to do. Flatham 179 and, well, let's call it 4/10 over. Is good enough to get the win. Okay, this is just a weird deal. It's Jason Mercer and Bill Bathello. Mercer out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada, 635 the dial on the Roadster in the Pennzoil side. Bill Bathello out of Smith, Nevada in the Grand Am. For Mr. Bathello, 5:02. We'll be off and away second. Red light start for Jason Mercer by 4th out. Bathello, free look at 5:02, 5:032 for Mr. Bill. As Mercer was red, and then 5 above is Michelle Lewis and Gordy Boven. Mr. Boven out of Boise, 72 CUDA. There for Gordon Boven, your Division 6 Super Street Champion of the World in 2021. Michelle Lewis, another one of the Division 6 runners. Sumner, Washington, 5:48 the prediction. There for Michelle. Michelle Maybelle, Son le monde qui vont très bien ensemble. I'll bet you she's heard that like 9 million times in her life. Red light start for Michelle by 6th out. Gordon Boven will get the win in round number 1 and an opportunity to go fill up the tow rig with some fresh gasoline. Bowen, 18 green, 546 on the 547 is good. After Michelle was red by 6 thou, 549 on the 548 is Gary Smiley and Dick Vandermeer. Vandermeer out of Napa, Idaho, the Grand Am for Boise Valley Towing. Kathy and Hannah and Justin and that whole team, 487 the prediction is Gary Smiley out of the great state of Iowa. 5 flat the prediction for the S10 at Gary. Over in the left lane, Las Vegas side of the racetrack. Vandermeer is in. Gary Smiley is in. Let's see, do you like your drivers being 009 or drivers being 009? As both are identical on the starting line. That's a real good drag race right there. Dick Vandermeer, dead on nothing. 4870 on the 487. 009 at the rip. Gary Smiley, 009 on the starting line as well. Says he's going to run 5 flat. Goes 4997 under by 3 thou. Needed to take nothing. Dick Vandermeer on the right side of that mathematical equation is Dennis Bauer and Steve Williams. Steve, the Grand Poobah over there at K&N, Cherry Valley, California, the G5. 576, the predicted performance. Red light start for Mr. Williams by 3 little ones. Dennis Bauer, 65 at the start, and 567 as Steve Williams is red by 3 thou and then dead on 1. And when Steve Williams grabs that time slip, he's probably going to say 9 words. And if they were broadcast on television, they'd all have to be bleeped. As Mike Coltrane and Mike Hall. Coltrane, his gorgeous Camaro Roadster, 487. That's what Coltrane says it's going to run. My Call out of Butte, Montana. In the Hall 63 Nova 675. About a 2-second head start, full tree, and a little bit more will be the head start for Mike Hall. Tree is down and away. There goes Mike. Here comes Mike, and Mike Hall is red by 1 foul. Coltrane, 15 green, 485 is good. Mike Hall, after being 1 red, is under by 4 thou, but it was all over. Right down there on the starting line by 1 thou is Patrick Conlon and Yeshua Wilcox. Yeshua Wilcox picked up a divisional win. Race number 1, right? Of the double divisional last week here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 471, the prediction. 2018 Camaro. Patrick Conlon. Gen 1 Camaro. 3 5s on the Las Vegas scoreboard. Red light start for Patrick Conlon by 7 thou. Wilcox will move it around number 2, 4709 on the 470. It's Patrick Conlon. 552 after being red, so red and 2 fast. As Gary McNaka in the Brogy Roadster. Gary Nancy in the team, 543 for Mr. McNaka. So our final car in our B group before we move into the C side. And in between the 2 categories, we're going to have a few minutes of quiet time on the racing surfaces. We're going to do the tractor parade on the racetrack. It's Gary McNaka. Free look at the tree. Seems the random tech card pulled out for the buy in the B group. 10 in front of green was Gary McNaka, which is totally fine on the solo. 542.7 on the 543. So we're going to have about, let's call it 5-6 minutes of quiet time on the racing surface as the great staff here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway get out there and do their work on the racing surface. And tell you what, over the last couple of days and the immense wind that reverberated through the facility made keeping this track in great condition very, very difficult, and they did a great job all day yesterday with everything that was going on. It's nice to have a little bit of a day where it's a little calmer as far as the wind goes. So a couple moments of quiet time on the racing surface while we let the Las Vegas Motor Speedway track staff do their thing, as we are still in the middle of round number 1, the Torque Tools round number 1, here on Silver State Refrigeration. $30,000 Wednesday at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. So we'll be back in a few moments. Start of our C group.
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm
racers
here to
and
tell
race
you about
fans,
Silver State Refrigeration and
welcome
HVAC.
once again to the
The
strip
heat is on,
at Las
it's
Vegas
time to
Motor
get your AC
Speedway as
tuned
we
up
get
for
ready
the
to go.
summer. Silver State's
With the K&N
technicians will
Spring
service,
Fling Million
repair, or
presented
install an
by
AC
Optima
system in
Batteries.
your
It
home,
is
and
main
will always
event
show
day.
up on time when
Thanks
we
to the folks
promise.
at Silver
Take
State
advantage of
Refrigeration and
money-saving offers from our
HVAC. We are out
website,
here
or
one
call
more
before it
time
gets
racing
super
for
hot.
a
So don't
very
hunt around for the
large
next AC
prize
truck to
in
drive
drag
by.
racing.
Just call Silver State.
Racers, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf
behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys and gals. You guys were tired. You traveled 2,000 miles, some of you, and spend your hard-earned money and spare time to be here with us. And we couldn't be happier. We could not do this without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Big money is on the line, and we are going to go racing right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's fire them cars up and find out who's going home with the big cash. Set tree drops. We stay green. Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13th thou reaction time, he goes dead on 3:16 total. Your champion of the Spring Fling Million Day, Butner.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. James!
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on, and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home, and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Ultronics, Perform Air Weather Station Giveaway. Go to ultronicsinc.com/fling and enter to win.
As we move into Group C, and we're going to start with Dennis Paz and Kevin Pollard. I'm going to move out of the way for a little bit. And the uber-talented and one of the baddest race car drivers in the western United States, Marco Perevaleris. We'll call a little bit. Marco does a great job on the mic. He has a wealth of knowledge as far as how the game is played. Marco's going to run you through the next little bit. Marco, good to have you up here this morning, buddy.
Thank you, Mike. Going to do my best to follow your lead. Been a pleasure to listen to you so far this morning. So Dennis Paz going to get the head start by almost a full tree. 13 thou separate him. Advantage Kevin Pollard. Win light Kevin Pollard. 007. Take 004 to be dead on 6. 13 total. Dennis Paz was 20 and 3 thou under, getting their second. Kevin Pollard moving on. Brings up Cliff Hall on the left side, 646 dial in the Falcon. Right side, John Corbin in the Camaro, 560. And the win light. 009, take 10 to win the double breakout. Cliff was 12 thou under. Corbin was 17 thou under. Margin of victory, 5 thou going to Cliff Hall. Left side, in the Nova wagon with the luggage racks, Leslie Grissom Jr. out of Texas. 683 dials. $2 million man on the right side, Jeff Verdi, 595. 4 thou separate him. They're 12 thou combined in reaction time. Win light on another double breakout going Jeff Verdi's way. 008 and a thou under. Leslie, 004, get their first 18 thou. To be under by 15 thou. Needed to take 3 thou or less. Hector Hernandez on the left side, 640 dial on the Mustang. Out of Mexico, Dan Bain on the right, 535 in the Camaro, out of New Mexico. Thou separate him. Win light going to Dan Bain. 21 on the tree and goes 13 thou above the 535 dial. Hector was 004. Get their first 48 thou to break out 18 thou. Needed to take 30 or less. Robbie Breeden and the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon. 650 for Robbie, 584 for Kevin. 5 thou on the red side for Robbie. Automatic win light going to Kevin Brannon. 23 and 8 thou under. Gonna get it done. Next pair, Chris Johnston. 614 dial on the Camaro out of Washington. Right side, Glenn Dilday in the 70 Nova. 550 dial. As we've already gone through groups A and B, there have still been no 000 reaction times on the door car side. So we're still looking for first 000. Actually looking for 2 000s as we got prizes from Ultronics. Separate him. Win light gonna go to Glenn Dilday. 009, take 003 to win the double breakout. He was 5 thou under. Chris Johnston, 33 on the green side and goes 611 on the 614. Glenn Dilday moving on. Max McLaughlin on the left side, 636 dial in the square nose S10. Right side, Bill Kidd in the Chevy 2, 659. 15 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light gonna go to Max McLaughlin. 15, dead on 7, 22 total. Bill Kidd was 30 and 2 above. Ryan Stifler, 529 dial in the Chevelle on the left side. Right side, David Beckwith in the Malibu, 745. Advantage to Ryan and gets the win light. 10 take 14 to be 28 thou above the 529. David was 23 and goes 747 on the 745. Ryan Stifler moving on. Butch Bel Air, left side 677 dial. Right side, Jonathan Fiello from K&N, 634. Butch is red. Jonathan is 13 on the green side, dead on 5. 18 total for Jonathan Fiello. Gonna move on. Rose Ezel, 632 on the left side. Right side, Sean Reichenbach, 568. Side, computer had to go to the next digit to determine the winner of that one. Sean Reichenbach was lesser of the 2 thou reds and is going to move on. Kyle Fritz, left side 663 dial in the Firebird. Right side, Michael Miller, 579 in the Super Gas Brogy Roadster. Four thou separate him, top end, win light going to Kyle Fritz, 22, dead 5 on the 663. Michael Miller was 18, get their first 23 thou to be 14 thou under. Needed to take 9 thou or less at the stripe. Monty Beagle and Corey Jackson are separated by 20 thou. Win light gonna go to Corey Jackson. 002 dead on 9, 11 total, taking 15 thou at the stripe. Monty Beagle, 22 dead on 4 on the 588. Corey Jackson, the starting line advantage and the win light. Travis Ringeth and Kevin Burnett. Travis, 662 dial in the pickup. Kevin Burnett, 524 dial in the Ferrari GTO. 008 getting their second to be 17th thou above the 524 dial. Travis Ringeth was 22, take 22 to be 19th thou under. Needed to take 3 thou or less. Paul Edens and Nick Hastings. Paul, 544 dial in the Toyota pickup. Nick, 608 in the Mustang. Nick is red by 8 thou. Paul, 27 green and goes 540 on the 544. Nick is under by 6 thou, but after being 8 thou red, automatic win light going to Paul Edens. Sean Langdon in the Camaro of Kyle Rizzoli's on the left side, 626 dial. Right side, James Higgins, 649. Langdon using his off weekend from the top fuel car to run at the Fling. Good stuff. Meanwhile, James Higgins will have the starting line advantage, but slows down track, and Langdon is gonna lift off the gas. Gonna turn on the win light. Langdon a little behind on the start, but goes well enough over the dial, getting to the stripe first. Gonna move on. Craig Merrilees and Trey Summers. Craig, 648. The Nova on the left. Trey, 637 on the right. Craig is red by 9 thou. Trey is 10 thou on the green side. Both drivers are under. Trey goes 624 on a 637, but after Craig was 9 thou red, Trey gonna move on. Scott Taylor and Rod Taylor. Not sure if there's a relation between them, as they're separated by 400ths in reaction time. Rod Taylor had the starting line advantage, is going to get the win light. 19 take 8 thou at the stripe to go 529 on the 526. Scott behind at the start, got there second and was 2 thou under. Eric Daniels and Roger Sauter. Eric, 703 on the left. Roger, 558 on the right. Roger Sauter was 2 thou red. Let's just say Eric Daniels would have been behind on the starting line. So after Roger goes red, Eric is going to move on. Robert Butler and Jeff Jones. Robert, 578 in the Camaro on the left side. Jeff Jones, 607 on the right in the Nova. Once again, still looking for the first 2 000s. The first 000 of this session, indoor cars, will get an Ultronics Perform Air Pro weather station, and the second 000 will get a Perform Air Eclipse weather station. So we still got 2 weather stations up for grabs, and Group C indoor cars is thinning out, as I see. Not much time. Robert Butler almost got that 000, but that's gonna be a great run to turn on the win light. 001 take 005 to be 28th thou above the 578 dial. Jeff Jones behind at the start, got there second and goes 605 on the 607. Greg Sabatino and Kevin Shearer. Greg, 653 on the left in the pickup. Kevin, 714 in the square nose pickup on the right. Major starting line advantage for Kevin. He's going to turn on the win light. 005 and 23 thou above to be 28 total. Greg was a ways behind on the start and goes 17 thou above. Kevin Shearer moving on. Mark Kidd and Ricky Needham. Mark, 591 on the left. Ricky, 583 on the right. Mark sharing the driving duties in the Chevy 2 with his son Race. Just celebrated a birthday yesterday. There it is. There's a 000s. One of them is 000. Ricky Needham is trip zip dead on 9. 9 total. Mark Kidd behind at the start. Got there second and goes 589 on the 591. So Ricky Needham will win the first Perform Air Pro Weather Station courtesy of Altronics. Looks like we got 2 pairs of door cars left and 1 more weather station up for grabs. Going to be Andy Schmall and Hank Pramov. Andy, 597 on the left. Hank, 567 on the right. Separate him. Win light to Hank Pramov. 17 and 3 above. Is going to turn on the win light. Andy was 14. Get there first. 39 to break out 4th out. Needed 35 or less. Scotty Richardson and Hector Delgado. Scotty in the Chevy 2, 609 on the left. Hector, 652 on the right. The newer Mustang. Separate him in reaction time. That's a big window to give Scotty Richardson as he's 005 dead on 2 to be 7 total. I believe Mike Ames just reminded me that in Scotty's first entry, I think he was 6 total. He was either 6 total or 8 total. So Scotty's off to a good start. As Mike Ames said, this is just in. I don't agree with this as the just in part. Scotty Richardson's pretty good. No surprise, as he's 15 total combined in his first 2 entries. Robbie here, Troy Grant, first 2 dragsters of this session. Robbie is 11, get their first 18 thou to be 19 thou above. Troy Grant behind on the start. Got their second and goes 4 thou under. Couple of door cars from Team Mexico. Raul Salazar on the left, 829 dial. Right side, Renee Cantu, 512 dial on the right. Separate him, win light, gonna go to Renee. 13, getting there second to be 16 thou above. Raul was 17, got there first by just a little over a car length and goes 823 on an 829. Next pair of dragsters, Mike Rock in the traffic cone, 490 dial on the left. Right side, Chance Parker, 485. Parker and is going to turn on the win light. 18 dead 7, going to be 25 total. Mike Rock behind on the start, goes dead on 2, getting there second. Chance Parker moving on. Aaron G, 471 dial on the left. Matt Lee on the right, 488. Aaron is 11 green and goes 466 on the 471. Gonna move on. Randall Reed was a 2018 winner of the Spring Fling Million here at Las Vegas. He's gonna be dialed at a 461. Right side, Diane Pettit, 538. Affair. Diane Pettit leaving first was the lesser of the two red lights, was 13 on the red side. Randall leaving second was 15 red. True Start doing a little bit of work. So Diane Pettit gonna move on. Steve White, 496 on the left. Right side, Grady Johnson, 471. Both drivers taking their time to stage. They're in and set. Steve is 17 thou on the red side. Grady gonna move on. Both drivers are under. Grady under by 7 thou. Steve under by 5 thou. Being that Steve was red, Grady is gonna move on. Austin Williams and Bodie Bennett. Austin, 462 dial in the shorty on the left side. Bodie, 454 on the right. Austin Williams, 10, getting their second to be dead on 1, 11 total. Bodie was 20, take 2 thou at the stripe to be 11 thou under. Austin Williams moving on after being 11 total. Jeremy Heffler and Scott Holbrook. Jeremy, 463 on the left. Scott, 515 on the right. Separate him, win light on a double breakout. 003, take 10 thou at the stripe to be 17 thou under. Jeremy was 15 and 19 thou under. Margin of victory, 2 thou going to Scott Holbrook. Starting to see a little bit of a trend. Believe there's been a breakout, I want to say, in the last 4 or 5 pairs. Separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to get the win light. Trayton Band, perfect, take 10 thou at the stripe to win the double breakout, going 492 on the 495. Andy Taylor was 17 and goes 433 on the 437. Margin of victory, 7 thou going to Trayton Band after being perfect on the starting line. Trip West and Mark Campbell. Trip, 509 on the left. Mark, 463 on the right. Big starting line advantage to Mark Campbell and the win light. 4, take 4 to be 11 thou under. Trip behind on the start and goes 504 on the 509. Yet another double breakout. Dan Lafferty and Cooper Chun. Pretty good West Coast matchup. Dan out of Idaho, 448 on the left. Cooper out of Washington, 528. Lafferty, 27, and goes 446 on the 448. Another double breakout. Seeing the flags starting to move the top end of the track, just past the grandstands. Alls I can say is it's a little fast out there. Those flags are moving. Troy Williams Jr. and Brian Bennett. Troy, 467 on the left. Brian, 443 on the right. Troy is Ryan, 31 on the green side and dead on 2. So Brian Bennett moving on. Sean Page and Anthony Bovin. Sean, 491 on the left. Anthony, 578 on the right. Separate him. Win light to Sean Page. How about 2 total? 002 dead on 0. Anthony Bovin a little behind at the start. Goes dead on 4. Sean Page. I believe that's the best package we've seen today. Doug Foley Jr., 467 on the left. Right side, Ryan Zermano, 483. Separate him. Win light going to Doug Foley. 14 take 3 thou at the stripe to be 23 thou above the 467. Ryan behind at the start, got there second and was still 2 thou under. Mikkel McQueen, 486 dial on the left. Right side, Tony Burton, 460. Separate him. Top end, win light to Mikkel. 19 take 15 to be dead on 9. Tony Burton was 17 and goes 462 on the 460. Mikkel McQueen moving on. Brian Kennedy, 455 on the left. Right side, Dustin Henges, 485. Side for Dustin Henges. Brian was 39 green. Both drivers are under the dial. Brian gonna move on. Gabby Needham, 520 on the left. Austin Calhoun, 481 on the right. Separate him in reaction time. Win light to Austin Calhoun. 19 taking 14th out the stripe to be dead on 5. Gabby behind at the start, got their second and goes 518 on the 520. It's a good matchup. Spencer Massey, former Top Fuel driver, 466 on the left. Right side, Sugar Shane Carr, 456. Separate him, win light to Shane Carr. 12 getting their second to be dead on 8. Spencer was 28 getting their first 13th thou to go, 463 on the 466. Shane Carr moving on. Keith Camblin and Bradley Johnson. They're going to go heads up. 452 dials a pair. Separate them. Win light. Gonna go to Keith Camblin. 21, take a thou at the stripe to be a thou under to win the double breakout. Bradley Johnson was 31 and 10 thou under. Margin of victory, 9 thou on the double breakout, going to Keith Camblin. Johnny Ezel and Michael Johnson. 462 dial for JBR on the left. 485 for Michael Johnson on the right. Separated, they're 5 thou combined in reaction time. Win light going to Michael Johnson. 002 and a thou under is going to win the double breakout. Johnny 003 take 13 to be 15 thou under. We will now take Group D to the staging lanes for round number 1. And with that being said, now would be a good time to turn the mic back over to Mr. Mike Ames. Mike, thank you.
Marco, thanks for the break. Great job as always. Your insight and knowledge about how this game is played is great to share with everybody, both on property and on the great BANGshift DragRacer.tv live feed. Corey Needham and Kyle Rizzoli. And Rizzoli, who got beat in the Camaro earlier this morning, is going to go 003 and one above and be good. It's Corey Needham out of Ohio, 19 green, 536.8 on the 535, and will bow out in round number 1. Will have an opportunity to come visit the Diva desk and buy back into the program. Again, great seeing the chat bleachers in full effect. Everybody that is watching both near and far across this wonderful planet that we get to call home, spending part of your day with us here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries, here on $30,000 Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. We're still in round number 1, that Torque Tools round number 1 with Megan Molinari and Dylan Hout. A couple of Division 6 competitors. Megan out of Battleground, Washington, 417 in Megan's dragster. Dylan has already pushed one entry into round number 2 and will push both entries into second round. 19 green, one above is good on the numbers. Megan is 11 at the start, breaks it out by 1 thou. Was in front at the finish line, 20 thousandths of a second, as Megan just hogged up the stripe like a rat on a Cheeto. As Dylan takes both entries into round number 2, Megan has to buy back in both entries. She ended up on the wrong side in her first entry, as well as Tom Clark and Mark Lalonde. The Lond out of Cottonwood, Arizona. Yancer prepared dragster over on the Pennzoil side, the right lane as we're looking down track. 497 the prediction. Tom Clark out of Spokane, Washington, 449. The dial for Tom and Lalonde is red by 3 thou. Tom Clark, 008, and a free look at 449. He's going to look at 447.5 through 660 feet. But to get the win on the Lalonde red light by 3 little bitty ones is Jansen Melton and Jeremy Rapp. Rapp, a hometown gig here for Jeremy, former track champ at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway, 463. The dial for JR, Jansen Melton. Out of Tennessee. 447. On the board for Jansen. Thou is going to be the difference down there. And Jansen Melton being 11 total completely locks Jeremy Rapp out. Jeremy Rapp is 12 on the starting line and was just a big, massive, colossal waste of space. And dead on one. Jansen Melton, 11 total. Jeremy Rapp, 13 total. And Jeremy Rapp, your consolation prize is to come visit the Diva desk upstairs and buy back into the show. It's just filthy dirty. It's Carson Campbell and Michael Otis. Carson, the young man out of Olympia, Washington. Mullis prepared dragster for Carson, 490. The dial, Michael Otis out of Parker, Colorado. 488 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. But 488 is going to be the winning laps time for Carson Campbell on a double breakout. 21 green, under by 12 thou. What's Carson Campbell? Michael Otis. 17 at the start. 486.2, breaking out by 18 thou. 6 thou going to be the margin of victory over for Carson Campbell. Michael Needham and Gary Wombolt. Needham out of Hamilton, Ohio, 509, the predicted performance for the dragster left side. And Gary Wombolt, the winged dragster. Miller prepared machine for Gary, 496. The prediction on the Pennzoil side. Four thou is the difference on the starting line. Gary Wombolt on another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. 494.5 for Wombolt, under by 15 thousandths of a second. Michael Needham, under by 27 thou. Was 12 at the rip for Gary Wombolt. We'll advance into round number 2. It's Ted Seipel and Greg Christensen. Yes, that is Ted in the dragster. Red light start for Ted by 3 thou. Greg Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado is 10 green and 466. After Seipel was red by 3, was 481 on the 480, but Ted got the Ferrari into round number 2. Have to buy back in the dragster is Ryan Harem and Lorene Rogers. Miss Lorene out of Seligman, Arizona. Lorene was not able to illuminate a win light in round number 1. Ryan Harem for Team Mobile 1. Had a really good start to the 2022 racing season, as Mr. Harem. He did send me a message a little while ago letting me know that Dodger baseball was starting, and my reply to him, well, like the game was starting today, and my response to him was nobody cares about Dodger baseball. As the call has been made for Group D into the staging lanes. You should all be heading that way, if you would, please. So Harem left side is red by 1 foul. Marine is 49 green and 3 quick. As Harem turns on that big, ugly, nasty, stinky, heinous, putrid, grotesque red light by 1 little bitty one. So Harem will bring $190 back up to the towers. Elizabeth Salmons and Donnie Burleson. Elizabeth out of Ohio in the wingless dragster. Over on the Las Vegas side, 484 is the dial. Donnie Burleson, Richmond, Texas. 454, the prediction through 660 feet. There for Donnie. And literally right now, I could make 40 Big Lebowski references. But Donnie is going to get through round number 1. 19 green and 1 above is good. Elizabeth Salmons was obviously worrying about the rug tying the room together versus getting the finger off the button, as Elizabeth was 132 at the start. As Donnie Burleson, 19 green and in full control to get the win, as Taylor Strange and Blake Johnson, as we are all Colorado. Taylor out of Alamosa took it down to 8 cars in that American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint shootout last night for being bested by your eventual winner, Jim Glenn. Blake Johnson, the undercover prepared dragster, 463. There for Blake. Double 08 is second off the starting line, as Taylor Strange is just dirty. 003 dead on 7 to be 10 total. Blake Johnson was 008, leaving second, and was 465 on the 463 to end up on the wrong side of the win light there in round number 1 as Johnny Carter and Kyler Hergemiller. Kyler out of Brighton, Colorado, 460. Johnny Carter out of Hobbs, New Mexico. Johnny Cortland and that team. Kyler, right side. Johnny over on the left side. About a half a bulb head start there for Johnny. We are in round number 1 here on Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 Wednesday. Kyler, Johnny, Kyler. Kyler, 008, 1 above to be 7th thou in front. 008 take it 7th thou, gets it done more often than not. Johnny Carter, 27 green, dead on 5, and was completely locked out. It's Jeff Taylor and Shane Thompson. Speaking of Silver State Refrigeration, that is his entity. Can't say enough good things about Shane Thompson and all the great things he does supporting racing all across the country. Longtime partner of the Fling events is Shane Thompson. Jeff Taylor out of Paxi Junction, Arizona. 1 thou is the difference right down there. And Shane Thompson dead on 3 to get the win. 15 green, taking 2 thou at the stripe is good. See that Pennzoil scoreboard lit up, as Jeff Taylor is 16 green, dead on 4, and ends up 2 thou behind. And he'll be a first-round runner-up as Phil Unruh and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield on the pickup out of OHIO Phil Unruh for special medals. 451 the dial. For Phil, Bloomfield almost got a little crazy. 001 dead on 9 for Bloomfield. Phil Unruh is 549 and idling down the racing surface. As Phil Unruh has not had a very good first round, as he was not able to stage up the Roadster in round number 1. Was looking for an air motive pump earlier, and now doesn't have a good time in the dragster alongside Mike Bloomfield Jr. As Dave Secondy and Dan Northrup. Dave Secondy out of Washington, the Mullis prepared dragster. Dan Northrup, Race Tech prepared machine. That Don Butkowitz whip. 477. Red light start for Dave Secondy. And then dead on. Of course, red and dead on. Dan Northrup, 11 green and 4 quick. But it was all over like 2 inches into 660 feet. As Dave Secondy is read by Babe Ruth 3000, Alberto Sevda. And our winner from last night, Jim Glenn. Jim was bounced in his first entry earlier today. Alberto out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon in Mexico. I love every time somebody from Team Mexico comes up, the support that they give each other. There's like 26 people on the left-hand side supporting their driver, Jim Glenn. A bad hombre, Casey Lane race car. Glenn is in. Alberto is in. Glenn behind at the starting line. Alberto is going to break out. Alberto is 005 and under by 25 thousandths of a second. Jim Glenn will get 1 entry into round number 2. Being 14 green, 1 above. Jim Glenn takes out Alberto Sevdas, J.J. Cook, and Michael Pennington. J.J. out of Wichita Falls in the state of Texas, Michael Pennington. Out of the great state of Texas, Pennington racing family. Yeah, and the feed. I agree, Hodge. You should be here with Gleghorn. Pennington, 003 is going to get the win. J.J. Cook's read by 19 thou. Pennington runs it all the way out, 466.4 at 149 on the speed. J.J. Cook turns a red 19 thou. He'll come see the Diva Desk and buy back into the show with Shane Molinari and Philip Pennington. Molinari in the first entry today was 10 total. Fastest car on property, as we look down yonder at the Las Vegas scoreboard, 403 is the scoreboard. I said I look down yonder. See, I got to get ready for Galat in 2 weeks, where you have to like yonder and y'all and all y'all and. It's Philip Pennington, 3 Rivers, Texas, 488 is the dial. Molinari in that screaming Pro Charge dragster. It's just angry. Be aggressive, be aggressive is Shane Molinari's motto. Red light start for Pennington by a bunch. Molinari a free look at 403 and he only goes 405. What a disappointment. 178 there for Shane Molinari as he moves 2 entries into round number 2. His daughter Megan Has to buy back in both entries. Shane gets both of his through. Marco Abruzzi. And KJ Desa here in round number 1. So Marco left side, KJ right side. KJ's made about, well, a gajillion runs down the strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. KJ is large red and dead on 0. 63 red, dead 0 for KJ. He'll be a first round casualty. It's Marco Abruzzi, 34 green and 4th thou fast. But a move in round number 2. This is Jorge Saldivar and Thomas Bear. All right, attention to the pit area. Anthony Matassa. Anthony, can you please come up to the tower, see the Diva desk, if you would, please? Mr. Matassa, could you please come see the Diva desk upstairs? This is Jorge for Team Mexico on the dragster. 475 the number. Thomas Bear for Team Lucas Oil and that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Red light start for Bear by 2 thou. Jorge is 19 green, dead 0. And he sticks the landing. There for Jorge. Thomas Bear after being red by 2 thou. And 4 fast there for Bears. Vinny Domino and Rob White. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. Rob White out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Dirty White Boys, the Mullis chassis for Rob, 511. Rob in control. And Rob White out of Canada going to get the win. 003, 513 is good. Vinny Domino, 26 up front. Got to the finish line first by 1 thou, but he broke it out 4 thou, and the combination of numbers that Rob White put on the scoreboard. Vinny Domino was not going to illuminate a win light there in round number 1. It's Chris Galitti and Stan Essery. Chris, 441 for Team Rad Tour Tools. Stan Essery, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Essery flickering that bottom bolt before it gets fully illuminated. Off and away. Chris left side. Stan right side. Essery, Galitti. Chris Galitti. 442 on the 441 after being 008. Stan Essery was 21 at the start. He was 13 thou behind at the rip. And 200ths of a second too quick, going 463.0 on the 465. It's 21 thou in front, needed to be 1 thou in front. It's Tim Markoglu and Dalton Giroux. Markoglu, our runner-up from last night. If you asked Tim Markoglu how he was in the first round in his first entry, he would say he was not good. Dalton out of Duke, Alberta. 490 is a dial for Dalton. Markoglu took it all the way to the final alongside Jim Glenn and was pretty good. Jim Glenn was just 8 total in that final. Markoglu better on the starting line here. Dalton is also real good as Dalton was 003, but it's going to break out by 3 thou, taking 14 at the stripe. Tim Markaglu will move 1 entry into round number 2. 008, dead on 6 is 14 total and will advance as Riley Litterkamp and Madison Payne. Riley at Olympia, Washington, 463 the dial, and just like Tim Markaglu in his first entry, if you asked Madison Payne how she was on the starting line in her first entry, Madison would be totally honest and would say she wasn't very good either. She was like 80 and dead on 0 in her first entry. Was not able to illuminate a win light. It's Maddie out of Claremont, California. Good-looking American prepared machine for Madison. Riley Litterkamp, the youngster from Washington. 009 is going to lead last. Riley is going to break out by 9 thou. 001 for Riley Litterkamp. 462-1 on the 463. Under by 9. He was in front by 19 at the stripe. Madison Payne, 009, dead on 2 to be 11 total. As Maddie 11 total takes 1 entry into round number 2 is Raymond Harshbarger and Cassie Pennington. Raymond out of Waterloo, Montana. 484 is the dial. Cassie out of Lavernia for the racing team Penningtons. Cassie Pennington, 006 green, 468 to get the win. Raymond Harshbarger, 30 on the green, 7 thou under, but was still 2 thou behind at the stripe. As Mrs. Emily Biondo popped her head in the announcer booth to let everybody know on property that the RFC swear jar is 100% in effect. So those of you that aren't familiar how that works, we started this several years ago. If something happens on the racing surface during your run, like say you're 001 red and the person in the other lane's like 85 green, well, you're generally going to say some choice words, or like Shannon Bepley here, who's 006 red, and Owen Duffield is 67 green. Shannon Bepley has to come and buy back into round to try to get back into the program. So I guarantee Shannon said, shucks, filth, darn it, bleeping, bleeping, bleeping. So he needs to bring a couple of bucks and put it up in the swear jar. 100% of all those donations in the swear jar goes to Team RFC. There are some infractions that should pay more than other infractions. So there's some things that should be like $1 into the swear jar. There's some things that should be $20 into the swear jar. But once again, all that money that gets raised from a swear jar goes directly to our friends at RFC. And they do a great job supporting racing across the country, and especially here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. This is Marlon Goetz and Kay Jones. Jones is read by 2 thou. And 463 for Marlon is going to get the win, 19 green and 487. So, like, for example, if you are red and then go dead on, that's money in the swear jar. If you are red and dead on 0, that's like more money into the swear jar. Something that Nathan Hershey and myself came up with several years ago. It started out like there was like 5 or 6 pair in a row that were red and dead on, and we said, hey, if you go red and dead on, you have to bring the announcer $1. And we said it like, in jest. And then Nathan and I, as we were waxing poetically, we're like, wait a minute, hold on. We could turn this around and make it even better. It's Chris Whitfield and Jesse Bepley. Jesse will knock out Chris Whitfield. 20 green and 1 above is good. As Chris Whitfield was 005 and got 7 thou behind at the stripe, as Jesse Bepley had a pretty impressive first round as he took out Johnny Zell and Chris Whitfield. But Whitfield, 005 at just 137 miles an hour as he got behind and did not need to do that. It's Perry Camo and Dennis Lithgow. So once again, that RFC swear jar is in effect. If you had something happen on the racetrack and you grabbed that time slip and you said a whole bunch of bad words into the helmet, or when you come up to the diva desk, throw some cheddar into that RFC swear jar. It's Perry and Dennis. Dennis, 14 green, dead on 7. Is 21 on the combined. Perry's 24 at the start and locked out. Tanner Theobald. Reynolds Martinez, Team Mexico. Tanner for Team Theobald, left side. Reynolds right side. The win for Reynolds locked out Tanner Theobald. 19 green, dead on 1. Is 20 total. Tanner was 22 at the rip and had no chance whatsoever as he was locked out as Val Torres Jr. and Trinidad Lopez. Val Torres Jr. out of Chino, California. Yeah, it's pretty prime time over there, 470. The dial for Val Jr. and Trinidad Lopez. Guadalajara, Team Mexico. Team Mexico's had a pretty good showing first round. Got several entries. Proceed. So Trinidad will get the opportunity to leave first with a 480 prediction on that Pennzoil scoreboard. So Trinidad is staged. Val Jr. bumping in. And we're away. Trinidad a little bit better at the start and a little bit better at the end. Team Mexico's up on the wheel this morning. 008 dead on 6 is 14 on the combined. Val Jr.'s 13 green. Needed to be dead nothing to move the win light over into his lane. Goes 469.2, under by 8 thou, but really had no shot as Aaron Steinke and Gilberto Leal out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon in Mexico. 444. The dial-in for Gilberto. Aaron out of Panmure, Alberta, Canada. 454 the dial-in for Aaron. Green, Steinke is going to break out by 14 thou, taking 29 at the stripes. Better at the starting line. 12 green to Gilberto's 25, but Gilberto's got that car dialed 444.2 on the 444. As Gabe Torres and Preston Pennington. Gabe, 469, the dial for G Money out of La Puente. So Peeps Pennington, Three Rivers, Texas, 466. The estimated performance. So Peeps is in. Gabe Torres staging last, which is a complete shock. Says nobody. Peeps, Gabe, Peeps, dead on 1 for Peeps. 21 green, 466.1, snugging 2 thou at the stripe. Peeps takes out Gabe Torres, 27 green and 3 thou under, but still got to the finish line second. JR Learcamp and Leroy Duran in that last pair. 007 on the green light start for JR. And 2 above to be 7th thou in front. 007 taking 007. Is good. Leroy Duran, 21 green and 1 above. And I'll come see the baddest to buy back is Paul Lorton and Dan Provost. So Dan Provost, the Rad Torque guy. 531 for Dan Provost. Out of Canada. Oh, and Provost rolls through. Paul Lorton is going to get the win here. And I'm sure Lorton was a little confused as Provost rolled through the beams. And I'll get the win is Greg Hicks and Gilberto Leal Jr. So Hicks out of North Las Vegas, Nevada for PG. Hicks has already pushed 1 entry into round number next. Looking to go 2 for 2 in round number 1. Gilberto Leal Jr. out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. This Team Mexico had a pretty good round number 1. 455 the estimated performance. Hicks, left side. Gilberto over on the right side. Hicks rocking the scoop to be 470 in the win. 21 green for Hicks. Gilberto Leal Jr. 30 green, 5 above. And that combination of numbers is not going to light up a win light alongside Greg Hicks. So in our BANGshift live feed, Jordy Carlson, yes, Ryan is here, but he's racing. As in Ryan Gleghorn. Or his alter ego, Tyan Gleghorn. As Raul Alanis. Over on the Pennzoil side, 501. With over 500 plus entries. Still have a few that we haven't got entered into the system yet. We're working feverishly to make that happen. Red light start left side. Raul will get a free look at 501. 5 flat with a 1. At 135 on the speed. Moving around number 2. Is Donovan Williams and Don Sefton. Donovan had 1 very successful weekend last week. Put an extra hitch in the giddy up to come over here to be at the Spring Fling Million. 477 the dial for Donovan. Don Sefton, 442. For that top dragster out of Bremerton, Washington. Sefton was perfect this morning and took home that CVD drive shaft assembly certificate from Goethe Enterprises. Brett Goethe is a massive supporter of this event. Donovan in control, looking right. Here comes Sefton. Donovan Williams. Dude is on a roll. 005 dead on 8 to be 13 total. Don Sefton's 21 at the start and just in the way. Donovan Williams just keeps on keeping on as Dave Mazier and Carson Wheeler. Dave out of Escondido. Mullis prepared machine. 484. The prediction from Mazier, the dragster with the wing, and Carson Wheeler out of Wichita, Kansas. red light start for Dave Nazir by 3 thou. Carson Wheeler's 005 and a free look at 455, and he's going to take a big look at 455.4 to be 9 thou total. Nazir is 3 red, dead on 7. Now that is a situation where Dave Nazir needs to bring a couple bucks up to the swear jar. 3 red, dead on. We'll send you up to the Diva desk as Gary Williams and Jimmy Lewis. G-Dub out of Florida. 475 the dial in for Gary. Jimmy Lewis out of Washington. 468 the prediction. .006 is second off the starting line. Rips down there for Gary Williams to get the win. 006 for G-Dub. 478 on the 475 is good. Jimmy Lewis, 004 at the start, was a little bit better. But then 5 above as Gary Williams will advance as Reyes Tamez and Cortland Carter. This is one of the biggest spreads in round number 1. Reyes out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico. 754 the dial. Cortland Carter, 461 the estimate. Reyes, Cortland, Dorcar Dragster. Cortland Carter breaks out. Reyes breaks out. Double breakout win going to go Reyes' way. 41 green and under by 2 hun. Cortland was 17 green, under by 3. And Reyes Tamez. Race Kid. Going to get the win there. 004 to get the win. To move on, the birthday boy from yesterday. And we still never got cake. As we are 11:53 Pacific time. Jason Pad was our random draw for the buy in our C group and gets to have a free opportunity at the racetrack. It's going to be 22 green and 457. That's going to wrap up group number C as we're going to go into group D.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling Bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
And then round 3, we'll talk about that when we get there. Right now, we're kicking off Group D, so we're towards the end of round number 1. And the first pair is going to be Brian Cam and Todd Coltrane.
We don't talk about round 3 yet?
You can talk about round 3.
It's like we don't talk
Sure.
about Bruno.
Hey, listen, you have the mic. You can talk about whatever you want.
Earlier, I was like, we was talking about Yankee baseball.
Well, basically, round 3 is as simple as this. We run you guys in groups for the first 2 rounds and the buyback round. And then when we get to round 3, we go back to the original old format where we call door cars first and then dragsters. So pretty simple.
We hope it's pretty simple. That's Todd Coltrane. Turns on that big, ugly, nasty red light by 7th out, and if he goes dead on, that's going to be a donation to the swear jar, but he got off the gas a little bit to be 4 above. Brian Cam, 006, 497 there for Mr. Cam. So Brian Cam gets out of round number 1 in Group D as we start off as Misty Unser and Dale Toros. Dale, the front engine dragster, who campaigned for a long time in the NHRA Heritage Series in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Misty Unser out of Kuna, in the great state of Idaho. So if you ever want to get like bad looks thrown your direction, be up at Firebird Raceway and call it Kuna. Misty, left side, is 009. They're going to get the win. 468 on the 466 for Misty to move on. Dale Toro, 17 green, under by 11, taking 28 there at the stripe. There for Dale Toros. Misty Unser takes out the front engine dragster is Jeremy Wilson and Dylan Winters. Dylan out of Indiana, 454. The dial in for Dylan and Jeremy Wilson. Grand Junction, the winged race tag dragster. He won in a raffle. How many Spring Fling dragster raffles has Jeremy Wilson won? 9? Yeah. Red light start for Dylan by 6 now. Wilson, 38 green and a look at 459 this morning. 457.8 there for Jeremy. After Dylan was red by 6, is 1 above, but he'll have to come to the Diva desk upstairs to buy back is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. 454, the prediction. And Mike Quinteri making the long tow from Anchorage, Alaska. 488. The prediction for Mike from the Pennzoil side. Hernandez for Team Mexico. 13 green, 2 above is good. Mike Quinteri is not going to want to look at that time slip. 11 green. Breaks out by 8 thou, taking 37. And Mike, I mean, that's probably going to be a $5 donation to the RFC swear jar. It's Jason Thomas and Nathan Thornsley. Jason Thomas out of Boise, 481 the dial. And Nathan Thornsley, Palmer, Alaska, 535 is the dial. Green and green, Nathan and Jason, Jason and Nathan. Give it to Alaska. Nathan Thornsley, 8 green, dead on 8 is 16 total, and Jason Thomas, well, was 46 at the start and had no chance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, gather round. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Buyback. Lanes 1 and 2, please. So again, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Buyback. Oh, hold on a second. Five and 6, excuse me. Lanes 5 and 6. Again, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Buyback. Lanes 5 and 6 is Colton Aragon and Bruce Johnson. Colton out of Grand Junction, Colorado, left side. 476 is the dial-in. Bruce Johnson, 497 is what's on that Denso scoreboard for the runner out of Minnesota. And Colton locks out Bruce Johnson. 005 at the start. Dead on 8 is 13 total. And Bruce is 20 at the start and behind by 5 thou at the finish as Tim O'More, Jacob Stolworthy. Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona. Jacob Stolworthy, Boise, Idaho, 467. The dial for Jacob. Tim O'More, new papa there for Tim O'More. You say Tim O'More and all of a sudden, like, Peter starts to shake up here a little bit. How about that right there for Tim O'More? 009 at the start, dead on 3 is 12 total. Jacob is 13 green and no shot. So Rick Milanazzo and Richard McFarland as Tim O'More moves on. Rick out of Windsor, Colorado, the TNT Supercar 445, alongside Richard McFarland in that home-built ride out of Yucca Valley. Just a cool dragster. There, Richard McFarland. The scoop is A+. Fun little race car. Red light start for Richard by 3 thou. Milanazzo. If we look at 445, 446 at 155 for Rick. McFarland, 003 red and 2 above. And he will come up and buy back. Once again, buybacks will be today only. Tomorrow's event, Saturday event, will not have buybacks. So buybacks today only. It's Travis Theobald and David Thornton. Travis out of Washington, Utah. Theobald Motorsports. And David Thornton. Mullis prepared dragster. 471 the dial for David. 477 there for Travis. Travis Theobald going to get the win as Thornton goes 67 red. Travis is 12 green, 2 quick, but all good because that Las Vegas scoreboard was already lit up there for Travis Theobald. It's Brandon Umberger and Dave Kamblowski. Dave in the tall wing. Like a 9-foot wing on the top of that dragster. $4.99 is the dial for Dave and Brandon Umberger. I haven't talked to Big Check this week. Where's the pickle? And Dave Kamblowski is getting the sign to shut off. Brandon Umberger going to get the solo. Umberger, a free rip of the tree and a look at 469. He's 30 green. And 4 quick. Fortunately for Dave Kamblowski, he's going to get pushed off. So a little cleanup over here on the Pennzoil side. So Brian Watts and Trevor Larson, as Brian Watts is being backed up and pushed off the line. Tough break there for Brian. So Trevor Larson for Larson Farms out of Minnesota and wife Kendra's whip. So Trevor, free opportunity to tree in the track. As he's off the gas, already going 476 and out in front by 128. As Jake Jones and Mike Bloomfield Sr. Jake left side of the Sal Jordan. Jill, Tim, and the Jones clan. 009 for Jake, 463 to get the win. Bloomfield's 53 at the start. Dead on 6. And a hun behind to the finish. There for Jake Jones. So Hannah Vandermeer. And Clinton. Fife. Hannah, 45 green. And Dead on 8 will get the win. Clinton was 16 green, breaks out 16 thou, and took 53 down there. And the little land shark is Hannah Vandermeer. Moving around number 2 is Kaylee McKibben. And Kaylee McKibben. Mike, 14 green, 5 above is good. Kaylee, 23 and almost a 10th above to be not good. That's Kelly Ritchie and David Meyer. Kelly Ritchie, Sherwood Park, Alberta. 467 on the dial. David Meyer, the machine, Sheridan, CA. Kelly, left side. David, right side. David Meyer, 005 dead, nothing. To be 5 total. Kelly Ritchie, 15 green, 2 above, and had no shot at all. David Meyer had him locked out. David Meyer had Kelly Ritchie locked out. Justin Hoff and Dwayne Ringeth. Justin, the birthday boy for Boise Valley Towing. And Vandermeer Racing, Dwayne Ringeth. Took it down to the semifinals in our American Race Car Shootout yesterday from Rocky View, County, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Motorsports Group. True start flip for Dwayne Ringeth. Both competitors are red. Dwayne left first, was 11th thou in front of green. Justin left second, was 20. The worser of the red lights was Justin Hoff, who left second. Dwayne Ringeth via true start. As we think about Kyle Seipel and Peter Biondo, who were the brainchild behind True Start, Dwayne Ringeth. Moving around number 2, Sean Hart and Jason McFarland. Painter boy over there out of Layton, Utah, 482 for Mr. Hart. Jason McFarland, 506 for McFarland out of Texas. Utah left side, Texas right side. Sean and Jason. Jason and Sean. Sean Hart, double breakout win. 11 green, under by 4 thou. Was in front by 5 thou at the finish. McFarland, 24 at the start. Was behind by 13 thou and broke out by 12 thousandths of a second on a double breakout. Sean Hart. Come back in round number 2 is Roy Craycraft and J. Scott Ball. As we keep rolling with Torque Tools, round number 1. Here on Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. It is Wednesday, right? Roy in that fendered Yancer dragster out of Mesa. Gold Digger ride, 482. For Mr. Craycraft, Scott Ball, San Antonio, Texas. A brand new Miller prepared dragster, 469. The dial for J. Scott Ball. Roy is late, and J. Scott Ball parlayed that starting line advantage into a round 1 victory. In addition to Roy being late, he was slow. And those 6 words in bracket racing, like, rarely work out to a win. If you are late, and slow, it is generally no bueno. J. Scott Ball, pretty easy one there. For the runner out of San Antonio, it's Elliot Franco and Todd Robinson. I believe Roy Craycraft might have left a little bit of stuff as we're pushing Elliot Franco back. So our starting line crew going to work over on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. So, one of the new additions that will involve our chat bleachers that we are going to do every single day, right? Every day, including on $1 Million Friday. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. So to involve our friends in the live feed, our great friends from Optima Battery, every single day we're going to give away a yellow top Optima Battery certificate. And it will be involved, and it will go to one of our great friends in the chat bleachers. We're going to do it every single day at a specific time. We're going to get on the chat. We're going to talk about how we're going to give that away. But every single day during the K&N Spring Fling event here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway, presented by Optima Batteries, we are going to give away a yellow top Optima battery to one of our great fans in the chat bleachers. And we have ways that we're going to give it away, but at a specific time, we'll make sure that we know and we tell everybody when that time is going to be. But just something to look forward to in the chat bleachers. Those of you that are spending part of your work day or after your work day with us, watching the live feed on both BANGshift and Drag Racer TV with the multiple camera angles and all the great feed with Chad Reynolds and Warren Evans. The BANGshift side of things is the one that has the live feed. But unparalleled coverage of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We're going to have a special prize we're going to give away to one of our friends in the chat bleachers every single day. The great Optima yellow top battery. Every single day. It's Elliot Franco and Todd Robinson fired back up and ready to go. Elliott, 538 the dial for the La Palma, California Spitzer-based dragster. Todd Robinson, Corpus Christi, Texas. Red light start on both sides, and another true start win for Elliott Franco. Elliott left first, was 001. Todd Robinson left second, was 004, and via true start. And I know that when those true start victories come, you know that Kyle Seipel's got a smile on his face looking down on this event. It's Elliott, 001 red, the lesser of the offenders, as Todd Robinson was 004 on the red side. We'll head to the buyback booth. It's Keith Winters and Willie Flores. Keith out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That winged Mullis Dragster, 458. There for Mr. Winters and Willie Flores, San Angelo, Texas. The non-winged dragster on the Pennzoil side, 491, the estimated performance for Willie. We're off and away. Winters is in a hole, but is going to make it work. Willie, 22 green, breaks out by 3 thou, taking a 10th. Yeek. Keith Winters, 50 up front, 7 over down there, and will make it work. Is Mike Brundage and Jeff Burns. Brundage out of California, Sarmento chassis, 509 for Mike, and Jeff Burns, Tennessee. 445 the dial in for Jeff. Two small ones, the difference on the starting line, and Jeff Burns, dead zero. 445 nothing on the 445 to be 20 total. Mike Brundage was 18 green, 2 better at the start. Dows 509, goes 5089, taking 3 thou, breaking out by 1 thou. As Jeff Burns sticks the landing. And moving to round number 2 is Rodney Parks and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica, Carterville, Illinois. 465 is the dial. Rodney out of Texas. 492 for the wing worthy machine. Jessica a little bit behind at the starting line, and Rodney Parks is going to take that advantage they got on the short end. Rodney, 15 green, 1 above is good. Jessica, 26 at the start, and 16 thou over to be a hun behind. This is Neil Pressimoni and Tyler Smith. So Neil, 487 for the dragster out of Las Vegas in the Las Vegas lane. Tyler Smith out of Rancho Cucamonga. Ray Miller prepared race car, 469 the number. There for Tyler Smith. Neil is in. One thou is the difference right down there, and Tyler Smith going to get the win on the big end on the double breakout. 13 green for Tyler, under by 23 thou, going 466.7 on the 469. Neil, 14 green, and goes 484 on the 487. When you do the math, you perform your order of operations, add, subtract, multiply, and divide. 3 thou be the margin of victory over there for Tyler Smith. It's Tim Parton and Chevy Reeves. Chevy out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Chevy will have the opportunity to leave first, 4:58 on that Pennzoil scoreboard. And off the gas early for Reeves. Parton out in front, 25 green and 4:59. Reeves is off the gas and already stopped. Is not going to make it through 660 feet. As Tim Parton will light up the Las Vegas scoreboard, being 4 above, as we are going to send our rescue team from the top end to check on Chevy Reeves there, Peter Biondo.
Little bit of a break in the action. Attention to pits. Group A door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. So if you bought back and you're in Group A and you're a door car, you can start heading this way to staging lanes 1 and 2. So for the buyback round, we will be calling in groups just as we are in round 1 and round 2. So Group A, door cars. And Group A, dragsters, you were on a short standby for the buyback round. So the whole concept behind that is that in the double entry groups, they all are one group, but we give the door cars the opportunity to run against other door cars. So we call them up first. But once we call the dragsters in, it's free game. However they pull in, door cars can pull in with the dragsters if they like in the double entry groups. And I am really appreciative of you racers, and coming into this event, I was a little bit nervous about the format. I was nervous about a lot of things: fuel prices, not having my best friend and business partner here with us, but I was also a little bit nervous about this format and how it would be received by the racers. And I am amazed on the reception and how easily you guys are making our job. So thank you, racers. Had a couple of did a couple of interviews when we were out there, Mr. Eames.
Yes. With who?
Rose Ezel. That's Mrs. Rose Ezel to you. It was pretty cool talking about raising Johnny Ezel, and so you guys on the live feed, I'm telling you, you're in for a treat. That's going to be showed later on the live feed, also probably showed on our Facebook page. And that's just the beginning. We also have practice tree personalities where we are getting a driver up here, doing a short interview with them, and then they have to run one of the Fling staff on a practice tree, first to 3 win lights. If they could beat us, they get a free t-shirt, and it's all going to be recorded live.
I think we need to do me and Nathan Hershey.
We can do that, but you guys get free t-shirts already.
Well, yeah, I just think bragging rights.
I think we should have, let's see. I want to put Foster up against somebody. I haven't figured out who yet.
Jonathan Adams.
No, I want to put him up against a racer.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan Adams, we could put him up against a racer,
I think
too.
Greg Foster, or Jeff Foster and Greg Hicks.
That would be good. So we got a lot of cool stuff coming your way via the live stream. You guys stay tuned. Obviously, we have the live screen, the live timing screen that's added to this event. We also have the replay the finish line replay, which is cool. And we're going to have a bunch of cool content coming your way. So and the Optima Battery a Day giveaway to be given away each day between 3 and 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to the chat bleachers.
Which is awesome, because we love the participation in the chat bleachers.
Yes, we do. And speaking of that, Jake from State Farm. What's up, Jake?
He's not here.
He is not here.
I
He's
think
working at State Farm.
There must be something like where Jake, Gleghorn, and myself can't be in the same location at the same time.
Maybe
because it's never happened.
Maybe they don't like you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you can't take a hint.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's Ed Olpen and Jack Sadler. Here in round number 1, Olpen right side is going to not end up with the win light. 30 green for Olpen and 5 above. Jack Sadler, 47 green, dead on 9, is good enough to take out Mr. Olpen. Ed will have to come to the buyback booth. Get back in the show is Tristan Craig and Allison McComb. Tristan out of Las Vegas, Nevada. 518 is the dial. Allison McCone out of Clovis picked up her first ever national event win at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. In Super Comp, Allison and John and the team. All right, so Peter Biondo. So Allison McCone picked up her first ever national event win. Your first ever national event win was?
U.S. Nationals.
I mean, is that like a big deal to win that race?
Well, in 1993 it was.
And who did you beat? Who'd you beat in the final?
Nathan Martin.
Really?
He was 19 and I was 20.
So Tristan Craig will take out Allison McCone. 11 green, dead on 1 to be 12 total. And Tristan's like, I really appreciate that you were the Super Comp winner of the national event, but I'm going to be 12 total. And you can join your dad, John, at the buyback booth. That's just rude. There's Jim Reichenbach and Scott Lemon. Scott for Team Drag Race Solutions and Team Collector Tethers out of Tennessee. Made it down to the semis last night before Jim Glenn took him out in their American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. Jim Reichenbach out of Montana, 461 the dial. And Lemon will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Lemon better down at the starting line and better at the finish line. 10 green, 2 above. And a pretty easy one there for Scott Lemon. Jim was 41 at the start and 2 above and no good. Scotty Lemon will advance as Val Torres and Mo Trujillo.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
Someone on the live chat, Beyond the Badge. It's going to be Hannah Cook versus Jeff Foster.
That's a good one.
So Hannah Cook, sometime today we'll get you up to the timing tower. We're going to do a short interview with you. And Jeff, you better start practicing.
Hannah's pretty good. Val Sr. and Mo Trujillo. Val is 007 on the starting line and gave up 7 thou as Val was perfect and then breaks out by 5 thou. Mo Trujillo, 7 green, 459 on the 458 will advance. Val was perfect at the start, breaks out by 5 thou, was in front by 28 at the finish line. It was Mo. We'll get to come around in round number 2. It's Mike Carter, and Steve Law. Law, the runner out of Indiana. 475 the dial for Steve. Cardner, Bedford, Texas. The winged dragster over on the Pennzoil side. Red light start for Steve Law by 6 thou. Carter is 10 green and a free look at 439. And when he grabs the time slip, he's going to have the winner thing and the little slashies pointed over his direction. And he'll say 440. As Logan War and Keoki Desa. Logan picked up his first divisional win in Super Comp at race number 1. Your first divisional win, Peter Biondo, was... I mean, when you've won so many, it's hard to remember where your first one was.
Or I'm just that old that it was that long ago.
You are 51.
Don't say that out loud.
That's okay. Somebody was 51 on the reaction time, and I said I don't want to say what the reaction time was, but it's Peter Biondo's age.
First divisional win, I honestly don't remember. What was it?
I'm sure somebody in the chat room is going to Google that and
please do.
find it. Logan, Keoki. Logan left side, Keoki right side. Keoki, 455 on the 454 to get the win as Logan War got behind by 2 thou. Logan was better at the start by a little bit, but got 2 thou behind at the finish line. To bow out in round number 1 is Lindsay Meserve and Savannah Kidd. Lindsay for Theobald Motorsports, the dragster, with Trevor and Knox and the whole team cheering on Lindsay. St. George for Lindsay, 478, and the fun hater, Savannah Kidd, out of Marana, Arizona. 586 the dial for Savannah. We are staged and away. A couple of young ladies, side by side. Savannah looking to the left. Here comes Lindsay. Savannah Kidd going to break out. 11 at the start for Savannah. Lindsay was 17 green and under by 8 thou. And on that double breakout, Lindsay Meserve was on the right side of things. Savannah, 11 green and under by 4 hun. To be on the wrong side of the double breakout as Shelby Williams and Hannah Cook, another couple of very talented young ladies down here on the starting line. Shelby for K&N. Dad Steve back behind. His daughter, I'm sure Mom Janet is watching the live feed. Hannah Cook out of Novato. Dad David back behind his daughter on the right-hand side in the Pennzoil lane. Hannah, 458 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. It's side-by-side red lights. Not a true start situation, as Shelby was 14 red and left first. Hannah was 001 red, leaving second. But Hannah Cook takes out Shelby Williams here in round number 1. There's Ramiro Rivera and Nathan Martin. And Nathan Martin. Cannondale, Texas. Dragster over there on the right side. Pennzoil lane, 462. With no time runs yesterday, it was Nathan Martin. Ramiro Rivera, Monterrey Nuevo Leon, Team Mexico. It's going to get the win. 20 green, 1 above. As Nathan Martin is 30 green and 13 too quick. So Tyler Murrup over on the right side. And I believe it's Jeff Devey over on the left side. I believe, but don't quote. Red light start, left lane. Tyler Murrup, 002 for Team Jordan Mower. And 498 to get the win. So my Group A door cars, 1 and 2 for the buyback round, you should all be in there. We'll get our Group A dragsters up in the lanes, if you would, please. So again, Group A dragster of the buyback round. Get you up in the staging lanes, if you would, please. Group A dragsters up in the buyback round is Peyton Janik. PJ out of Las Vegas, Nevada. 477 the dial for PJ. And Bree Johnson out of Colorado, 485 the number. Over on the Pennzoil side. Again, my Group A dragster buyback round. Group A dragster buyback round. You should be headed this way. Janik is red by 12 thou. Bree Johnson, 26 green. And 494 on the 485. After Peyton was red by 12 thou, was then 4 thou too quick. Peyton said she's going to run 477, goes 476 with a 6. Is Austin Schoenfeld and Nick Axman. Austin, the front engine dragster to Magna, Utah. Nick Axman. TNT Supercar 420. The prediction. Axman trying to chase down the front engine dragster of Austin Schoenfeld and will make it happen. 009 and 1 above for Nick. Austin was 22 green and under by 6 hun. As he put the wrong number on the car. 505 and went 499 is Shelby Ray Schoenfeld and Alexis Thompson. Shelby just completed her licensing procedures at the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. See Tom out in front with his new student. Shelby alongside Alexis Thompson for Team Silver State here on Silver State Wednesday. Here at the K&N Spring Fling Million. Alexis red by 4 thou. Shelby going to get the win. 72 green, 1 above for Shelby. Pick up her first win in competition off the top. Alexis 4 red, 461, 8 on the 462 for Alexis Thompson, but it was all over right off the bat. It's Daniel Carranza and Morgan Rose. Morgan, also for Team Silver State. Daniel, and one of the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing machines. Daniel, 499 on the dial. Morgan Rose, 452 for Team Silver State. Daniel, way late getting the finger off the button. Morgan Rose going to get an easy one there. 42 green and 11 above. Daniel was 8-3-0 at the start, which led to that first round runner-up as Todd Zeller. 452 the dial in for Zeller out of Michigan. I didn't take a close look at the dragsters that drove by. Supercharger. Leave behind Zeller's head. Gonna get the win, dead on one to advance. There for Zeller. That's Chuck Babcock and Dustin Wirtz. As we have two pair of dragsters left to wrap up Torque Tools round number one before we move into the buyback round. And it looks like Kevin Johnson, who was pulled as the buy, is now being moved over to the side. Red light start for Chuck Babcock, Dustin Wirtz. Going to go into round number 2, 21 green. And 459.7 on the 460 for Dustin. Chuck Babcock was 9-5 red. And our final pair ends up being the single. Tough break for Kevin Johnson, who was our random pull for the buy. Car pull forward under the arch and then made a left-hand turn, obviously something that they didn't like. And Kevin will not get the opportunity to take on Josh Lutke here in round number one. Josh, that dude's prime time out of Indiana. He's bona fide. He's got credentials. Josh, for your opportunity here in round number one. See where he's at. 25 green and 449. The 446 there for Josh to wrap up Torque Tools round number one. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We finished round number one at 12:48 Pacific Standard Time. So 4 hours and 48 minutes to run round number one. Considering the amount of cars on property, it's not too shabby. So we will take a look at all of the data. We will determine our best losing package winners. You get a take home that $500 bonus from our friends at Torque Tools, Chris Galitti and the team. As we move into our Larice Motorsports Insurance buyback round and the pro side, Craig Merrilies and Justin Lamb. Justin was dispatched by Joy Cazzetti in the first round. Justin out of Henderson, Nevada in the trusty Cobalt. 563 the dial in for Justin. Craig Merrilies out of Windsor in the 72 Nova. 648 the dial. Lamb's 563, and Lamb is out in both first round and the buyback round. Craig Merrilies 26 or 15 green and 4 above. Justin Lamb is 26 at the start and a Hun 2 quick, taking 39 at the finish line. And knowing Justin how I know Justin, he's going to be pretty disappointed in himself right there. What happened down there at the big end of the racetrack is John Victorino and Wyatt Izell. Victo out of Novato. The S10, 785 is the dial in for John. Wyatt Izell, 635 for Team Louisiana. The 69 Nova. Victo looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Wyatt. 2 thou coin flip on the starting line. And Wyatt Ezell going to get the win on a double breakout. Under by 1 thou is Ezell. John Victorino, 31 green and 4 hun fast. As Victo will be done for the day. Robin Harris and Kyle Rizzoli. Robin out of Henderson, Nevada. 66 Nova left side, 654 the numbers. Kyle Rizzoli. San Luis Obispo. Black on white, 67 for Mr. Rizzoli. Kyle is away. Nose drop right there to get the win. 631 for Kyle. To be 2 thou in front was 21 green. Robin Harris was 59 at the start and dead on 4, but Kyle Rizzoli, the better combo there. We'll get to come back and run round number 2. As Ron Nichols and Joe Aller. Ron, the Hammer, at Livermore, CA, 64 Oles, 442, and Joe Aller out of Mountain Home, Idaho. Yellow 71 Camaro, 618. A 1 second head start there for Mr. Nichols. A red light start for Joe. Nichols going to get back into the program. 7:17 on the 14 was Reggie Jackson, 44 at the start. Joe Aller was 8-3 red and 1 above and is done for the day. It's Kyle Fritz and Jeff Rates. Fritz out of Mesa, Arizona. We love Kyle Fritz, like his procedure. Does the burnout, pulls up, opens up the door, sticks his hand out. We were talking earlier about, like, we're pretty sure that he licks his finger. It's like, okay, which way is the wind blowing? And we don't want to talk about what Kyle Fritz's dialing is, especially this weekend. Jeff out of Payton, Colorado on the Mustang, 628 on the board. And Kyle Fritz, 22 green, 677. On the dial-in that has a 6 and a couple other numbers that are the same. I didn't say what it was. I just said there was, you know, was a 6 and numbers that are the same. I know you wouldn't. Okay. Okay, all right. So Peter Biano just said, if somebody dials 666 and goes 666 donut, Peter Biano's going to put $100 in the swear jar every single time because he doesn't want to be cursed. Chuck Elder and Tim All. Tim going to get the win here, 53 green and a 10th above, as Chuck was a $1.64 on the green light start and 733 on the 732. But Tim Aller will take the Ventura out of Mountain Home, Idaho into round number 2 is Darren Taylor and Larry McClanahan. Larry out of Kennewick, Washington, the Cobra Jet. 581 the dial for Larry. Darren out of Rigby, Idaho. 76 Nova left side. 631 is the dial. Red light start for Darren Taylor. Larry is going to go 580. To be good enough is Darren's 2 red and then 2 too fast. Is Tana Taylor in the Mustang. We just saw Darren red light. Again, all my Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. Need all of you to the lanes for the buyback round. Again, all of Group A has been called. See, some of the dragsters are filling in back there. We appreciate that. Red light start for Lisa Thomas by 3 thou. an all-Idaho affair. Is Tana going to get back into the program? 67 green and 669 there for Tana Taylor. It's Mark Thompson and Ricky Duschel. Ricky out of Palmdale. 69 Camaro, 621 on the board. Mark Thompson in the Volkswagen. 720 on the board there for Mark Thompson. Cerna Valley, CA for Mark. A red light start for the Bug by 39th thou. Duschel. Free look at 621. How do you like 621-0? An 18 green. Even my remedial math skills can add 18 and 0 and come up with 18. Any shocking development? It's Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor left side going to get the win. Linda Valdez red. And it'll be done for the day. Jeff Taylor out of Oregon in the Dakota. 579 on the 78. But it was all over right off the bat as Linda Valdez was 36 in front of a green light. There's Gene Herbold and Danny Valdez. Gene out of Seguin, Texas. The 62 Nova. Danny Valdez out of Bakersfield. 65 Chevy 2 for Danny. Red light start for Valdez by ESPN 8, the Ocho. Gene Herbold, 665 on the 664 with 16 at the start. Gets to get back into the program via the red light of Danny Valdez is Larry Lozier and Jeannie Northrup. Northrup out of Pennsylvania. Larry Lozier, the El Camino out of Kennewick, Washington. The Mino Camino. Jeannie's been in the pre-stage beam for what seems like an eternity. Lozier finally pops into that top light. Larry left side, Jeannie right side. Jeannie Northrup was in control right off the bat. And will get the win. 40 green to 593 is good on the combination of numbers. Larry Lozier was 7-7, the hockey sticks at the start, and dead on 5. But a hun and change behind at the finish line is Joe Kidd Jr. TJ Loper. Mustang for TJ, 694 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Joe Kidd Jr. The S10 out of Arizona, 613. The dial for Joe Kidd Jr. Red and red, TJ. Not a true start situation. His left first and was more red-der. It's TJ Loper. Will be done for the day. Joe Kidd Jr. gets back into the program. Was also in front of green by 8 thou and goes 6-12 with an 8 on the 613. This is Eric Daniels and Howard DeVore. So we're side-by-side Arizona race cars. Eric Daniels out of Chandler. 701 the dial for Eric. Howard DeVore, 665. Howard has put on the 69 Nova here in the buyback round. Red and red, not a true start situation as Eric Daniels left first and was much more redder. 25 red for Eric Daniels. Howard DeVore was 6 in front of the green. Eric Daniels, 701.6 on the 701, as that's a swear jar contribution in waiting. Being red and dead on. Howard DeVore, 665 was the dial. Goes 664.8. But already had the win light illuminated as Michael Jackson and John Floyd Jr. Michael in the 71 model El Camino. John Floyd in the Chevrolet pickup truck. 928 is the dial-in. John Floyd Jr. off and away. Michael Jackson, the El Camino left side, giving chasing. Here comes Michael. John Floyd, 21 green, dead on 7. To be 28 total. Michael Jackson's 34. Herschel Walker at the start. And is completely locked out, being dead on 4. It's Butch Belair and Jeff Jones. Butch Belair out of Minnesota, the S10 left side. 679 is the predicted performance. As we have 2 cars. Trying to figure what we're doing up there at the top. No you go, no U-turn. So Michael in the El Camino not being able to make the turnoff up there. So we see the door out and our safety team responding there from the top end. Before we get to send Butch Belair and Jeff Jones on the way.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
So we see the green lights on the quad as we get Michael Jackson cleared off the top end of the racetrack. All right, attention in the pit area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Group B, Group B, Group Baker, Group Bunt Cake. Did you say cake? Group B is in boy. B is in boy. Let's get you up in the lanes. The buyback round, if you would, please. Group B. Let's get you up in the lanes. Jeff Jones get back into the show. Butch with some problems there. Jeff Jones in the Nova will press on. Back in round number 2. Again, final call for Group A. With Group B in lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round, please. Group B, Group Baker, Group B into the buyback round. John Tripp with the So Low. Here to wrap up the buyback round. John Tripp, 576. Third to wrap up the buyback round in our Larice Motorsports Insurance buyback round. We're going to move into our Group A top bulbers, the door cars in the buyback round. Is Leslie Grissom in that radical 66 Nova wagon. We heart that thing. And Glenn Dilday out of Missouri. We're in the buyback round in Group A, our top bulbers. Leslie Grissom, 7 green and 3 above is good. Glenn Dilday, 22 up front, 2 over to be 8 thou behind. There for Glenn Dilday. He'll be done in this entry for today. Leslie Grissom gets back into the program as Randall Reed and Kevin Brannon. Rabbit in Big Chief's Firebird, 584. In Jerry Lone's Hot Rod. And Randall Reed out of Texas, the S10. 2018 $1 million winner in the dragster. Here he's in the door car. Kevin right side, Randall Reed left side. And Randall Reed, 10 green, dead on 9. Makes the right decision down there. Kevin Brannon with 16 green, 2 above. As Randall Reed takes out Kevin Brannon in the buyback rounds. Rabbit is 0 for 2 today. Spencer Massey and Hank Pramoff. Spencer out of Fort Worth, Texas, and Hank Pramoff, the IT guy out of Colorado, 568. The dial for Hank here in the buyback round. Red light start for Hank. Spencer Massey is 6 green, and a look at 641 goes 640. To get back is Hank is red by a dime. And is done in that entry for today is Nacho Rivera and Ryan Stifler. It's Nacho for Team Mexico. The 91 Mustang, 636. Ryan Stifler, Thornton, Colorado, in the Chevelle. Just love the stance of Stifler's machine. Nacho, 001 is going to get the win. Stifler's red by 12 thou and be done for the day. It's Nacho. Get back into the show. 635.4 on the 636, but it was all over on the red light by Ryan Stifler. Paul Edens and Travis Ringeth Travis, the TNT Racing team car out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The S10 662 the dial. For Travis, Paul Edens, Rexburg, Idaho, and the Toyota pickup truck. 542 the number for Edens. So 2.5 bulb head start for Travis. Looking over that left shoulder at Paul Edens. Come up and around. We're staged. And we're away. Here in the buyback round. 14 green for Travis. Edens' reaction time is flipped in the opposite direction. 41 green on a double breakout. Travis Ringeth. 6.607 under by 13 thou on the right side of the numbers there. To get back into the show is I'm going to step out of the way, and Warren Evans doing such a great job on Drag Racer TV, being a big part of the live feed. He's going to step on in and tell you about the rest of the buyback round here a little bit in the Group A cars. Warren, good job today, sir, and yesterday.
Well, thank you, sir, and I can say the same to you. Enjoy listening to you. It's always great to hear you behind the microphone, and appreciate the opportunity to step in and do this for a minute or two. As Andy Taylor and Lorene Rogers stage up, red light start for Andy Taylor. So buyback round ends right there with that red light start for Taylor. 597 on the 95 at 114. That's good Taylor, but 012 green for Lorene, and she'll move on. 498, 139. Sean Reichenbach out of Ridgefield, Washington rolls up now. The Dodge Avenger on the Las Vegas side of the track, and in the Pennzoil lane, Kevin Burnett from Parker, Colorado, the 62, not a GTO, Ferrari replica. Burnett down to 524. We'll give up the spot to the 566 on the scoreboard there. 14 red for Reichenbach. Burnett moves on to the next round. Burnett, green, and a 525 at 131 for the win light. Reichenbach turns it red and then goes 568.0 at 116. Race Kid rolls up now. That good looking little Chevy 2 over there on the left hand side, alongside the Chevy 2, aka Nova, on the right. For Rod Taylor, Kalispell, Montana. 592 for the Orange Machine left side, 527. Chase, put up green up front. Win light for Rod Taylor, 529 at 130, 2 over for the win. Race Kid, 593 at 108, behind at the starting line. Margin of victory, 5 thou at the big end. This is the buyback round. Got to win this one to keep on moving on. Aaron Steinke trying to do that in his dragster from Dunmore, Alberta, Canada. The Super Pro dragster over on the left. Thinks he's going to go 453. Michael Miller, right side. Moriarty, New Mexico. He loves this track. He does it very well in NHRA national and divisional competition in the sportsman categories. 578 for the Ford-powered Ford 27 replica roadster on the right. He is off on green. As well. If you were watching, you saw Michael Miller was late letting go of the button and pays the price. He was slow all the way down the track. 594 at 130. Steinke was 13 up front, dead 2 at the finish line, 15 total. Miller was just pushing air and wasting gas trying to get to the other end as Steinke sees his win light flash, and he'll be back for another one. One of these two will as well. Here's Steve Williams. He of K&N Filters fame out of Cherry Valley, California. New ride, at least to me, to watch Steve. Little Pontiac G5 lines up left side alongside Dave Jackson's open air 67 Corvette on the right. 6,000 separate them up front. Top end, it's a win light for Jackson and his little Corvette. 497, 3 over on the 94 dial in at 141 for the win. Steve Williams, 579 at 116. He was 3 over as well. Williams was 18 reacting to green, but Jackson better 0-12 on the front end. And so the Washington runner sees the win light. He'll be back. We have 2 more getting set to run. Looks like the one on the right, Carl Jones, is not going to get the opportunity as there's some fluid out of the car. Rogelio Tamez. And his square body G-body Malibu goes 834 at 85 miles an hour for the win. For Jones, fluid out of the car. He's not going to be able to make the lap. And our Spring Fling starting line crew looking up underneath that 67 Camaro. And not sure what they're seeing, but it looks wet from this side. So we will get him cleared out before we resume the buyback round. Attention in the pit area, this is your final call for the buyback Group B. Group B buybacks, this is your final call to the lanes. Once again, Group B buybacks, final call to the lanes. And Peter Biondo, been a pretty cool event so far, wouldn't you say?
It is far exceeded my expectations, Warren.
It's been an unbelievable show, and a lot of race cars out there. For the first big one of the year, it's great to see a full field, and I have to compliment you on your double entry strategy. I think it's going to play out very well.
It was very well received by the racers, and when they follow the rules and they come in when their group is called, it makes our job easy, and that's what makes the race go smooth. So we continually get compliments on how smooth our races run, Warren, but a lot of it goes back to the racers. It's because they're just professional, they're courteous, and they play by the rules, and it makes our job easy.
Well, it certainly has been so far, and of course we knock on a little wood here to make sure that it continues. But I'm one of the newbies here, so to speak. I mean, this is my only second opportunity to work with you all with the Fling, but you've got a lot of great people that have been a part of this for many, many years.
We do. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of great people behind the Fling and behind the LVMS staff. This is the first main event day, and it's just going to get better from here. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the competition tonight, and whoever stands in the winner's circle tonight holding that trophy has definitely earned it.
Absolutely, I would say so. And I know you asked the question. I think it was you that asked the question yesterday on the microphone. Any predictions on the million winner this year?
You're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
All right, I'm going to go with my gut. Something's telling me it's Johnny Bracket Racer's year, Johnny Ezel.
Oh, okay. I mean, that would not be a surprise. He certainly got the talent to get the job done, but I guess I have a little more generic response, but I do believe it's going to be a repeat winner this year. I know we got several repeat winners, or several people that have won in the past that are out there in the field this year, and something tells me somebody is going to get the second opportunity to take home the big check.
Well, could be Verdi. It could be Randall Reed's here. Luke Bogaki's here. So definitely has the potential to be a repeat winner. But getting back to Johnny Ezell, I got to know Johnny pretty well these past few years. He's come to a lot of flings, and I watch his driving style, and his driving impresses me. But I mean, he builds his own cars, he paints his own cars, he wires his own cars, and then he goes out and kicks everyone's butt in his own cars. And I think it's pretty impressive. I actually did a short interview with him that you'll be playing on the live feed, and I asked him some questions, and you know, it was good to hear Johnny open up a little bit. He usually keeps to himself. I was surprised he accepted the invitation to the interview, but he did. And so you live feed viewers on the live stream, stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of good stuff, and one of that is Johnny Ezell's interview.
Yeah, we were able to play a couple of those from yesterday, some of the longer form interviews, and the one you told me that I would probably enjoy the most, I think probably got the best response, and that was when you had the chance to talk to Emily.
Yeah, Emily's behind the scenes a lot, but she really wears a lot of hats at home, and she does it very well. And when it comes to the flings, obviously, you all know that I lost my right-hand man, Kyle Seipel, and it will never be the same without him. But with people like Emily by my side who have stepped up big time, the entire Fling team, the Peravolaris family, JJ, Jonathan, Jaylene, and the Fletchers, you know, we bring 20 people on our staff alone, and when we combine it with a great facility and a great staff at LVMS, it's a recipe for success.
Yes, it absolutely is, and you mentioned the LVMS staff led by Jeff Foster, and you know, I was out here 2 days ago, I guess it was, and wind and dust, and it was just a miserable experience. And by looking out at that racetrack right now, you can't tell what we went through just a couple of days ago. It's amazing what Jeff has done.
Yeah, he was out there on a tractor at 5 a.m., and I got here at 6:30, took a look at the track Tuesday morning, and thought to myself, OMG, I don't think we're racing for a while. And in 2 hours, he got that track into tip-top shape, and we had a good day of racing. And one thing, Warren, that I was standing under the arch yesterday with Vinny Domino, and it just hit me. I'm never going to race at one of my Fling events, and you have my word on that, because that's not my focus. My focus is on the racers and delivering experience. But I was getting the itch last night. I was like, I would really love to race at this event at this track. and I know that might come off a little boastful, but it's just a cool combination. There's nothing like Vegas. And forget about the Fling for a second, just Vegas in general. The Thanksgiving race, the national events, the weekly bracket program. When you roll off the end of the track, make that turn, and the lights are going, and it's nighttime, and you look and see the downtown strip lights, it's probably between this and Bristol, those are my two favorite tracks in the country. What about yourself?
Well, I love Vegas. I've never had the opportunity to go to Bristol. I enjoy this place. Every track, you know, because I get to go to a wide variety of tracks with stuff I've been able to do for NHRA, and now with the Funny Car Chaos people, and just there's a whole bunch of opportunities out there. I still get goosebumps when I go to Indy. It's not the state-of-the-art track or anything, but it's Indy.
It is Indy, and so I was at Indy for a bracket race at one point, and I was talking to some people, and it was just like, okay, we're at a regular track. That's really all it felt like. Then you get there for the U.S. Nationals, and the vibe just changes.
Absolutely does. But still, just kind of rolling through that gate is still, it gets you a little bit. But you'd think I wouldn't get to come out here very often, but I think this is my 8th or 9th trip to Las Vegas to do something streaming related, and I love this place. This track, when was the last time you were able to climb behind the steering wheel? I know you got to match race Kyle the last time we were out here, but like regular race car opportunity, when was the last time?
I believe it was 2000 and probably about 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Yep.
And how'd you
I
do?
I ran Ryan Mangus in the final.
in the
stock-
final.
In the final. Yep.
When?
Yes.
So yesterday I said, when's the last time you raced? And you told me, and I asked if you won, and you said yes. And I asked you the last time you were here, and you won. There's some song out there, all I do is win.
Well,
is that you?
Absolutely not. I go on losing streaks just like everybody else. Trust me. You just try to play the hot hand when you get it.
Well, how do you get yourself out of a losing streak?
You just stick. You don't try to overcompensate. You just stick to what you do best. You stay aggressive, and you keep your head up, and you keep your attitude up, and things will turn around. There's something that my good friend Marco Paravolaris always told me, and that's trust the process, and the win lights will follow.
Well, I believe he's even got that like on a bracelet or something.
He
doesn't
does.
He? Yes, and he's right. And obviously, you kind of know how the deal works. But it would seem it would be hard to get, things don't fall your way, and you'd want to make a change. Your preparation, your attitude, or like in Tin Cup where you got to move your change to the left pocket and turn your hat on backwards and that kind of thing.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not superstitious, because I am at times. If I see a penny on heads on race day, I'll pick it up. If I see it on tails, I won't. But when it comes to the actual racing, if you're in a rut, if you're on a losing streak, it's really important to keep your confidence up and keep your attitude good, because attitude has a lot to do with, and the people that you surround yourself with at the races also has a lot to do with it. And racing at Tucson with the Paravolaris family, I mean, we were just feeding off each other, Warren, and he made me a better racer that weekend, and I believe I made him a better racer that weekend. So if you surround yourself with the right people, listen to the right people, and know how to weed out what you don't need to pay attention to, that's very important.
So when you get back to the pit area with somebody like Marco or somebody like that, what kinds of things are you talking about? You're not really talking about the run or anything like that, right? It's more higher level conversations.
Well, we start having fun. We have a little competitive nature, and I'll come back and say, I was just 005 USOB, what were you? And he'll usually say 003 or 4, and we'll have some fun with it. But no, we poke at each other a little bit, but we raise each other's game, and it definitely showed at Tucson.
Did you win at Tucson?
That was the one you asked me last time I raced. Tucson. I did win, yes.
Oh, okay.
I won, and Marco got a runner-up, and we walked out of there with like 25 grand between the both of us.
Wow. I'm going to quit asking you about races, though, just simply because well, thank you, Mr. Biondo. Appreciate the chance to chat with you a little bit, but we got race car business to take care of right now. As it appears, if I hit the button, we'll see the next pair. Stan Essery, the Canadian, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada, and Robert Butler. Butler's 73 Camaro over on the right from Citrus Heights, California. The blue Camaro with a 579 up on the scoreboard gets the head start, and the dragster will be on the chase with a 464. Way to go. What's that song? B-double-O, take double O. Well, how about B00 and get the win light by 002? 465 on the 464 for Stan Essery, but he's got the win light. He's 2 on the tree. Butler got down there, made the decision, and took 2 thou, too much. 578.8 on the 579 at 119 for the speed. So the Camaro is done, and the dragster moves on. Val Torres Jr., Chino, California. His fling number is above his number 5 in the world number from NHRA Super Comp Racing, alongside Gilberto Leal from Monterrey, Mexico. Team Mexico in the house. And Gilberto did not get out of round 1, like most of the rest of Team Mexico. As he turns it red here at the starting line, he would have won on the breakout rule, but he lost on the red light as he's 447 at 155. He was safe. Torres drives it out to a 468, 1 under on a 69 dial at 145. But red light, green light. Green light goes to Val Torres. Here is the Terminator's pick. Johnny Ezel, Louisiana runner, Johnny Bracket racer, alongside a pretty tough customer here in the buyback round, Bradley Johnson from Morrison, Colorado. And again, if you're a follower of NHRA Sportsman Racing, this guy has been number 2 in the world 2 seasons. The top dragster. But he gets to go find the trailer as he breaks out by 3 thou down there, trying to make up the starting line. Ezel was 6 on the tree and goes 462.5 at 144 to take the win, as Johnson was tardy on the tree, already locked out, trying to make up the difference, and goes 451 at 7, 3 thou under, and still got their second. Brian Kennedy and Matt Lee pull their dragsters into the beams right now. The one with the wing is Brian Kennedy out of Odessa, Texas. He's trying to go 455. Matt Lee will get the head start, just a touch of a head start. The Seneca, Missouri racer, Matt Lee, with a 486 up on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Kennedy sure taking his time to find the beams, and now they both drop right in. It's 004, and he left second, but he gets the win light as Kennedy was 4 up front and goes 456.5 on his 455 to get the win. Matt Lee was 001 on the tree and goes 487.9. Do the math on that. 13 10,000ths at the stripe, going the way of Brian Kennedy. Reyes Tamez from Monterrey. Team Mexico, left side, 756. He'll get almost 3 full seconds head start over Michael Otis's dragster over on the right, the runner out of Parker, Colorado, in the undercover car. He's trying to go 488. He waits, he lets go. He is out front and in trouble. And Otis had a ton of room to work with. 497 on his 488. He was 4 on the tree. Reyes, well, his reaction time started with a 1, so his time ticket will start with an L. He breaks out trying to stay out front, 754 at 91. And really his only chance is if Michael Otis's transmission fell out of the car at about 400 feet. Keith Camblin and David Chun come up next. Littleton, Colorado, left side for Camblin. Brand new 2022 race car over on the left. Right side, David Chun in the experience car, the Mullis car on the right out of Vancouver. Chun will leave first. Right side, 527 is the number he's trying to hit. 453, the dial in left side for Keith Camblin. Chun leaves the starting line. He is 001, letting go of the button. one thou too quick, and then he goes 5:26 at 1:30 to finish out the run. Win light for Keith Camblin, left side, as he is 4:53.1, dead on one at 1:53. Had it already won, and then drops a dead one down there at the finish line, 153 miles an hour through the speed traps. One of these two would like to join him in the next round. That's Megan Molinari over on the left-hand side. Battleground Washington, the home. 4:16 up on the scoreboard there. Megan will leave second. Leaving first, Bodie Bennett from Shallowater, Texas. The Miller car on the right with a 4:54 dial-in. Both drivers basically just flat miss it, letting go of the button. But for Bennett, it's a win light, 4:55 at 1:48 for Bodie Bennett to go on to the next round. Megan 4:19 on the 4:16. She was 3 over, he was 1 over, and they both did not react well to that top amber. Gabriel Torres comes up now, La Duente, California, left side, and Sugar Shane Carr over on the right. Carry out there alongside the wall. Bradenton, Florida, the home for Sugar Shane. 4:58, the dial right. 4:68, the dial left. 1/10 of a second head start to the left side. Torres, Carr, one of the big dogs is going home, and it's Sugar Shane out of here. Even though he goes dead 1 at 1:42. Torres was dead 7 at 1:41. They were 11 thousandths apart at the starting line. You do all the math on it. Margin of victory 5 thousandths of a second going the way of Gabriel Torres for the win. Elizabeth Salmon's coming up now, Harrison, Ohio. And Blake Johnson, right side, Arvada, Colorado. .484 the dial left, 466 on the right. Red light left, green light right, as Elizabeth turns it red and goes 485 at 141. 10 on the tree for Blake Johnson, and a win light, 472 at 148, had the race won. Before they got to the 60-foot timer as the red light start for Elizabeth. Sends her back to the trailer. Johnny Carter and Troy Grant will give it a try now. Carter left side. Hobbs, New Mexico, with a 482 dial in. The other one is 3. They're both 00 up front. And it's going to be Troy Grant getting the win. 482 on his 481 dial in. He was 7 up front. 139 for the speed. Johnny Carter, 484 and out. 2 over, 142 miles per hour. Dragsters coming up next. Here's Rob White. Donnie Burleson coming up now. White from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, with a 514 dial in. And Donnie Burleson, Richmond, Texas. He's trying to go 456. He will be on the chase. Rob White, how about a 2-pack right there? And all of it's on the other end as he throws a bag of donuts up there. Trip zip, front side, dead 2, finish line. 2 total at 132. Burleson was 19 on the tree. That's okay. Dead 1. That's pretty good too. Got nothing for Rob White. He's just in the way. Taylor Strange, Diane Pettit.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We'll take Group C door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. Group C door cars to the lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. Group C dragsters, you are on a short standby.
Taylor Strange, Diane Pettit, stage is ready. Strange is 006 and 482 for the win light. 133 left side for Taylor Strange. Diane Pettit gave up 800ths up front. Goes dead 7. Can't make up the difference as Strange got down there, wheel raced her, and took the win. Sean Langdon. Hey, I've heard of that guy. Danville, Indiana. I think Sean is the only guy to win a Junior Dragster National Championship, a Sportsman National Championship, and a Professional Category National Championship. I believe that is the story for Mr. Langdon out of Danville, Indiana. 450. Reaction time and a win light on his scoreboard as he's 449 at the finish line at 154. That was under, but Tony Burton turned it red by 002, and he is out of here. The Rochester, Washington runner with the red light start and a 463 at 150. And with that, I am going to step out of the way, go take care of some live streaming stuff, and Mike Eames will roll back in here and tell you about the rest of the round.
Thanks, Warren. Chad Reynolds broke stuff. He broke it. I don't think that's completely accurate, but is a definite possibility. As Jeff Serra and Scott Holbrook. Serra left side. Out of Pennsylvania, Scott Holbrook, Walla Walla, Washington, and Serra will get back into the program, being 16 total. As Scott Holbrook was 27 up front and no good. Like, when you look up why we can't have nice things in the dictionary, there's a picture of Chad Reynolds pointing and laughing. There's Jeff Serra, 009, taking 8th thou. And gets to come back and play in round number 2 with Steve Shearer and Trayton Ban, Trayton. Lewiston, Idaho. 493 the dial in for Trayton. Steve Shearer out of Azalea. The undercover dragster. Green and green, Steve and Trayton. Steve Shearer. 487 on the Las Vegas scoreboard, 487.9 on the racetrack. Was 6th thou better at the start. And Trayton, being 2 above, bow out in the buyback round. Once again, we are in the buyback round here on Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 Wednesday. The K&N Spring Fling. That's Steve Glenn and Jimmy Lewis. So Glenn left side. Jimmy Lewis right side. Jimmy's 002 and 2 above to be 475. And good enough. Steve Glenn 16 green at 432 on the dial-in and 435.6, 3 above on the racetrack. And that run did not result in a win light as Jimmy Lewis gets back into the shoe as Carson Campbell. .466.9 on the 463. to be 0.03 of a second above. Jeremy is out in one entry. Try to salvage entry number 2 is Marco Abruzzi and Chase Learkamp. Chase in the first round was 0-0-1 red. But we don't talk about things that happened in the past. It's Marco Abruzzi, runner out of Ohio. 458 the dial-in for Marco. Chase, 463 the prediction. Marco left side, Chase right side. Marco. 21 green, 1 above. Will work out. Down 458 goes 459.8. Chase Learkamp was 30 green. And 466 on the 463 and was behind by a couple of 1.5. There at the finish line is Alejandro Diaz and Owen Duffield. Alejandro out of Escobedo Nueva for Team Mexico, and Owen Duffield out of Temple, Texas. Greg and Owen in that group heading over. 494 the dial for Duffield. Have the opportunity to leave first. Again, all my Group C door cars. Group C door cars should be headed up into lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. Once again, Group C door cars should be up in lane 1 and 2. Alejandro Diaz and Owen Duffield. Owen Duffield, 21 green, 1 above. Down 494 goes 495 to make it work. Alejandro put 472 on that Las Vegas scoreboard and goes 4.760, and not good enough as Cassie Pennington and Jim Glenn. Glenn, our winner last night in the American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout, picked up that beautiful new dragster. Literally, like, it's wired. Everything. All you got to do is slap a drivetrain in that bad boy and go racing. 478 the dial, alongside Cassie Pennington. Cassie out of Texas. 467 the dial for Cassie. Rips down there all over the place. Cassie Pennington is going to get the win as Jim Glenn going to break out, taking 13th thou at the stripe, under by 3. Very close on the starting line. Jim Glenn was 008. Cassie Pennington was 10 cents on the tree. Went down there and was dead on 8 was Cassie Pennington. Jim Glenn took the stripe and a little too much. We'll break out and just get a focus on the one entry that he did take forward into round number 2 is Gene Heaton and Dennis Lithgow. Gene out of Vancouver, Washington, the M&M dragster. 450. There for Gene and Dennis Lithgow out of Mansfield, Texas. 465. The prediction for Dennis. Dennis, going to be 18 total. 13 up front, dead on 5. Over there, Gene Heaton was Wayne Gretzky on the starting line. He was the greatest hockey player of all time, but a not spectacular reaction time here at the Fling. As Carson Wheeler and Madison Payne. Maddie out of Claremont. Carson Wheeler out of Kansas. Maddie Payne. Tell you what, all 3 runs Maddie's made today has been right on the number. Maddie did a good job there getting her finger off the button. 008. Dead on 9 is 17. Carson Wheeler, that dragster out of Kansas, was 18 at the start, dead on 6, and 24 total is no bueno. It's Thomas Bear and Cortland Carter. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. $4.94 the dial for Thomas Bear. Cortland Carter out of Lubbock, Texas. That wing dragster over on the Pennzoil side, $4.58. Dial in there for Cortland. Bear over on the left side. Cortland is 004, but Bear is going to get the win as Cortland Carter got 2 thou behind. Making the wrong decision down there at the big end of the racetrack is Thomas Bear. $4.94. Goes $4.96. But ends up on the right side as Cortland Carter got behind as Alberto Sevda Jr. with the Group A solo. For Team Mexico. Love, love, love having Team Mexico back in the house. 003 green for Alberto. And dead on 6. That's make 9 on the combined. And Alberto's like, man, I'll take that like when I got somebody in the other lane. They're for Alberto Sevda Jr. That's going to wrap up Group A of the buybacks. We move into Group B here in a buyback round. Again, here at the Fling this year, 5 groups in total are Larice Motorsports Insurance all-run pro field, and then we have Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. We are in Group B, the first pair here in the buyback round. John Tabak and George Lewis. Tabak out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia, and we're not going to talk about what happened with George Lewis in round number 1 because it's already been plastered all over the interweb. George Lewis. We'll see back in round number 2 is George LeBlanc and Fred Momsen. Momsen out of Buffalo, Wyoming in the panel. And George LeBlanc out of British Columbia in the 66 over the Las Vegas side, and 571.0 for George, being 28 green. Frank Momsen was 19 up front, but 600 over the dial. There's George LeBlanc. Stuck the landing and get to proceed as Randy Cloud and Kenneth Smith. Randy out of Galt. They're in California, the Mustang, 594. The predicted performance, and Kenneth Smith from right over there in Overton, Nevada. 79 Camaro, 692. About a 2-bulb head start there for Kenneth Smith over in the Pennzoil side. Kenneth Smith with the right combination of numbers, 36 on the start and dead on 3 for the local guy. Get back in round number 2. It's Ken Suio and Mike Hall. Suio out of Oregon City, Oregon in the Capri. 583 as we look down there at the Las Vegas scoreboard, and Mike Hall coming all the way from Butte, Montana. The red light start for Mike Hall by 34,000. And Suio, 18 green, and a free sniff of 583, and he takes a big smell of 581. there on the solo. Well, what amounted to be a solo, as my call was read. Jeremy Waterman and Gary Roost. Waterman out of Washington, 67 Nova left side, and Gary Roost out of Pahrump. Right down over there in his gorgeous 55 Chevrolet. Sending my Group C dragsters. Group C dragsters. Buyback round. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Group C dragsters. Get headed up this way for the buyback round as Roost is off and away. Waterman sashaying all over the place down there, and Roost breaks out. 24 green, under by a couple of hun. Jeremy Waterman dodges a massive bullet as he's 55 green and 549. As Waterman's caboose down there was just jiggling all over the place. But ended up making it work as Roost just couldn't get out of the gas and blowed up enough to be on the right side of the number. Quigley and Richard Price in that last pair. Quigley out of British Columbia, 006 and 536 on the 534 is good. Richard Price in the probe is 14 green and a lot above, and is out in the buyback round is Kenny Snow and Scott Graff. Kenny out of La Habra in his 69 Chevelle. 572 the prediction for Kenny here in the buyback round, and Scott Graff out of Milton, Freewater, Oregon. Peter Biondo, we were asking earlier today about, like, where is Milton, Freewater, Oregon? And several people let us know it's just right over the border from Walla Walla is where Milton, Freewater, Oregon is. Kenny Snow, 001 on the green light start. Scott Graff, red by 32. And it'll be done for the day. It's Kenny Snow. The free data acquisition run there, the red light by Scott Graff. It's Kenny Snow. We'll see in round number 2 is Zach Clark and David Beatty. Beatty and the judge. 69 GTO and the Pennzoil side, 599 the number. For David Beatty and Zach Clark out of Mission, British Columbia. 67 Nova. It's also great having all of our Canadian friends down. Be a part of the fling here this year. Beatty is red by a bunch. Zach Clark, 10 green, 483. Going to come back and play in round number 2, Zach Clark. Take out David Beatty. Well, David Beatty took himself out, being red by 53,000. Parker Theobald and Myron Street. Parker out of St. George in the Barracuda. Since Sister Lindsay's ride. Lindsay with a last look inside Parker's cockpit before stepping away is Myron Street, St. Cloud, Minnesota. Myron, 004 and 1 above. Parker is 30 green and 12 thou fast. Got a finish line first by 0.02 of a second and is no good. Once again, Group C dragsters. Group C dragsters. Lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round, please. Once again, Group C dragsters. Lane 1 and 2, if you would, please, is Sid Summers. Summers and Brian Carson. Carson out of Milton, Freewater, Oregon. White on black Camaro, 682 the dial. Sid Sumners out of Rexburg, Idaho. Sid Sumner's is late, big late, and way fast. And that combination rarely works out. Brian Carson, 11 green, 3 above is good. Sid Sumner's now 695 and goes 54. And was 188 at the start. As John Cazzetti and Brad Pierce. Cazzetti out of Whitewater, Colorado, the 66 Nova Wagon, 635 the dial for John. It's Brad Pierce, Riverside. In the Corvette, the Roadster, Debbie Alden and the team. Zed, big wheels up launch, red by 12 thou, Brad Pierce. We'll move back into round number 2 and goes 546. Was 25 up here and 3 thou too fast down there. But it doesn't matter because John was red by a dozen. Gary Smiley. And the Roadster of Jason Mercer. Gary out of Iowa. 5 flat is the dial. Jason Mercer. Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. 640. Mercer, right side. Gary Smiley, left side. Win, Mercer, 646 on the 640. Gary Smiley, which was 2 thou. The difference down here. But Jason had enough of that Roadster out in front to take the win. Come back in round number 2 is Jeff Devy and John McComb. Devy just completed putting this Cavalier together. They're the very talented painter, pinstriper, artist is Mr. Devy. Jeff's red by 22 thou. John McComb out of Clovis. Was off the gas early, being 12 green. Saw that wind light already on, and that car was moving around just a little bit. Patrick Conlon and Michelle Lewis. Michelle for Team Affinity Coach. Out of Washington, 552 there for Michelle and Patrick Conlon. Lake Havasu City, Michelle is red by 29 thou. Conlon in the Camaro. We'll get back in. 24 green, 1 above. It was all over right off the bat as Michelle was red by 2-9. Ripping the finger off the button. Breaking those stage beams, initiating her buyback round is Larry Pittenger. The solo here in Group B. So our Group C door cars. And Group C dragster should be up in the lanes as Pittenger with free opportunity at the track. Is 005 in front of green and a couple hun fast. Had 655 as a prediction. It goes 653 is where between groups. Going to have about 10 minutes of track prep as our Las Vegas Motor Speedway team, Jeff Foster and his group, do such a great job keeping this track in A-plus primo condition with the amount of race cars that go up and down lanes 1 and 2 here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So, again, we're going to have about, 10 minutes of track prep before we move into our Group C buyback round. So we'll have a few moments of quiet time here on the racing surface before we get back into Group C in the buyback round.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling Bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many, many, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships.
For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on, and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home, and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. James!
Well, racers and race fans, welcome once again to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event day. Thanks to the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, we are out here one more time racing for a very large prize in drag racing.
Racers, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of Kyle Seipel and myself and the entire Spring Fling and LVMS staff, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys and gals. You guys were tired. You traveled 2,000 miles, some of you, and spend your hard-earned money and spare time to be here with us, and we couldn't be happier. We could not do this without you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Big money is on the line, and we are going to go racing right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's fire them cars up and find out who's going home with the big cash. Somebody is going to add their name to the list of the immortals that have won the Spring Fling Million. As we're in set, tree drops, we stay green. Herb Butner grabs the advantage on the starting line, and with a 13th thou reaction time, he goes dead on 3:16 total. Your champion of the Spring Fling Million Day, Bo Butner.
Buyback round in Group C. Hector Hernandez and Travis Ringeth going to start us off. TNT Racing S10 out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Travis and Hector Hernandez for Team Mexico left side, which is one great thing about the Spring Fling Million presented by K&N and Optima Batteries is we get Team Mexico left side, Team Canada right side. $6.39 the dial for Hector out of Hermosillo, Sonora. 91 Fox body, $6.39 is the dial. Travis Ringeth, $6.58 on the board. We're off and away. Ford, Chevrolet, Canada, Mexico, and how about Hector Hernandez, 10 green, dead zero. Packages up Travis Ringeth, who was 23 at the start, and one above and just flat out in the way, as Rosie Zell and Bill Kidd. Rose out of Louisiana. Out of Zell Racing Stable, 6:30. Zell left side, Bill Kidd, Adam Marana. In the 66 Chevy 2 is going to be on the right side of a double breakout. 14 green for Bill, under by a thou. Is better than Rose Zell, 18 green, under by 14 thou. As Bill Kidd will get back into the show, it's Chris Johnston and Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle and Chris Johnston. Just don't let Chris Johnston see the time slip. That is absolutely positively going to be a donation to the swear jar for Chris Johnston. 008 red, Monty Beagle. And that 33 Ford Coupe is 202 on the green light. Chris is 008 red. And guarantees not going to be happy. That's Craig Merrilees and David Beckwith. Merrilees is big red. David Beckwith in the Malibu. Get back into the program. 16 green and 747 on the 751. Merrilees was 683 red and 3 above. But he still has his entry over on the pro side as Dan Northrup and John Corbin. For John Corbin, Virginia and Pennsylvania, Camaro and John Corbin. Takes out Dan Northrup, 009 and 1 above. As Dan Northrup is 17 green, 4 above, got down there and hello, break, and John Corbin. With the win light here in the buyback round is Andy Schmal and Michael Miller. It's great to see Michael Miller. As he ran the national event, the divisional double, and hung out another week. The whole Miller clan down there on the right side, mom and dad. Michael out of Moriarty, New Mexico. In the Roadster, 580. The dial in for Miller. Andy Schmal in the Bananas. 009 is going to be second off the starting line as Andy Schmal is just mean. Andy 006 dead on 0 to be 6 total. Michael Miller is 009, dead on 8, 17 combined. And you just wasted $21 in race fuel. Andy Schmall. Hey, this just in. Andy Schmall's pretty good. Leslie Grissom Jr. and James Higgins. Grissom in the 66 Nova will see back in round number 2. That radical wagon, I love it. 4 doors, luggage rack, patina. It's A+. James Higgins out of Minnesota, and the Camaro is read by 2 Stinking Thou. Here in the buyback round, Higgins' day will be done in that entry as Dennis Paz and Scott Taylor. Dennis out of Stockton in the Mino Camino. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. 65 Chevelle for Scott over on the Pennzoil side. Paz, the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Red light start for Scott Taylor. Dennis, who was perfect in round 1 this morning, got that $1,000 autometer certificate right off the bat in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. Here he takes the El Camino in entry number 2 back into the show. It's Greg Sabatino and Nick Hastings. Greg Sabatino out of Meridian, Idaho. The 63 Chevrolet pickup truck, 657 the prediction for Greg and Nick Hastings. And the Mustang out of Ohio, 609 for Mr. Hastings. Sabatino looking over the left towards Nick Hastings, and Sabatino completely locks out Nick Hastings. 008 up front, dead on 3 at 660 feet to be 11 on the combined. Nick Hastings is 20 green and 7 thou fast, but still 2 thou behind at the finish line. As Greg Sabatino had Nick Hastings completely locked out. Roger Sauter and Hector Delgado. Sauter out of Sidney, Nebraska. 72 Barracuda, 560 the dial for Roger. Hector out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. The 03 model Mustang for Hector, 651 is what Hector has put on his car, and Hector going to get the win. 006 is Sauter's Big Red. I'm going to say there were some funky numbers in the box for Roger Sauter. Hector, 006 a 2 above. Roger was Big Red, and 3 fast is Butch Belair and Stan Estery. Stan out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. M&M dragster with the wing. 464 the dial. Pretty big spread here. 2.3 second head start for Butch out of Minnesota, the S10. Butch is off and away. Essery is off and away. 005 is last on the starting line. But 005 is going to get the win on a double breakout. Butch under by 4 thou. Thou at 679 goes 678.6. Stan Essery is 002 green. 464 on the scoreboard. 463.1 under by 9 thou. And 5 thou margin of victory going to go to Butch Belair's Jeff Jones and Anthony Bovin. Jeff Jones out of Montrose, California. Jones Racing team car, and Anthony Bovin out of Meridian. The dragster, 578 the dial. For Anthony, as I need Group D. Group D. Group Delta, Group Dog, my D group buyback round into lanes, please. 5 and 6, please. Group D buyback. D is in dog. Into the staging lanes, if you would, please. Group D, 5 and 6 for the buyback round. Jones, green. Bovin, green. And Jeff Jones, 6074 on the 607. Will get the win. Anthony Bovin was 89 at the start, 200 over the dial to be 12 thou shy at the finish. It's Perry Camo and Matt Lee. Perry out of Louisiana, the Azelle constructed dragster. Matt Lee out of Missouri. Little one is the difference on the starting line. Is Perry going to get the win? 470 on the 469 was 22 at the start. Matt Lee was 21, and in Vegas, 21 is generally a good number. When you dial 488 and you're 490 with a 6, you end up being 100th behind to the finish line. Is Perry. Come back for round number 2 is Troy Williams Jr. and Dalton Giroux. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. 491 is the number for Dalton. T-Rock out of Florida. The Overkill Motorsports machine, Team FTI. 006 in both lanes. And Troy Williams Jr. is dead on 2 to be 8 total. Dalton Giroux, also 006, dialed 491, goes 4905, and breaks out by 5 thou. Troy Williams Jr. is pretty good right there in that round of racing. Ryan Harem and Michael Otis. Harem's had a pretty spectacular start to the 2022 season. High gear out of Huntington Beach. Also really excited because the Dodgers won today. Then they hit like back-to-back-to-back home runs. And he sent me a text message after every one. Michael Otis out of Parker. Undercover sheet. And Harem is going to get the win on a double breakout. Michael Otis was 002 and in full control. Breaks out by 18 thou. Ryan Harem under by 15 thou. 3 thou margin of victory there for Ryan Harem, as he was victorious in his door car, had a buyback 1 entry, and he was going to take both into round number 2 as Phil Unruh and Bodie Bennett. Unruh out of Kentucky for special medals. Bodie Bennett, Shallow Water, Texas. Wayne Miller constructed machine, and Phil 15 red. Bow out in the dragster. It's Bodie Bennett 22 green, 1 above. There for Bodie, Phil Unruh. Goes 452. With a 453 prediction, but it was all over right off the bat as he was 1-5 on the red side. As Mike Rock and Bradley Johnson. Mike in the traffic cone out of Napa. Up there in the great state of Idaho, it's Bradley Johnson. Out of Morrison, Colorado. And Johnson clan making the tow over, 451. There for Bradley. Rock gave up a little bit on the starting line, and Bradley Johnson is going to get the win, 004. 452.6 on the 451. Mike Rock breaks out by 19. Got to the finish line first by 17 thou, and there was nothing that Mike Rock could have done to move the win light over into his side of the racetrack, as Bradley Johnson had the right combination of numbers, and Mike Rock had no chances. Trip West and Ted Seipel. It's just odd to look down there and see Ted Seipel in a dragster. Ted out of San Leandro. Took the Ferrari through in round number 1. But he was red in this entry in the first round by 503, if I remember correctly. Trip West out of Walters, Oklahoma. 506 the dial for Trip. Ted Seipel will get back into the program. 005 green for Ted. 477 on that 483. As Trip West 001 on the red side. With Ted Seipel at 85 years young. Come back around at around number 2 in both entries, and how cool is that? Vinny Domino and Tony Burton. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. 456 the dial. There for Vinny Domino. Tony Burton out of Rochester, Washington. 464 the prediction there for Tony. Red light start for Domino by 17. Tony, a free opportunity at the racetrack, 461 on the 464 for Tony Burton. Again, Group D. Group D, you should all be in the staging lanes at this time, please. Group D should all be up in the lanes for the buyback round after Domino was red by 17,302 fast. As well as Domino's like literally breaking every rule. Andy Taylor and Cooper Chun. Andy out of Belfair, Washington. 437 the number for Andy. Cooper, very talented young man out of the Pacific Northwest. 526. These were side-by-side Washington runners. So Andy left side. Cooper off and away is 001. Andy Taylor is 22 at the start, and Cooper Chun locks out Andy Taylor. 001 and 13 thou above, 527.3 on the 526, and Andy Taylor had no way whatsoever to turn on a win light in that pair. It's Cooper Chun. We will see back in round number 2. Jeremy Heffler. Funny Car Chris in the house. Congratulations on the engagement. Jeremy Heffler and Thomas Bear. Thomas Bear, the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing Team car, Team Lucas Oil, 488 the dial for Mr. Bear. Jeremy Heffler. Dragster out of Texas, 462 the number, and Bear just missed the tree. And Heffler makes him pay. 20 green, 3 above is good. Bear, 57 at the start. And anytime your reaction time is close to Peter Biondo's age, it's very problematic. Oh, wait a minute. By the way, I guess that was a few more than Peter's age, but it was close. It's Corey Needham and Mark Lalonde. It's Corey out of Ohio. 536 is the dial, and Mark Lalonde from right over there in Cottonwood, Arizona. 502. There for Mark Lalonde. Green and green. Corey and Mark. Mark and Corey. Mark Lalonde. 16 up front. 5:03.8 down yonder to get the win. See, I know that now you're from Tennessee. You know we got that down yonder thing. And I'm also trying to get ready for Galat here in a couple weeks. Y'all and all y'all. Yep. Yaunt too. Mark Lalonde, 16 and take it 2 thou. Corey Needham, 22 green and 1 over and no good. It's Aaron Steinke and KJ Desa. Aaron out of Alberta. Up there in Canada, eh? 454. KJ Desada, North Las Vegas will move on as Aaron Steinke turns on that big, ugly, nasty, stinky, putrid, heinous, grotesque UGLY red light by 1,000. And then that's definitely going to be a donation to the RFC swear jar as your 001 red and then dead on. KJ with 16 green and 4863 on the 486. It'll be 19 total. Riley Learcamp and Shannon Bepley. Riley Learcamp, 11 green, and dead on 1 to be 12 total, and Shannon's 52 and just dominated. Spencer Massey and Don Sefton. Off and away, here comes Don Sefton. Massey. Another affair where we freeze out the other side as Spencer's 008, 465.6 on the 465 to be 14 on the combined, and Sefton's 31 at the start. And will not make it work is JJ Cook and Troy Grant. Cook out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Troy Grant out of Colorado. 481 on the board for Troy. Red light start for JJ Cook by 16. Troy Grant missed the tree, and if you're going to miss the tree, let's have the guy be red on the other side. Troy Grant goes 479 on that 81. JJ Cook is 16 red and dead on 8, which means a donation to the swear jar. Dave Secondy and Kay Jones. Dave out of Ellensburg, Washington. 472 is the number. Kay Jones out of Kansas, 464. So Jones over on the right side, 464. We'll be doing the chasing. It's Dave Secondy. 472 number off and away first, and Jones is red by 34th thou. Dave Secondy, 10 green, dead on 4. That'll work. It was all over right off the bat. There for Dave Secondy as Jones turned on the red light and then was too fast as Johnny Zell and Dustin Henches. These two should not be racing in the buyback round. I'm just saying. Johnny Zell out of Louisiana, 462. The number for JBR. Dustin Henches, 485 is the prediction for Dustin over on the Pennzoil side. Dustin Henches picked a horrible time to be 93 at the start as Johnny Ezell let go perfect. Ezel. Perfect. Takes out Dustin Henches. As Leroy Duran and Blake Johnson. Leroy, 498. For the drag strut of Sun City, Arizona, Blake Johnson, 468. For the winged drag strut of Colorado. Red light start for Johnson by 10. Leroy Duran. The free opportunity at the track goes 12 up front. 499.4 on the 498. It was all over right off the bat as Blake Johnson turns on the red light by 10 thou as Megan Molinari and Jimmy Lewis. Megan out of Washington. .418. The dial in for Megan. Jimmy Lewis out of Washington, as we are all Washington all the time. 473 on the board for Jimmy. Neither driver is great at the starting line, but Megan Molinari is going to be dead on 8 to get the win. 37 at the start compared to Jimmy Lewis's 48 bulb. Megan goes down there and runs right on the number to be dead on 5 and will get back into the shows. McKenna Brown and Philip Pennington. McKenna out of Boca Raton. In the FLA. It's Philip Pennington, Three Rivers, Texas, 488 for Team Pennington. McKenna Brown, 469 on that Las Vegas scoreboard. McKenna a little bit late on the starting line. Pennington looking over to the left and is going to get the win. 19 green and 2 above for Pennington. McKenna was 60 at the rip and 3 Huns slow, and Pennington was in a dominating position on both sides to get the win as Jeff Taylor and Cortland Carter. Jeff out of Apache Junction, right over there in Arizona. 472 the dial. Cortland Carter, 461 for She Squared out of Lubbock in the great state of Texas. Red light start for Jeff Taylor by 7. Cortland, 13 green and a look at 461. You're going to grab the time slip, and it's going to read 459.6. At 151 on the speed for Cortland Carter. Going to come back and play in round number 2. Jeff Taylor in this entry is done for the day. Is Gabe Torres and Dave Mazier. This could be interesting at the starting line. Gabe out of La Puente, G Money for Val Torres Racing and Val Torres Construction. Dave Mazier out of Escondido. Gabe Torres really likes going in last. Mazier just bumps in. Gabe goes in second. 009 leads last. Mazier right side, Gabe left side, rip, Dave Mazier. And that is just a great drag race. Mazier, 006 dead on 3 to be 9 total. Gabe Torres, 009 dead on 3 to be 12 total. Just one of the things, man. Right place, right time. Gabe Torres is 12 total, and there's nothing but a bug on the bottom of the shoe there for Dave Mazier. 12 total is going to win like 95% of the rounds in the buyback. But you're 12 total, and the guy there in the lane has you dominated. Jeremy Rapp is like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. As he was 13 total and out in round number 1. It's Tanner Theobald. Is going to be defeated. $12 green, 1 above. Over on the Pennzoil side, we got to get that information into the system. That's Chris Whitfield and Johnny Carter. Chris out of Littleton, Colorado. Go Fast Energy Team car. Johnny Carter out of Hobbs, New Mexico. All right, Larice Motorsports Insurance, round 2. Lane 7 and 8, if you would, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Profield. E up in lane number 2, if you would, please. Whitfield in second, 467 on the board. Johnny Carter in a dominating spot off the starting line and is going to get the win. 486 on the 484. Whitfield was 49, ripping the finger off the button and starting the run. Johnny Carter was 17 green, 2 above, and will get the win over Chris Whitfield. It's Alberto Sevda and Donovan Williams. Sevda for Team Mexico, 487. Donovan had a really good weekend. A very profitable weekend. There, Donovan, 478 before making his way here to the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries.
So once again, racers, Larice Pro for round 2. Bring them to staging lane 7 and 8, please. Larice Pro. Round 2, staging lane 7 and 8.
Isn't that the Biondo Racing Products round number 2? Cash rules everything around. Three thousandths of a second separate the drivers on the starting line, and Alberto, 14 green, 1 above, to be a thou in front. Donovan Williams is done in that entry. 17 green. 478.9 to be 1 thou behind as Donovan is done in this entry. In round number 1 is Randall Reed and Jeremy Rapp. Randall Reed, your 2018 Million main event winner. That dragster out of Texas. 460 is the number. Jeremy Rapp. In the hometown affair, the guy from right over there in Las Vegas. 467 is the dial. It's again our Larice Motorsports Insurance Profield. Round number 2, it's get you here is Randall Reed, 008. And 462 on the 460 is good. Jeremy Rapp, 21 on the starting line. Breaks out by 5 thou, was 13 thou in front at the finish. He needed just a little rippy rip of the throttle or a tappy tap of the brakey brake to get on the right side of the number, and did not do so. Shelby Williams and Jason McFarland. Shelby for Team K&N. Henderson, Nevada. There for Shelby, 480 is the dial. Jason McFarland out of Texas, 504 is the number. McFarland, 002 at the start, 5056 on the 504. Will get the win. Shelby was 21 green. Got down there, felt like she wasn't going to get there, and got off the gas to be 486. But Jason McFarland had a couple hundredths advantage on the starting line and parlayed that into a buyback victory. We'll see Farnham back in round number 2 is Val Torres Sr. Guy who finished number 7 in the world. Super Comp Eliminator last year out of Valinda, California, 475. And Mike Bloomfield Sr. Drag shot of Ohio, 477. The number for Bloomfield. And the important number here is 005 red for Mike. Torres escapes the buyback round. 35 green and 3-2 quick, but it was all over. So Mike Bloomfield turns on the red light. It's Brian Watts and Rod Belsham. Brian out of Richland, Washington, 474. The prediction for Brian Watts. Rod Belsham out of British Columbia, 460 is the prediction through 660 feet for Rod. .001 for Rod Belsham, and 464 on the 460 will work. Brian Watts, 33 green and 4 above, to be a couple hun behind there at the finish line. And Larice Motorsports Insurance, round number 2. Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. Get you up in the lanes if you would, please. It's Kaylee McKibben and Richard McFarland. Kaylee out of Bakersfield, California. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. Richard McFarland out of Yucca Valley, that home-built ride. Kaylee McKibben is way late at the rip. Richard McFarland, 54 green and 7 above. There for Richard. Is going to get the win. This is Jason Thomas and Dale Toros. Dale in the front engine dragster. This is Jason Thomas out of Boise, Idaho. 481 the number. There for Jason. Dale in that front engine hot rod. Dale out of La Mirada had all sorts of success on the NHRA Heritage side of things, running Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 760 index class. Red light start for Dale by 2 fat. Jason Thomas will be 14 green and 481-1 on the 481. Jim Reichenbach and Mike Quinteri. Jim out of Sydney, Montana. Neil and Parks constructed dragster. Frank and Scotty and those guys out of Kansas. Mike Quinteri, Anchorage, Alaska. The undercover dragster from Mike. Nathan Thornsley in the group coming down from Alaska. Red light start for Jim by 18. Mike Quinteri. 24 green dead on 2, but it was all over right off the bat as Jim Reichenbach was a little bit early. Turns on the red light here in the buyback round. It's Clinton Fife and Todd Robinson Clinton out of Pueblo West, Colorado in the Land Shark. Todd Robinson out of Corpus Christi, Texas. Every time you see Land Shark, you obviously think of the great Saturday Night Live skit. Candygram. Flowers. Flowers for who? Mrs. Humphrey? A little bit late off the starting line. Todd Robinson is 20 green and 3 above to be good. You're that clever shark, aren't you? No, man. Dolphin. Those of you youngins that aren't familiar with the Land Shark skit, go YouTube that thing. As Logan War and Dylan Winters. Logan out of Erda, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair. $465 the dial for Logan at Casey Lane Prepared Machine, and Dylan Winters out of Indiana. $455 the dial for Dylan. Logan, 3 zeros on the scoreboard. And the win light as well. 480 or 468.6 on the 465 for Logan Orr. Dylan was 19 green, 2 above. But Logan was absolute perfection on the starting line and is going to get the win, as I need Group A door cars. Round number 2. Get you up in the lanes, please. Group A door cars. Get you up in the staging lanes if you would, please. Group A door cars for the Biondo Racing products. Round number 2. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Todd Coltrane and Willie Flores will be our next pair. Coltrane, left side out of Meridian, Idaho, is going to bow out in the buyback round. It's Willie Flores, 14 green, taking 8 thou to beat 2 over. For Willie Flores, Todd Coltrane, 23 green, 1 above. And it was on the wrong side of the win light. It's Kevin Johnson and Nathan Martin. Now, Kevin Johnson this morning was randomly drawn out for the bye. Waited around till the end of Group D. And was unable to make the run. Come back in the buyback round. Going to be alongside Nathan Martin. A runner out of Texas. 458 the dial for Nathan. Red light start on both sides. Not true start win. As Kevin Johnson left first and was more red. More red, 006 red for Kevin Johnson. Nathan Martin left second and was 003 on the red side. So Nathan Martin will advance as Kelly Ritchie and David Thornton. Kelly out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. As we've mentioned many times. Amazing having all the racers from Canada come down. All our friends from Team Mexico coming up to be with us here this week. Cannon Spring Fling Million presented by Optum Batteries. This is Kelly turning it down by 24. David Thornton, 19 green, 4711 with the 472 prediction. It's David Thornton. We'll see back around in the Biondo Racing Products round number 2 is Mike Brundage and Savannah Kidd. Savannah over on the right side out of Marana, Arizona. 582 is what Savannah has put on the side of the car on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Mike Brundage. Runner out of California, 508 for MB. Sarmento pipe there for Michael. Savannah will get the win. 20 green for Miss Kidd, and 583 as Brundage is read by 7th out. And goes 509 is Mike Brundage's Savannah Kidd. We will see again as Justin Hoff and Jessica Bogacki. Justin out of Napa, Idaho, the birthday boy who celebrated number 21 with us yesterday. As you see Dick Vandermeer and Hannah over on the left-hand side of Justin's machine, and Jessica for Team Mosier. This is Bracket Racing Elite 468, the prediction for Jessica over on the Pennzoil side. Justin, Jessica going to get the win on a double breakout. 467.3 on the 468. Jessica's under by 7 thou. Was 36 up front. Justin Hoff was 005 at the start. Put 461 on the car, goes 4600 on the track. Under by 10. Took 34 at the stripe. This is Neil Presimoni and Alexis Thompson. We're all Las Vegas right here. Neil, 485 the dial. Alexis for Team Silver State, 462 the prediction. For Alexis, Neil, a little bit better on the starting line. Here comes Alexis Thompson, but Neil is 20 on the starting line. 485.7 on the 485 to be 27 on the combined. Alexis is 27 at the start. Had to be dead zero to have a chance and was one above. Is Austin Schoenfeld and Ed Olpen. It's an old school Rocky Mountain Raceways matchup. Austin out of Magna, Utah in the front engine car. 499 is the dial-in for Austin. Once again, Group A door cars. Group A door cars, you should be up in the lanes. For Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. So Austin left side. Ed Olpen, the funeral director, Pleasant Grove, Utah, out here doing this bracket racing thing. 478, the prediction for Mr. Olpen. Doing the Olpen slide into the stage beams. Right about now. Boom, boom. Austin, fully staged, tree, and away. 3 little ones. The difference for the 2 Utah competitors, and Ed Olpen, 11 green. Dead on 5 to get the win. Austin was 14 green. Breaks out by 1 thou. Taking 3 thou at the stripe. So Ed Olpen takes out Austin Schoenfeld. Here in the buyback round, Steve Law and Chevy Reeves. Steve out of Boonville, Indiana. Danny Nelson, prepared dragster, and Chevy Reeves, the TNT Supercar. 460. That's what Chevy's put on that Pennzoil scoreboard. Leaves last, but 008 is going to get the win. Steve Law, 008, one above. 474.5 on the 473 to illuminate the win light. There for Steve Law. Chevy Reeves, 006, put 460 on the Pennzoil scoreboard, goes 466.9 after being 006 right down there. As Peyton Janik and Allison McCone. Couple of very talented young ladies who battle it out in the Super Comp side of things. And PJ from right over there in Las Vegas, 477 the number. perfect on the starting line and is not going to turn on the wind light. Peyton let go perfect. Breaks out 8th thou, taking 48 at the finish line. Allison McCone, 27 green and 1 above. Will end up making it work. Peyton, perfect, and breaks out. And will be done for the day as Chuck Babcock and Dave Kamblowski. Chuck out of Yorba Linda. Dave Kamblowski out of Camarillo. Dave, in the first round, had to be pushed back. I'm taking a look at Dave's machine. $4.99 on the scoreboard. And the starting line team not liking what they're seeing out of Dave's machine, so he gets shut off again. Chuck Babcock, 5:13.2 on the 5:13 on the solo. Get back into the program here in round number 2. So Dave Kamblowski getting pushed back, unfortunately. Dave was 0 for 2 today. Being able to stage it up, make it down the track is Daniel Carranza and Jacob Stolworthy. Be our final pair in the buyback round. So Daniel, for the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing, you see the professor out in front, Mr. Bear. The Victoria, Australia for Daniel, 497 the prediction. Jacob Stolworthy, the Boise, Idaho, 469 the dial. So Daniel Carranza, the student. Jacob Stolworthy, red by 9 thou. Going to give the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car a victory here in a buyback round, 498 on that 497 prediction, and that is going to wrap up the buyback round. So first round started at 8 o'clock this morning Pacific Standard Time. We ran all the first round competitors, all the buyback, and as I look at my timekeeping device, 3:12 on the Pacific time. So 7 hours and 12 minutes to run all of round number 1 and the buyback round, which is not too shabby. So now we're at the Thunderdome situation where we're going to send 2 down and only 1 gets to come back. And as we move into Biondo Racing Products round number 2, Marco Peravaleris is going to slide in and start up with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field here in round number 2. Marco, you've been out running around, keeping things moving forward, and now you get to come in and hang out on the microphone for a little bit, sir.
Well, thank you, Mike. It was great to see some of you. Goes red. Kevin Pollard going to move on. 23 on the green side, 558 on the 560. As the next pair, we got Andy Schmall and Wyatt Ezel. Andy, 597 on the left. Wyatt, 634 on the right. Andy is 2 thou on 7, but would have been behind on the starting line. Andy, after being 2th thou on the red side, goes 594 on the 597. Wyatt Ezel moving on. Joe Kidd Jr. and Jonathan Fiello. Kidd at a 6:13, Jonathan at a 6:38. They're separated by 1 thou in reaction time. Win light gonna go to Joe Kidd Jr. Neither driver had a reaction time to brag about, but Joe Kidd Jr. goes dead on 3 to turn on the win light. Brings up Tim Aller, 7:15 on the left side. Right side, Ricky Duchel at a 6:21. Four thou separate him in reaction time. Win light gonna go to Ricky Duchel. 13 gets their second to go 14 thou above the 621 dial. Tim Aller was 17, take 35 thou at the stripe to break out 25 thou. Needed to take 10 or less. Cole Herbold, Steve Roars. How about 3 thou separate him in reaction time? Wood light, gonna go to Cole. 009 and 5 above, gonna get it done. Steve Roars was 12, get their first 74 thou to break out 22 thou. Needed to take 52 or less. Craig Merrilees, 646 dial in the Nova on the left side. Larry Scarth with the Super Stock S10 on the right at a 686. One of them's got a sizable advantage on the starting line and turns on the win light. Craig Merrilees, 42 on the green side and goes 650 on the 646. Scarth behind at the start, slows down past the 330. Craig Merrilees moving on. Next pair, Ron the Hammer Nichols, 717 on the left. Right side, Kyle Rizzoli at a 627. Separate him in reaction time. Win light goes to the Hammer. 33 on the green side, taking 20 thou at the stripe to go 3 above. Rizzoli behind on the start and goes 1 above. Ron Nichols moving on, the whole shot win. John Floyd Jr., 929 dial in the Silverado pickup on the left side. Right side, Jeannie Northrup, 593 dial. So Jeannie gonna have to sit there for over 3 seconds. Three hundredths separate him in reaction time. Win light to John Floyd. 50 on the tree. Getting their first 27 thou to go 932 on the 929. Jeannie Northrup, a little behind on the start, and goes 596 on the 593. Kyle Fritz and Anthony Matassa. Kyle 664 on the left, Anthony 588. Anthony goes red, Kyle is 23 on the green side and goes 666 on the 664. Gonna move on. Corky Weeks, 562 on the left. Right side, Brian Cerruti at a 656. Separate him. Win light to Corky Weeks. Corky behind on the start, but goes dead on 0 as Brian Cerruti is 24, getting their first 39 thou to break out 8 thou. Needed to take 31 or less. Gene Herbold, 665 on the left. Right side, Monty Beagle at a 587. Double red light, Monty Beagle, lesser of the two reds, goes 1 thou on the red side and goes 588 on the 587 for the win. Howard DeVore, 664 on the left. Right side, Russell Rowley, 657. Two thou separate them on the tree. Top end, win light, gonna go to Howard DeVore. 31, getting their first 49 thou to go 665 on a 664. Russell was 29 and goes 663 on a 657. Howard DeVore moving on. Kyle Lapire, 707 on the left. Right side, Chad Sandlin at a 634. Separate them. Win light to Chad. 14 getting their first 29 thou to go 6 above the 634 dial for the win. Left side, Tim O'More at a 605 in the Camaro. Right side, Nasty Nick Hastings at a 608 in the Mustang. Start doing a little work here, as Nick Hastings is 3 thou on the red side and goes 6:08.9 on a 6:08. Tim O'More leaving second was 24 on the red side and goes 6:06 on the 6:05. Courtesy of True Start, Nick Hastings moving on. Mike Pliska, 6:33 on the left. Right side, Lucas Walker driving Kevin Pollard's Love Truck. Pliska is red, Walker is green. Lucas Walker gonna move on, 036 on the tree, and goes 530 on 531. Kelly is 2 thou on the red side. Freddie Jackson would have been behind at the start, but goes dead on 2. So Freddie Jackson gonna move on. Joy Cazzetti in the Joyride Vega wagon at a 598 on the left. Right side, Henry Robertson. Robertson Racing Inc. at a 754. True Start doing some work yet again. Henry Robertson, lesser of the 2 reds, leaving first, goes 14 on the red side. Joy Cazzetti was a little over 600ths on the red side, leaving second. Henry Robertson moving on, courtesy of True Start. Brings up Jay Greiner at a 691 on the left. Right side, Noel Cuevas at a 660. Jay is red by 15 thou. Noel, 30 on the green side and goes 665 on the 660. Gonna get it done. Tana Taylor, 671 on the left. Right side, Nikki Thomas at a 629. Taylor is red. Nikki Thomas, 005 green and goes 630 on the 629. Nikki Thomas moving on. Brings up Jeff Jones, 608 on the left. Right side, Brett Renke at a 598. Brett is red, Jeff is green. Jeff's gonna move on, going 620 on the 608 dial. Steven Jaslowski, 804 dial on the left. Right side, Scott Taylor at a 671. About 500 separate him in reaction time. Win light to Jaslowski, 28 on the green side, and goes 807 on the 804 dial. Scott was behind at the start. Slowed up a little bit, unfortunately. Steven Jaslowski, moving on. Jeff Taylor on the left, 579 dial in the Dakota. Right side, David Meyer, triple nickel dial at a 555 in the Cavalier. Jeff is red, 22 thou. David Meyer is 005 and goes 554 on the 555. David Meyer, moving on. Cliff Hall on the left side, 646 in the Falcon. Right side, Larry McClanahan in the Cobra Jet at a 582. Time win light to Cliff Hall, 21 dead on 1, getting their 43 thou. McClanahan behind at the start, got their second and breaks out 1 thou. Rob Strong at a 693 on the left. Right side, Austin Hockaday at a 628. Thou separate him. Win light to Austin Hockaday, 44 on the tree and 14 thou above. Rob Strong was 15, breaks out 34 thou, getting their first 77 thou. Needed to take 40 or less. Jeff Devy, 708 on the left. In the Blazer of Phil Unruhs. That Blazer is beautiful and it happens to be for sale. Kelly Hockaday on the right, 650 dial in the Falcon. Separate him in reaction time, advantage to Jeff Devy, but win light going to Kelly Hockaday. Kelly, 35 and goes 652 on a 650. Jeff Devy was 005, get there first by 800ths to break out 25 thou. Needed to take, let's see, let me do my math correctly, 55 or less. getting into the final pair of pro for Biondo round number 2. Dennis Paz and John Tripp. Advantage to Tripp, Winlight Tripp. 21 and goes 585 on the 581. Dennis Paz a little behind at the start and goes 678 on the 675. I'm going to turn the mic back over to Mr. Mike Ames. Mike, thank you.
Thanks, Marco. You got to go do like official things. Versus all this stuff, it's like unofficial things. And as we are looking in the chat bleachers, Stan Anderson talked about, yes, we are giving away a Optima yellow top battery, and we're going to talk about how we're going to do that here in just a few minutes as we are rolling into Group A door car Biondo Racing Products round number 2 with Spencer Massey and Lorene Rogers. Miss Lorene for Little Opie Enterprise out of Seligman. And the Pontiac, $499 is the dial. Spencer Massey, Fort Worth, Texas, in the Nova. $641 the dial for Spencer. Yes, once again, we are going to give away a yellow top Optima battery every single day to one of our fine participants in our BANGshift live feed. Spencer Massey is going to get the win. 008 dead on 6 to be 14 total. Lorene Rogers is 75 Howie Long at the start and no good. And the pair that's on the line is good. The pair that's in the water box is spectacular. Leslie Grissom and Jason Pad. Pad out of Canada. And the Love Truck, 613 is the dial for Jason. Leslie Grissom out of Odessa, Texas. That 66 Nova wagon with the luggage rack. This is cool. 4-door, 683 dial there for Leslie. Grissom is away. Jason Pad trying to run down that Nova wagon. Not gonna do it. Double breakout win for Leslie Grissom. 004 right here on the starting line. 681.9 on the 683, under by 11 thou. Jason Pad was 29 green, under by 3 hun, and Leslie Grissom ends up on the right side of a double breakout. And Austin Williams and 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi in round number 2. Really? These two guys did a horrible job pulling up into the staging lanes. Austin out of Texas in the Bronco. Verdi in the Top Gun Firebird, 597. Verdi right side. A-Dub left side. Verdi looking at Austin Williams. Austin Williams is going to get the win. Verdi 005 up front, goes 596.2, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second, taking 33 down there. As Austin Williams got down there and applied some thorough pressure to the brake pedal after being 29 green and ends up 1 thou above to take out Jeff Verdi, and that was just colossal with Austin Williams and Jeff Verdi. It's Ryan Harem and Kevin Burnett. Burnett out of Parker, Colorado. 526 there in the Opel. And Ryan Harem out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile 1 in the Camaro. 557 the dial for Harem is going to get the win. 26 and 4 above is good. Kevin Burnett, 59 on the green light start. As Kevin Burnett breaks out by 11 thou, taking 23. As Jeremy Heffler and Ted Seipel. Ted in the Ferrari out of San Leandro. Ted doing this at 85 years of age. Jeremy Heffler out of Texas, 617 on each side. As Ted looking over to the left, Jeremy on the right-hand side, and Jeremy 0073 above is good. Ted Seipel missed it just a little bit, being 32 at the start. Now 619 and goes 617. Here in around 2 to feet is Chris Johnston and Dan Bain. See, do you like your 69 Camaro out of Washington, or do you like your 69 Camaro out of New Mexico? 537 is the island for Dan. Chris Johnston, 612. The prediction. Johnson looking over to the right. Here comes Dan Bain, going to get the win. 10 green, 4 above for Dan Bain. Chris Johnston is 37. Right off the starting line, he goes 616 to 612. Robbie Breeden and Mark Lalonde. Breeden out of Ohio in the Chevrolet. The pickup truck, Mark Lalonde in the Camaro. 1 thou is a coin toss on the starting line. Lalonde and Breeden and Mark Lalonde. 559 on the 557 is good. 18-10 thou, the margin of victory for Mark Lalonde. Robbie Breeden is going to bow out here in Beyond Racing Products. Round number 2 is Rogelio Temez and Gary Wombold. Rogelio out of Allende Nuevo Leon in Mexico. 836 the dial for the Malibu. Gary Wombold out of Colorado. The 78 Camaro. All right, so all my friends on the BANGshift feed, in the chat bleachers, we are going to give away that Optima yellow top battery. Over the next little bit, we're going to go till 4 o'clock Pacific. That's, 19 minutes? A red light start for Tamez. Womble is 21 thou, and he'll get the win. And a free look at 654, he goes 650. So all my friends in the BANGshift feed,
dude, okay, so you're up here eating peanut M&Ms.
I haven't had any for a while. These are just
but you have
open.
had some.
Well, I've had a few.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've had 0.
Okay.
Because I've been suffering for my peoples.
Yeah, suffering.
Yummy.
All right, so on the BANGshift feed, we're going to give away the yellow top Optima battery. Is Ryan Gleghorn and Sean Page. Here side by side with 5 thou, going to be the difference on the starting line, and Gleghorn is going to break out by 8 thou, taking 19. There at the finish line, Sean Page, the GTO out of Idaho, going to be 40 green and dead on 6 to be good enough to take out Ryan Gleghorn. So everybody that's participating in the chat bleachers, all you have to do is say, I want to win an Optima yellow top battery.
Yeah.
You just have to comment in the chat, I want to win an Optima yellow top battery. We're going to do it till 4 o'clock. Everybody that talks about it, we're going to pick one at random, and that's going to be your winner.
Nice.
So get in the BANGshift chat as Nacho Rivera and Trey Summers are side by side, and give it to Team Mexico's. Nacho is going to be 18 green, and 1 above is Trey Summers is 002 right down there, but is fast by 400 at the finish line. So every single day during the fling, we're going to give away one of those Optima yellow top batteries, but from now till 4 o'clock Pacific time, which is like 17 minutes, all you got to do, type in the feed, I want to win an Optima yellow top battery. Which I see a whole bunch of you already doing that. We appreciate it. Also, make sure you hit that like button.
You know, I have one vehicle that doesn't have an Optima yellow top battery in it. Guess which vehicle I had to buy a new battery for recently?
I'm going to say it's going to be the one that doesn't have an Optima yellow top battery.
Yeah, it's the one car that actually is yellow also, and should have. Ooh, ouch. David Beckwith.
19 green, breaking out by 3 Hun, taking 85 down there at the finish line. Marlon Goetz in the vet, 26 green, 4 above.
That hurt. That hurt bad right there.
Slightly painful.
Yeah.
Greg Christensen and Rod Taylor. Rod out of Kalispell, Montana. Chad Reynolds, you ever been to Kalispell, Montana?
I am sure I have, but I don't know. I mean, I've been everywhere in the country, so that's why I say.
If you have been to Kalispell, Montana, you would remember that you've been to Kalispell, Montana. Taylor. And that super clean Nova going to get the win. 004 dead on 5 to be 9 on the combined. Greg Christensen is just wasting space.
Yeah.
Kind of like the two of us.
Dude, 7 over, 15 on the
green.
tree, and goes home.
22 total is bounced. And the
Yeah.
Beyond Racing Products round number 2 is Randall Reed and Dave Jackson.
That was not pulling into the staging lanes the right way.
Doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do right there.
Randall had a... Oh, also, in the BANGshift feed, here's the thing. Only comment once. Like, if you keep repeating over and over again, no, just do it once. Don't be like throwing 46 comments in there that you want to win. We got you. We got you on the list.
Yeah, it's
Randall
not like
Reed.
you get multiple entries.
Yes, you get one. And if you're in the BANGshift feed, I want to win a yellow top battery. Is Randall Reed is going to get the win out of Texas. The truck, 2018 main event million winner, 18 green, 1 above. Dave Jackson, 36 at the start, 1 above, and 18 thou shy at the finish is Roger Sauter and Dustin Wirtz.
Dude, the 72 Barracuda out there. Looking good. I like it.
Former division champion in Super Street. And Dustin Wirtz.
Do you
Napa,
even
Idaho.
1090, bro? I mean, that's what he's saying right there.
Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. The Corvette Roadster, 520 on the board for Dusty Buckets.
Dusty Buckets. That's a good
Dusty
nickname.
Buckets.
Ooh.
And a red light start for Mr. Wirtz by 9 thou. Roger Sauter, 002. And 1 above. It was all over right off the bat.
Yeah, that was not pretty at the get-go.
All over right off the bat, just like Chad Reynolds' potential diet.
Dude, yes.
All over right off the bat.
Come on. Are you kidding me? You fed me M&Ms. It's your fault. I blame you.
I'm an enabler.
You are. Among other things that you are. That's just the one we can talk about.
There's a whole bunch of other adjectives.
Yes.
Scotty Richardson and Mike Bloomfield. This is pretty good on the starting line, too.
You think? Yeah. You think cool Chevy 2 versus the S10, 609 to a 629 dial. These guys might be all right.
Scotty Richardson in both entries was like 7 total and 6 total.
Yeah.
Here he's 004 alongside Bloomfield.
Woo!
And Scotty Richardson, 004, dead on 4.
An 8 package right there.
Scotty Richardson has gone crazy. Scotty Richardson has gone insane. Scotty Richardson could have Mad Cow.
Dude, he's what he's doing right now is he's channeling his inner Biondo, because you'll remember in Tucson a few weeks ago, Pete was like 00 every round but 1 for 4 days or something. So,
Scotty Richardson.
although I think it was all
total.
Leela that made that win happen.
I think so too.
I mean, you tuned the car.
Machine.
You dialed it. You told him what to do. He listened well. That's it. You know.
Scotty Richardson is just dirty.
He's nasty.
Robbie Gear, Luis Cantu for Team Mexico. The Camaro over on the Pennzoil side, 505 on the scoreboard. Robbie Gear out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, 449 on the dragster.
Viva la Mexico, baby. Oh, by the way, got a special treat for you Mexicans that are out there watching coming up here pretty soon. Ooh, Cantu 044 to an 021. Neither one of them going to win an Academy Award for that one. But Cantu not going on. 452 with an 8 for Gear in the left lane. Taking 18. Oof.
So the drag shot of Missouri will come back in round number 3.
Yay.
That's
No more
Travis
buying
Ringgold.
back.
No more buying backs. Travis Ringgold and Ricky Needham Jr., who Travis Ringgold introduced us to the Cheesies, which, by the way,
are awesome, and you mail ordered.
Which, by the way,
you brought them.
They're on property.
This is why we're friends, and this is why I'm fat.
They haven't been unleashed yet, but they are here.
Nice. So, okay, here's the deal. Announcement. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need a member of Team Mexico to come to the tower at some point today to announce for a little while in Spanish. It's been requested on the BANGshift live feed.
So Travis Ringgold is going to get the win there. 19 green. Going 672 is Ricky Needham Jr. Was a little bit late and off the gas early.
Yeah. When your reaction time starts with a 1, No reason to beat up the equipment. But yes, we've had Warren and some other guys on the chat who have requested that a member of Team Mexico come up and perhaps just announce a few pairs.
Yeah.
Maybe come up when some of Team Mexico is going to be running, right? We'll have our first ever bilingual BANGshift.com, dragracer.tv live stream. I think it would be awesome. I, for one, believe they should have to pay us in tacos for the opportunity. I'm just saying.
Carne asada?
Wait, yes, anything. You wrap anything in a tortilla, it's automatically twice as good as it was before.
This is Mike Rock and Brian Bennett. Mike in the traffic cone, Napa, Idaho, 001. On
Look
the
at
green
Jeff
light
Foster.
start, it's Brian Bennett. Goes 493.
Oh, okay. We also need to have a Canadian come up who speaks French so that we can have both sides of our borders represented. Well, I guess all three of our sides of our borders, technically.
We,
yes. Hey, I speak the other Canadian, the A kind.
So we got.
Give me a beer, eh?
We got we.
We.
For the French,
Yeah,
French.
I get
and
it.
C.
See?
Yeah,
We, see. Yay. Okay.
Aaron G. and Bodie Bennett. Now we have all those bases covered.
We're done. It's perfect. We've been trilingual already. It's awesome. Could possibly go wrong. It's a good thing they don't let us do everything.
I can think of a lot of things possibly. So Aaron G. 472 for the dragster out of Texas, and Bodie Bennett, Shallow Water, Texas. How far is your home base from Shallow Water, Texas?
I don't know, but I have Google.
We determined that you can find out the answer to anything.
Absolutely.
456 on the number for Bodie. Aaron G. will be out in front.
It turns out there is no other town or city in the United States of America that is called Shallow Water, by the way.
So if anything, that's one thing that we learned.
Oh, it's where no human wants to live. Shallow Water is just north and west of Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock, which stands for it blows real hard here and there's nothing else worth a darn except Skog and Dickey. That's what it means in the Native American tongue. Yeah.
Aaron is green. Bodie is green and going to get the double breakout win under by 1,000. 455.9 on the 456 for Bodie. Aaron was 14 green, under by 16,000, taking 37 as he nom-nommed the finish line down there. And Bodie Bennett gets come back around for round number 3. See, French, 3.
I got it.
Steve White and Jesse DiBartolo. Steve out of Ventura, California. Brand new racecraft prepared dragster, 496.
Out of Battleground, Washington. Not 2 T's Battleground, but 3 T's Battleground in the system. That makes it extra battle-y goodness.
Extra fierce.
Oh, yeah. It's angry.
Green and green, Steve White, Jesse DiBartolo. Steve White, 13 up front, dead on one. Down there at 660 feet, makes 14 combined. And, we'll take you back to like your elementary school math days with the alligator jaws, the greater than and the less than. 14 is less than the 35.
Yes.
And there you go.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I'm a little surprised, though, at how much of a bite of the finish line he took. Because he was pushing it right there, and he took way more than he needed.
Oh, the
he was lucky.
Win light turned on is Shane Molinari and Mark Campbell. Molinari, fastest car on property, 406. The dial for only 2 T's in Battleground, Washington here. So he's from the safer side of Battleground.
He is. I am waiting for somebody to show up with a car that is quicker and faster than Shane Molinari's because I want to know what that does to his head. Because he's always the quickest and fastest guy on the property. And he's dangerous on the tree.
And completely locks out Mark Campbell. 17 and dead on 9 to be 26 total. Mark Campbell is double nickel right off the bat.
What is that? The mathematically impossible?
As our good friend Jared Pennington would say, mathematically ineligible.
There you go, ineligible.
And I miss Jared Pennington.
Who doesn't?
Love that guy.
Hell yeah.
Son JJ did a great job announcing last week.
having fun, which is always what's important.
Mikkel McQueen and Chance Parker.
Parker out of Roy, Utah. How far away from you is that?
I actually grew up in Roy, Utah.
No.
Born in Roy, Utah, graduated from Roy High School.
Really?
And like we talked about earlier, I mean, Gordon Boven was talking about he has a street named Boven, and I don't have a street named in Roy for me. And
there's no Eames Lane,
there should be.
Not even a gravel driveway or anything?
Not even a dirt path. Chance Parker, 004, one above is good. McQueen 20 on the start and 488.8 on the 487 is Chance Parker. We'll see in round number 3, getting out of Beyond Racing Products, round number 2.
Also mathematically ineligible.
Bryson Parks and Shane Thompson. Shane for Team Silver State on Silver State Refrigeration.
I could use some Silver State refrigeration in this announcer's booth, because let me tell you, I don't know why the temperature in here has to be hotter. I know it's you. I know.
It's the sun.
It's the sun. The sun does a thing.
Comes through the windows.
No, it's because Foster turns it up in here, I guarantee you. He wants to see you sweat.
Doesn't take much.
No, true.
It's to be 48 degrees and I can be hot.
Yes.
Shane out of Henderson, Nevada, 496 is the dial. How about the dragster getting the head start on the door car? Shane looking over to the left.
Ooh.
And Bryson Parks gets around Shane Thompson.
Ouch.
29 green, 498.6 on the 497. Shane was kind of taking the adventuresome route.
Yes.
Down the 660 feet, was 009, but then 6 above. As Bryson Parks ends up on the right side and the Las Vegas side to get the win as Troy Williams Jr. and Austin Calhoun. T-Rock out of Florida, 481 for Troy Williams Jr., 481 for Austin Calhoun as well over on the Pennzoil side. The Covington, Washington Spitzer prepared winged dragster.
Wing or no wing? What do you like?
Sure.
Yes is the right answer.
Calhoun, advantage on Troy Williams and going to get the win, 13 and 5 above.
Neither one of them wanting the stripe. Like, oh, no, you can have it. Nope, yep, no, it's fine.
I insist. Go ahead.
No,
no.
After
you first.
Please, yes.
Age before beauty. Except Austin's only 27. He was definitely, no, young buck, you go ahead and go through.
There you go.
Austin Calhoun takes out Troy Williams Jr. as Paul Lorton and Brian Kennedy. Lorton in the Vega out of Peoria, Arizona, 624.
Already getting chicks because he's driving a Vega. I mean, come on.
The only thing better than that is like Randy Fabro's Vega. Or the Pinto, sorry.
The Pinto, yes. Or the Nasty Nick's Mustang, too.
That, too.
Also. Here's the deal. I mean, there's way more dragsters here than Vegas. So you're driving a Vega, you're getting noticed. I'm just saying. They're arguing over who's going to stage next. There you go.
Chad Reynolds just said there's way more dragsters than Vegas.
Yes.
The astute commentary provided by Chad Reynolds is just...
Yeah, but it's a numbers game.
So astute.
The way chicks are going to pay attention to you. Look at that thing. It's sexy. It's beautiful. It's going down the racetrack. Women are going to be throwing their phone numbers at it.
And it's getting the win, 19 total, 11 green, dead on 8. Brian Kennedy was 30 thou on the green light start. A dragster out of Odessa, Texas is going to bow out in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Best losing package this year. The first 4 rounds, instead of like a product, good, or service, it's 500 clams.
$500, which at the price of fuel, that's a good thing.
It's good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Tanner Theobald and Carson Campbell. Tanner at a Theobald Motorsports contingent, 484 the dial in for Tanner Theobald. Carson Campbell.
How do you say where they're from in French?
Saint Georges.
There you go. I like it. I'm going for it.
Carson out of Olympia. The young man is 001 and 1 above is good.
Love
for Carson
it.
Campbell had Tanner Theobald completely locked out as Tanner was 28 at the start.
I want Carson Campbell to have to bring us Olympia beer from now on, though, since he's from Olympia, Washington.
Does he want that sent out? What lane? Right, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, Group B. Group B in lane 7 and 8, if you would, please. Group B in staging lanes 7 and 8.
KJ. I believe it's Disa, right? Oh, Dessa. Sorry. Out of North Las Vegas over here in the right lane. Alfonso out of Allende Nuevo. Oh, Allende Nuevo Leon, Mexico. Part of Team Mexico. They're over there. They're nodding. They're shaking their heads. I don't know if they're having an issue over there in that left lane. Team Mexico blowing up a dragster rear end yesterday. It was no bueno. Making sure they are ready to rock and roll. 474 the dial in the left lane. 486 for KJ in the right. That one is over before it starts as Team Mexico's Alfonso goes 004 red and runs 475 with an O on a 474 dial. Meanwhile, 486 with a 6 on a 486 for KJ. Got lucky with that 049 light.
Once again, Group B. Group B, let's get you up in lane 7 and 8, please. Group B, let's get you up in the staging lanes, please. Is Chris Galitti and Michael Johnson. Chris Galitti, Michael Johnson.
Johnson out of Springdale, Arkansas. Galitti out of Tomball, Texas. Galitti in a 2015 American Dragster. How about that dragster race last night? Dude, I would love to have a race that I won that gave me a full roller chassis, painted, wired, beautiful dragster. Oh, MJ throwing it down. 001, but breaks out by 1. Meanwhile, dead on with a 4 and a 022 light. Makes a 26 total package for Galitti, who takes the win here in round number 2.
Johnny Zell and Kevin Shear. JBR out of Louisiana, 462 for Johnny Bracket Racer. Kevin Shear out of Belfair, Washington, 459, the number for Kevin. Yes, Chad.
Do we have to invite Johnny up too because he's Cajun and that's a whole other language?
One time, me and Nathan Hershey talked about one time we wanted to announce around like Farmer Friend, the water boy. Johnny Zell, 17 green and 2 above to get it done. Kevin Shearer was 62 up front, and when you got Johnny Zell in the other lane and you are 62, you don't have a great opportunity to win a round of racing, as Layla Paravalera says. Okay, so the BANGshift feed, the I Want to Win a Yellow Top battery, that has come to a close as it's past 4 o'clock on the Pacific time, and we're going to get through this next pair, and then we'll go from there. It's Marco Abruzzi and Stan Essery. Marco out of Warren, Ohio. 459 is going to be the dial-in there for Marco Abruzzi. 464 the dial for Stan Essery.
I got to tell everybody that's watching, though, Leela is legitimately sitting here putting every single person's name on a spreadsheet as you make the comment. So we're gonna call a name here in just a few minutes.
006 red for Stan Essery. Marco's going to advance into round number 3. Dead on 2 and 15 green to be 17 total. Essery, 6 red. Put 464 on the scoreboard and 466 on the car, but it was over right off the bat. So once again, Layla Parvaleris, everybody who commented in the BANGshift live feed and said, I want to win a yellow top battery, Layla inputted everybody into a database. We're going to random pick a number, and wherever you are in the feed.
Okay, so that I can't be, said that I was being prejudicial or anything. You, Mr. Mike Eames, have to be the one to roll the dice thing.
What's our number?
They're not numbered, they're by name.
So Dalton Garreau is going to be red by 1 thou, which is like the worst of the worst. Bryson Scruggs, 26 green, and dead on 3 to get the win there for Bryson.
Oh.
Actually, Peter Biondo
Peter
just walked
Biondo
in.
can pick it.
He should do it.
No, he's good. Okay.
is Gabby Needham and Kyler Hergemiller. Gabby out of Cleves, Ohio. 519 is the dial for Gabby. Kyler out of Brighton, Colorado. The winged dragster on the right side. 461 the dial for Kyler.
Just hold your finger. Okay. No, just hold your finger right there. Okay, now the scrolling is happening. Oh, there we go.
To verify, they didn't comment more than once. But
Okay, we have gotten our person, and we have to verify that they didn't comment more than once.
Gabby Needham turns it red. Kyler, get out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2. 24 on the starting line and 4609 with the 461 prediction. As Gabby was red by 13. It'll be done for the day in this entry.
That sucks. That's hard when you're that red, clearly intimidated. I mean, and, come on. Ran dead on, or one under. I mean, the nerves. But you know what? Today is the day. This is when you get all the...
get out of the way.
Get it all out of the way, dude. It's Wednesday. We got 3 more days of great drag racing going on right here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
And get all the bad juju out of the way. It's Michael Needham and Michael Otis. I'm going to say Michael's going to win.
I am going to say Otis is going to win because that's my dog's name.
That's right.
So I'm going for Otis.
This is Michael Otis out of Parker, Colorado. 487 is the dial-in for Michael.
What's your dog's name?
Rocco the Wonder Mutt.
I knew it was the Wonder
Alice.
Mutt, but I couldn't remember there was
Rocco and Alice.
Okay, there you go. So if there's a Rocco running and there's Otis running, they're going up against each other. Ooh,
and
True Start.
True Start going to take in effect. Both drivers are red, and Kyle Seipel's smiling down upon us as Needham. 001 red left first. Negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
It is.
Request for a flyby.
Yeah, we got that one.
That was that
was close. I swear to God, it went under the arch right here.
Michael Otis, 003 red. But Michael Needham on the right side of a True Start double red light situation is Jason Pad and Don Budkowitz. Don out of New Jersey, the Race Tech Dragster, 478 for Don over on the Pennzoil side, and Jason Pad, Chestermere, Alberta, Canada, 449. There for Pad. So Jason Pad is going to get the win as Don Budkowitz breaks out by 5 thous, out in front by 9 thou.
Are you ready, Mikey?
Yes,
all
sir.
right, so there's...
Hold on a second. Hold on.
No, we have it.
Oh, you meant her. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah. No,
see,
so
this is what happens
so
when
we
you're a
have
squirrel.
our winner, and there are some people that are griping because they're like, nobody said we could only do it once. Dude, you have 3 more days. Just shut up. It's fine. So it's my chat. I get to make the rules. So the winner, Mr. Alvin Clark, you are winning a yellow top Optima battery as Casey Pennington and Perry Kumo going down the racetrack.
Cassie Pennington dead on 1 and 20 green is good enough. Perry 18 on the green light, under by 16 thou, taking 19. Needed to take 3 or less. But Cassie Pennington move out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2 into round number 3 is Tom Clark and Jimmy Lewis. Tom out of Spokane, Washington, 451 the projection. And Jimmy Lewis, as we are all Washington State right here on the starting line. Jimmy, 474 there for Jimmy. Jimmy Lewis, 25 up front, dead on 5 at the end of 660 feet. To be 30 on the combined. Tom Clark was 41 at the start, dead 0, and had no chances. That starting line disadvantage led to the round 2 defeat there for Tom Clark as Vinny Domino and Owen Duffield.
Math
Vinny
is
out of
hard.
Numbers is hard. Words is more harder.
True.
Vinny, 456 on the dial. Staten Island, New York.
No.
Team Namidia Dragway.
New York with a name like Vinny, I would never have guessed.
Vinny Domino. Team Numidia Dragway, that's a place I got to get to. A
Oh.
place that Vinny and those guys
Dude,
operate.
I would love to. Never been to that racetrack.
Owen Duffield, the young man out of Texas, and Vinny Domino. 0073 above is good. To get the win, Owen 23 at the start. Now it's 495, goes 499. And is a couple hun behind of the stripe as Domino. Gets to keep on keeping on as Val Torres Jr. and Dennis Lithgow.
Torres out of Chino, California. Dennis out of Mansfield, Texas, just down the road from where I live in Waxahachie. Right there, he's about 30 minutes or so from the Texas Motorplex in Ennis.
So here's the question.
Yes.
Waxahachie.
Yes.
It's W-A-X.
It's wax, not wax. Yes. Looks
Then it-
like wax. It's pronounced wax.
Then it should be W-O-X.
I know, but it isn't because
just
it's
saying.
Texas and they spell all the things wrong. Yeah. I mean, they do a bunch of things wrong on spelling and pronunciation. Like Terrell, Texas, anywhere in the whole wide world, that's Terrell, okay? Capel, Texas, like anywhere else in the world, including Ted himself, is Koppel. So, they know how to do that wrong.
Val Jr. left side, Dennis right side. Val Jr. rips down there to be dead on 3, 14 total, and Dennis is 21, which normally, if you're 21 in Vegas,
Good.
usually
Black
cash.
Jack,
usually
baby.
cash.
Yeah, not so much
I mean,
here.
worst case scenario is like you push.
Right.
But here, you end up being 8 thou behind.
Yeah.
And completely locked out as Val Jr. Packages up Dennis Lithgow as Taylor Strange and Michael Pennington.
All right, Mikey, I am out. I am
leaving?
going to go
Will you take care
man
of
the
that one thing?
camera. I'm going to make this phone call.
I promised I would do that.
I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm going to go man the camera on the side of the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much to everybody that is here. Thank you so much for all the kind words, everybody, about the broadcast. I am super proud to be here this weekend. Not only because I love this event, but also to be working with Warren Evans. Doing this collaboration is great, and I thank Peter Biondo for having the idea.
Thank you, Chad. I miss you already. It's Taylor Strange, red by 14 thou. Michael Pennington, 11 green and 5 above. 5 thou above, 16 total. There for Michael Pennington. Again, everybody watching the live feed, both on Drag Racer TV and BANGshift. Appreciate everybody from both near and far that are a part of this event. If you can't be here in person, being here on the live feed is really special for all of us that have a part of this event. It's Philip Pennington and Alberto Sebda Jr. out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico. 487. There for Alberto. Philip Pennington, Three Rivers, Texas. Chromeworks chassis dragster for Mr. Pennington, 490. On the board for Philip. Sebd, a little bit better on the starting line, and he's going to completely lock out Philip Pennington. 007 dead on 8 to be 15 total. 007 taking 8 thou for Alberto Sebda Jr. Philip Pennington was 17 at the rip, dead on 6, 23 total, and just got splatted. So Team Mexico moving around number 3 is Dave Secondy and Keith Camblin. Secondy out of Ellenburg, Washington, 472. In the Mola Dragster, Keith Camblin out of Littleton, Colorado, 454 for Keith. Hey, Shirley McClellan. Take care of Peabody. Because I said so, and I miss him. He should be here racing. Red light start for Keith Camblin by 26 thou. Dave Secondy gets away with one, being 62 green and 2 above. And you know what? You go deep in one of these events, you got to have a lucky round, and that was a lucky round there for Dave Secondy, as he missed a timely removal of the thumb from the button, but ends up making it work. As Rob White and Emiliano Lopez. Emiliano, 475 for Team Mexico over in the Penzoa side, the winged dragster. Rob White coming down from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. That 515 number. It's Rob White. We'll get the opportunity to leave first. So we're in the middle of Biondo Racing Products. Round number 2 is Emiliano, 008, one above to get the win. 476.3 on the 475 was 9 thou in front was Emiliano. Rob White, 29 thou down there at the starting line. 5:15.1, dead on one. But he gave up a couple of hundredths of a second right down there on the starting line and could not climb out of that deficit to light up the win light in his lane as Seth Zermano and Dylan Howe. Seth Zermano out of Alhambra, California, 479 on the dial. Dylan Howe for Cascade Trailer Sales, Junction City, Oregon. Brian and Mindy and that whole team. Seth, left side. Brian, Dylan, right side. And Dylan Howe, 29 green, a one above to get the win. Seth was better at the start as he was Lou Gehrig 4 thou. Breaks out by 13 thou, took 50. As Seth Zermano did to the finish line what Marco Pervaleris is doing to the M&Ms up here in the tower. Nom nom. Which is 100% fine. As Jeff Serra and Preston Pennington. This is a really, really good matchup. Jeff Serra and Peeps. 464 for Serra left side. 467 for Peeps over on the right side. Couple of bad dudes right there lining up here in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Serra, Peeps, Jeff Serra locks out Pennington. 11 at the start, dead on 2 to get the win. Pennington a little bit tardy, ripping the finger off the button to initiate his run. 26 green, dead on 2 for Pennington, and was locked out by Jeff Serra. And a colossal round 2 matchup is J.J. Cook and Troy Grant. J.J. Cook, red light start by a bunch. Troy Grant is off and away and already a victor. 38 green, 481 on the 480 is J.J. Cook. Gift wraps a win over to Troy Grant as Greg Hicks and Shannon Bepley. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas, 473 for PG. Shannon Bepley, 448. The dial in for the drag strut of Napa, Idaho. Shannon with the wing over in the Pennzoil side. As we are in the middle of Biondo Racing Products. Or round number 2. I believe we're still in the A group. Shannon off the way. Hicks gave up a little bit on the starting line. And Bepley on a double breakout is going to get the win. 447.3 on the 448 was 14 at the start. Greg Hicks had the reaction time of 34 thousandths of a second and was 400 quick on a double breakout. Shannon Bepley will move on. It's Thomas Bear and Chris Northup. Funny car Chris, longtime resident of Idaho before he decided to go out, and the family purchased Gleason Motorsports Park. They're in Gleason, Tennessee. The guy's doing a great job rehabbing and getting that facility up and operating. 470 the dial in Race Kids Dragster. It's Thomas Bear, Cherry Valley, CA. 498 is the dial. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team car. Lucas Oil there for Thomas Bear. 498. Bear has on that Las Vegas scoreboard. Bear looking over to the right. Funny car Chris looking to the left. Bear 003. 499 to get the win. Northrop was 15 green and 15 thou above. It was 10 thou behind at the finish line. As we're going to continue pressing forward with Beyond Racing Products round number 2. I'm going to move out of the way. Marco Paravaleris, who is attending to more official duties. Going to slide up in the chair. He's already in the chair, comfortable. He's ready to go to work our way through Beyond Racing Products round number 2.
Thanks again, Mike. Next pair, Aaron Steinke. The left side, 455 dial. Right side, Doug Johnson at a 474. Both drivers are a thou red. Wow. Aaron Steinke was lesser of the two 1 thou reds, going to the 4th digit that you cannot physically see on the computer. Goes 454 on the 455. Doug Johnson, after being little worse of the 1 thou reds, goes 475 on the 474. Now, Mike, before you walk out, have you yet to see a couple 1 red side by side?
Nope.
That's a first.
No, that's first, yep.
Wow. Gabe Torres and Jesse Bepley. Gabe at a 468 on the left, Jesse 512 on the right. Gabe with a major starting line advantage, going to turn it into a win light. 17 on the tree and goes 476 on the 468. Going to move on. Leroy is going to turn on the win light. 10, take 9 thou at the stripe to be dead on 9. 19 total. Henges, a little behind at the start. Got their second and goes 484 on the 485. Brings up Chris Whitfield and J.R. Learcamp. Separated by a Hun, slimmest of margin in the dials. JR going to get the head start at a 474 on the right side. Whitfield, 473 on the left. JR is 14 on the red side. Whitfield is 14 on the green side. Both drivers go 6 thou under, as Whitfield is going to move on. Steve Shearer and Blake Johnson. Steve, 488 on the left. Blake, 474 on the right. Separated by 6 thou in reaction time. Blake's going to pull to the side, making the courteous move. Steve Shearer didn't see him coming. Backed off the throttle, and he'll turn on the wind light. 30 on the tree. Blake was 24 on the tree. We're going to hold for a minute. While it's quiet, racers, your attention, please. We will now take Group C door cars for round number 2. So if you're a door car and have a C letter and you're still in competition, we will now take you to the lanes for round 2. All right, giving the signal to fire them back up. Left side is going to be Mark Kidd at a 463 out of Idaho. Right side, Madison Payne at a 453. Separate them, wind light, gonna go to Madison Payne. 26, getting their first 10 thou to go 15 thou above the 453 dial. Mark was 10 and goes 467 on the 463. Zach Mazier, left side 486, right side Gary Williams at a 470. Win light gonna go to Zach Mazier. How about 009 take 004 to be 15th thou above the 486. G-Dub was 11 and 17th thou above the 470. Margin of victory, 4th thou going to Zach Mazier. Sean Langdon at a 451 on the left side. Driving Toby Payne's new ride. Right side, Don Sefton at a 444. Last pair of A group. .007 to 21. Win light is going to go to Sean Langdon. Sean is 21, getting behind. Drop it to be dead on 0. Sefton, 007, getting their first 19th thou to break out 5th thou. Needed 13 or less. Want to take a moment to thank everybody for...
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on, and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home, and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Win, as we got our first pair of Group B single entered door cars rolling into the water box. On the left side, we got Nick Presimoni right here out of Las Vegas at a 641. Right side, cool hand Luke Bogacki at a 484. Nick is 4th thou on the red side. Luke gonna move on, 009 and goes 481 on the 484. Greg Dreer at a 572 on the left side in the Chevette. Tadis Armenta Jr. a 637 in the Chevelle. $17 thou separate them. Win light gonna go to Greg Dreer. 18 getting their second to break out 20 thou. Armenta 001 get their first 45 to break out so Greg Dreer moving on after winning the double breakout. Markel Jackson and Kenneth Smith. Markel, 714. Kenneth at a 691. Top end, win light, gonna go to Jackson. Jackson was behind on the start, goes 716 on the 714. Smith was 31, slows up to 705 on the 691.
George LeBlanc, the 571 on the left, out of Canada. Right side, Scott Hess out of Arizona, a 569. 9 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light. It's going to go to Scott Hess. 22 get there first. 20 thou to be dead on 4. 26 total. LeBlanc was 13 and goes 574 on the 571. Keith Hora, the 653 on the left. Right side, George Lewis at a 599. George Lewis is 18 on the tree to Keith's 31, but Keith's going to turn on the win light, goes 654 on the 653. George goes 605 on the 599. I was just told that I'm going to get a break for a little while. So meanwhile, I'm going to hand the microphone over to the man himself, Peter Biondo.
Thank you, Marco. And how about Ken Swio? Step right up and get a 7-pack. 004 dead on 3 for Ken, the hitter out of Oregon. Aaron Bronco is 020 400s under. Got there first, but didn't have a chance. Going to bring up a nice pair of door cars, 1963. Dodge? Looks like it. Versus 62 Bubble Top. Scarth versus Harrison. One driver's 006. He has the advantage. He's in the left lane. He takes the win. Wow. Scarth is not going to be happy about that one. Scarth was 25, broke out by 1 thou. Harrison was 006 and 12 hun under. Over, that is. Scarth took a little too much of a bite down there, and by 1 thou, his day will be done. Now we'll bring up John Floyd and Dennis Bauer. Floyd's going to pick up the win as Bauer 007 on the red side. Floyd is 028 and shuts it down, goes 778 at 87 miles per hour. And now we'll bring up the Porsche of Pete Both. And Lynn Harab. That's a big old GTO dialed 597 over there in the left lane, and Porsche dials in at 575. See the live chat? What's up, guys? I'll get you a car count, an official car count soon. It's more than 200, yes. Anybody's race. Both drivers dead on. 4th thou margin of victory to the big GTO. 027, 597 on a 597. Pete Bothy is 030 at the start. Goes 575 on a 575, just a little bit behind. David Cook and Jeremy Waterman. Both drivers drilling a tree. Win light. Give it to Jeremy. 007. 527 on a 523. David Cook was 5 above his dial with a 007 reaction time. After all of that, only 4th thou margin of victory for Jeremy Waterman. Roger Cato, 496. He is a killer in Supergas. And Chris Knapsinger, 486. Also a killer in Supergas. Thank you, Mr. Eames. So Cato and Knapsinger are battling it out. Cato will take the stripe by 1 thou and turn on the win light. 009, 497 on his 496 dial, and Knapsinger is 015, 1 above with a 2, and loses on a little bit of a hole shot. All right, live chat, I got the number for you. I got the official car count. The official car count for today is 1,230. No, I'm just kidding. 540 entries made the first round. $540 entries. This is our second biggest car count at the Fling in Vegas. This is our second biggest car count ever in 28 Flings.
I'm just going to say, if that 540 number doesn't put a smile on your face, I'm going to take this microphone, I'm going to bonk you right in the forehead.
Just bunk me anyway. What the heck? I've gotten worse. Larry Ball and Junior Velasquez. How about the pickup truck? With the reaction time advantage, but cannot turn it into a win line. Couldn't cover the number, 10 above. Junior gets around him, gives it a couple of rips, goes 3 above for the win. So he has 540 entries here on Silver State 30K Wednesday. Didn't know what to expect. When I got off the plane, I was a little bit nervous. Fuel prices, first time doing this without my partner and best friend Kyle, and you guys really showed up big. I appreciate it. Now let's crown a champion. Karen Snyder and Jason Mercer. Pair of topless cars. Wow. Jason's car does a little bit of a dance. Goes right, goes left, puts it back in the groove, and turns on the win light. Took the long way down, but 041, 2 above was good enough as Snyder was 097, 2 under, and was behind the stripe. How about this? Justin Lamb. If you want to see a state-of-the-art bracket car for the door car side of things, Justin has put so much thought into that. It's actually a mini blower. It's got a 3-speed in it. It's on alcohol, and it just hauls the mail and runs the number every time. And has working brake lights as he bumps it in. Snyder doesn't care about any of that. 509 to 461. Pair of roads going down. Justin. Rodney, win light. Give it to Rodney. Justin was 008, 2 above. I think he gave it back. He goes 150. He went 2 above at 147. 3 thou at the stripe, not going to Snyder's Way, who is 010 and 1 above. Next pair, Jeff Broussard and Larry Pittinger. Oh, Larry did a boo-boo. You know what Larry did right there? He forgot to put the cross in. Broussard, 31, picks up the win. 4 under. Pittinger with a 310 spot is minus 296. He would have been 004 if you do the math. Ugh. Patrick Conlon and Cody Robinson. Patrick in the 67 Camaro Classic. 2 stripes going down the back. 553. Quick dial here. If you've never raced in Vegas, it's a little bit of altitude. The barometer is probably about, I don't know, high 27s. So 550's pretty darn quick. Take that bad boy to sea level, go 530. He's going to pick up the win right there as Cody Robinson was 005 and 2 hun under. Conlon was 015 and a bunch over. He'll move on into round number 3, and Lloyd Flatum and Michael Coltrane. Coltrane, beautiful 2018 Miller Roadster in the right side. Dials it in at a 488. Lloyd Flatum, 478. Man, a lot of 4-second door cars here. Want to thank the live chat brought to you by Hoosier and Jakes. Appreciate you guys watching and chiming in. Flatum. How about B00 take 00 for Lloyd Flatum? 4 above for the win. Coltrane was 039, 2 above, and they call that a whole shot loss. '69 Firebird. Love that car. 581 is Darren Taylor's dial. Gary McNaka, 27 Roadster, 545. 69 Firebird looking good, 009, and turns on the win light. Got there first, broke out by 13th thou. McNaka was behind and broke out by 16th thou. That's a tough way to lose. He was behind by a fender, just needed to get a little bit further behind, and he could have easily turned that into a win light. But it's always easier for this side of the glass. And Brad Pierce and Zach Clark. Place gets a little tricky to win. You got to watch those flags at half track. I've learned from racing here in Vegas at half track, those flags mean a lot. How about Pierce? Leaves the line 000 and turns on the win light. Another whole shot win as Pierce is 3 above. Clark is 3 above with a lower number, but the reaction time told the story there. 000 for Pierce. Clark was 031. Big handicap. Carson's out there and his win light is shining because Al Quigley dropped it one little thou red and goes dead on. That's a swear jar moment. We have a swear jar set up. And if y'all was just 001 round 2 and went dead on, I'd probably donate a couple of bucks to it. 100% of the proceeds go to Racers for Christ up here at the Diva desk. The worse the curse, the higher the fine. Dick Vandermeer and Kenny Snow. Beautiful 2003 Grand Am. Dick Vandermeer from Idaho. Kenny Snow from California in that big 69 Chevelle. Dialed it in at quick 575. Has the reaction time advantage. Looks over his shoulders and turns on the wind light. Got there second, but it worked out as Dick Vandermeer was 16th thou under. Snow was 1 safe with an 18 bold. And Snow will move on into round number 3. We are in Biondo round 2. So the best losing packages of the first 4 rounds of every fling this year, they get money. Not a prize. We switch it over to money. So Biondo's going to fork over $500 today for the best losing package at each 30K, and $1,000 for the best losing package on the $1 Million Friday. Gordon Bovin and Myron Street. Win light, Gordon Bovin. 028, 3 above the 550 dial. Myron was 044 and 4 above. Who won the Optima Battery a Day giveaway? So every day between 3 and 4 Pacific time, we're going to do a Optima Battery a Day giveaway. And the winner is going to go to one of you guys on the live chat. Bill Bathello and Jamer Hart. Let me try that again. I'll call him Jamer H. But he's 006 and he's coming back. How about a 16 pack? As Bill was 038, 1 above 1. Margin of victory going to Jamer by 300. Brad Pierce. Brad Pierce, you won a Performer Eclipse weather station. That's about a $650 value. It's not a cert. It's actually the weather station. You can plug and play today with that. You would trip zip, and you did it at the right time, and you won yourself a Performer Eclipse weather station. Congratulations, Brad Pierce. Come up, pick up your prize. We'll get your picture on Facebook, social media, Instagram. Heck, we might even throw you on TikTok. Next pair. Another pair of 4-second door cars. Kobe Lewinsky and Yeshua Wilcox. You see the crew waving the door open and close there, getting some of the smoke out. Making sure the driver can see the top bulb nice and clear. Goes down here. And Wilcox takes the long way down. He was swerving around a little bit down there, goes 3 above the dial as Kobe was 3 under the dial. He had a chance, but he took 500 stripe. And now we'll close out the B group in Biondo round 2. I'm going to do a little bit of track prep, and we'll go into the C group of Biondo round 2.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships.
For the 3rd time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BeyondoRacing.com.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. James!
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags!
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Ultronics, Perform Air Weather Station Giveaway. Go to ultronicsinc.com/fling and enter to win.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling Bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
And just like that, a little bit of track prep. And we're back after it. Cliff Hall and Kevin Pollard. This is Super Pro, and these are two guys actually going off the bottom bulb. It's going to be a good matchup. Pollard from the East Coast, couldn't get much further apart. Virginia versus California. And the win light's going to go to Kevin Pollard. Why? Because Pollard's doing what Kevin Pollard does. Off the bottom, 008 dead 1 9-pack. Come and get some. Cliff Hall took a shot at it. Was 008 on the red side. Yes, 66 lanes, same time every day between 3 and 4 Pacific Standard Time. We're going to give away an Optima yellow top battery to one of the live stream viewers. Max McLaughlin and John Corbin. Pair of green lights, pair of good green lights. Max is 000, and Max breaks out by 3 thou. John Corbin was 10 on a tree, 1 above. It was good enough to win as Max took 30 thou stripe, needed to take 27 thou or less, and John Corbin will move on to round 3. Andy Schmoll and Glenn Dilday. Glenn is 70 Nova, 552. It's a pretty strong Nova. Pretty strong number for that Nova. Andy Schmoll, 596. Both drivers doing their job down here. Take it to the finish line. Close one. Dilday 17 takes 2 thou to go under by 6 thou. Schmoll 11 on a tree, drops about 3 mile an hour and goes dead 2 for the win. Dennis Paz. Dennis picked up the first big prize this morning. He was 000 and he won a $1,000 odometer certificate. We don't mess around when we give away prizes here, Mike. Second pair out. He's got his hands full with Mike Bloomfield Jr. Mikey is 007 and little Mikey turns on the win light. He's been on a hot streak this year. That's it. PJ North said it best. B00 takes 00. Mikey Bloomfield, 007, gets there first by 3 thou and turns on the win light. Paz, not a bad lap, 17, 1 above. The $1 Million Man, Jeff Verdi and Eric Daniels. This is going to be a good matchup. Eric's off the bottom, Jeff's off the top. Eric's 001, Verdi's 17, and the win light. Ouch. Verdi going dead 2. The Poncho dead on a number again. Eric Daniels was 001, broke out by 3 little thou. Kyle Fritz and Kevin Brannon. That's the rabbit in the Big Chief. So that's back-to-back Ponchos in the right lane. Kevin dials it in at 587. So the Big Chief said, I'll step aside and I'll hire myself a hitter. See how that works out for him. Worked out good that time. Little fist pump from the Big Chief. Brandon's 024, 3 above, that was good enough. He dropped him at the end, 590 at 112. Fritz is 041, 14 thou under. Had a shot, took 27 thou down there, had to cut that in half. So if you're new to bracket racing, which I think 99% of you on the live feed aren't, but if you are new, the object of the game is to get to the finish line first by as little as possible so that you go over your predicted ET without red light. One of my favorite cars is going to have to wait till tomorrow. Monty Beagle and that beautiful 33 coupe was 2 thou under, and his day will end there as Ryan Stifler is 019, 3 above the dial. 71 Chevelle will come back, and that brings up David Beckwith and Leslie Grissom. How about a 66 Nova wagon versus 70 9 Malibu. Just gotta love door cars. David, his win light is shining. He's 013 at the start. He dialed in 752. Wow, he was holding a chunk. 9 under. As Leslie Grissom is probably going to hit the swear jar. Red on a tree and dead one.
So, Pete, like, how much is, like, holding 9? Is that like a womp and 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 a tap it, like...
Yeah, you probably got to do just maybe a little more to give it 2 more
couple
womps
more?
and a half a tap. Or you can just get it down there to about 500 feet and
just park it?
Drop the hammer, yeah. A lot of ways to do it. Mr. K&N, Jonathan Fiello, and Hector Hernandez. Team Mexico left side. I tell you, Team Mexico, they came to play. 006 and 3 above for the win light for Hector Hernandez. Jonathan Fiello missed the tree a little bit and it cost him. 046, loses on a hole shot. 2 above. Billy Kidd and Paul Edens. Edens in the 83 Toyota truck, 541, and Billy Kidd 663 in a little 66 Chevy too. Pair of green lights. Bill Kidd is looking over his shoulder and ouch. All right, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. He was 042. Paul Edens was 091. But Billy broke out by 3 thou. But Paul Edens says, I'll take that and move on to round 3. Scotty Richardson and Trey Summers. Scotty has been laying down some laps today. He dials it in at 609, and Trey Summers, 96 Beretta from Tennessee, dials it in a 625. So these guys are basically neighbors, relatively speaking. Kentucky and Tennessee. Win light, give it to Scotty, 014. Got that first by 0002. And he took it because he's 6'11 at 105. That's doing work. That's a Scotty Richardson we all know. 008, 3 above right side. Scotty's 014, 3 above. Finish line replay. Probably about 2 inches down there. Scotty's way. Sean Reichenbach and Rob Taylor. Red light start by Rob Taylor. How about Sean 000? Can he put it dead on 9 thou under? Nice lap for Sean. Taylor, not sure what happened. Maybe he didn't put the cross in, but even that doesn't add up. He might have just flinched. But it's only Wednesday, Rob. Got plenty of time to make up for that. Butch Blair and Dan Bain. That's right, Kevin Martin. Be green, get there first, don't break out. Man, it sounds so simple. Yeah. How you pull on the stage and lanes can make or break your day. There goes Blair. Here comes Bain in that beautiful 69 Camaro. Has the reaction time advantage. Turns it into a win. Dan Bain. 019, 540 on a 538. Was good enough as Butch Blair is 046 at the tree and also 2 above. Greg Sabatino and Kevin Burnett. Wow, that's another 000 reaction time. That's 4 000s in the last 11 pairs, if I calculated that right, but didn't turn it into a win line. Went 3 above. Not sure if he gave it back. Greg Sabatino was 14, 1 above with a 0, so a 24 pack was good enough. Kevin was right there at the start, but maybe needed to dial it up just a little bit more. Hector Delgado and Perry is that Como? Really? Did I get that right? Comeaux and Louisiana. I mean, that's a lot of. It's Como. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. A pair of teen lights, door cloud drags to match up. Wind light going to. Give it to Como. 017, 5 above, patting the gas down there. 475 at 126 as Hector had a good reaction time, but left him way too much room. Goes 2/10 above the dial. Hank Promov and Miguel McDean. Hey, drivers, listen up. The double entry drivers with the AC car numbers, please have the correct car number on when you come around the tower. So when you're running with the C group, cross out the A. When you're running with the A group, cross out the C. Please. And thank you. So Mikel's in control and turns on the wind light. He had him from end to end. 005, 1 above the dial. Pramo was 42 at the start and goes 33 thou under. And Mikel moves on to round number 3. So if you're joining us on the live chat, we are in Silver State 30K Wednesday. We are in Biondo round 2. And for you racers and race fans out there, we have 540 cars compete in round 1 today. We had buybacks today. We will not have buybacks on the next 2 30K races. So on Thursday and Saturday, there will not be buybacks. Gave you guys a good buyback today, get everybody in the swing of things, give you a couple of shots at the racetrack if you happen to lose. But after this, Thursday and Saturday, there will be no buybacks. Friday, the Million Day, there will be buybacks. Aaron G. and Corey Jackson. Little roadster drags to match up. Hey, give the win light to G. 17, patting the gas down there, goes 469 on a 469 at 144. And with that, the ever so popular Mr. Eames will take over.
Man, I'm telling you, your definition of popular and mine has got to be 2 different things.
Oh, check this out. And I'm going to say this live just because we can. So Mike was the track manager at Salt Lake City.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you got a call yet, but I know a certain track that is looking for a track manager, and I gave him your number.
I did get a call.
You did? Okay,
yes.
I'll leave it at that. We'll leave everyone else in suspense. It's a few states away, so I don't know if it's going to work out. But Mike, take it away, bud.
We could do it long distance. Brian Kennedy, 17 green and 1 above is good. Alongside Robert Butler in the Camaros. Butler was 42 at the start, dead on 5, but that starting line deficit was a little too much to handle. Brian Kennedy going to get the win. Shane Molinari and Kevin Shearer. Shane Molinari, that screaming Pro Charge dragster 406. Look at Kevin Shear out there. Here comes Molinari. Kevin Shear, 004, dead on 3 to be 7 total. And look at the mile-an-hour difference in 8th mile. 96 miles an hour for Kevin Shear. Shane Molinari, 175 on the speed. Peter, have you seen an 8th mile race with a 79 mile an hour difference? Shane Molinari went by Kevin Shear so fast, the vortex that it created about sucked Kevin out of the driver's seat. 79 mile an hour difference at the 8th mile. And Kevin Shear's 3 total. That is just silly. Austin Williams and Rene Cantu. Cantu for Team Mexico in the Camaro. 79 miles an hour was the split. That is ludicrous speed. As Austin Williams is going to bow out to Team Mexico. As Rene, 14 green, dead on 4 is 18 on the combined. And Austin, Waxahachie, is 13 green and 1 above. And no good. 79 miles an hour. That's completely insane. Sean Page and Jeff Jones. Sean out of Boise, Idaho. Jeff Jones. Bracket Racing Products, Jones Racing Team. 610 the dial. Sean gonna get the win, as neither driver is at all sporty at the start. As 75 leaves first. Sean Page, 87 green, 4 above is good. Jeff Jones breaks it out by 29 thou, taking 88 at the stripe. Can we just go back and talk about Shane Molinari and Kevin Shear again? I mean, I've seen a thing or two, a timer 20. But that's pretty crazy. Jeremy Heffler. And Reyes Tamas. Reyes for Team Mexico, Monterrey, Nuevo Leon. 756 the dial for Reyes. Jeremy out of Kennedale, Texas. 461 the dial for the dragster. Just a 3-second head start, 2 trees as we're off and away. Reyes looking over the shoulder of that Nova. Here comes Jeremy in the dragster. Heffler, 463 to be 2 thou in front. This is Jeremy, is 12 green. This is Reyes, was 30 green, dead on 4. And he'll bow out in round number 2 of the Beyond Racing Products. Round is Randall Reed and Diane Pettit. Randall out of Iowa Park, Texas, 462 for the 2018 Million main event winner. Diane Pettit coming down out of Sumner, Washington. Diane and Tim over on the Pennzoil side. Diane 005 and 2 above to get the win. 005 taking 003 for Diane Pettit. That'll get it done. It's like a 93%er, maybe even a little higher, 93%er. There for Diane Pettit. Randall Reed, 14 green, 1 above. And our 2018 main event champ is done. Here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2 is Megan Molinari and Chance Parker. Megan out of Battleground, Washington. 418 the dial in for Megan. They're on the green light. Chance Parker, 009 and 482. As Chance Parker will move it around number 3. Chris Galitti and Jim Glenn. Peter, are you going to leave on this one? This is one you should stay for. Chris Galitti left side, Jim Glenn right side. You know what? This is tough. Jim Glenn's been on a roll, but Chris Galitti's really good. Jim Glenn, our winner last night in the American Race Cars Todd Extreme Paint Shootout. Brought that incredible American Race Cars dragster. Chris Glenn, 16 green, dead on 9 to be 5 thou in front, is going to bounce Chris Galitti. Galitti was 12 green and 1 above. But the most important number there is to be 5 thou behind. There at the finish is Jim Glenn. And a pretty good one there with Chris Galitti. To move out of Beyond Racing Products, round number 2 is Jansen Melton and Carson Campbell. Melton, left side, 450 the dial out of Tennessee. It's Carson Campbell, Olympia, Washington. The young man on the Mullis chassis dragster, 492 on the board. Double breakout there for Carson Campbell. Carson, 008 under by 3 thou. Jansen Melton, 16 green under by 6 thousandths of a second on a very toit like a tiger double breakout. Carson Campbell is going to get the win as Marco Abruzzi and Dan Northrup. Another good one. There, Marco left side out of Warren, Ohio, 459 for Marco. And Dan Northrup in the Don Butkowitz machine. Out of Pennsylvania, race tag, dragster. Slight advantage on the starting line. See the scoop rock down there and ended up breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second to Dan Northrup. Marco Abruzzi, 15 green, 1 above. To be on the right side, Northrup breaking out by 2 thou, out in front by a couple of hundredths at the finish line is Robbie Gear and Gary Womble. So I need Group D. Group D into the staging lanes, 1 and 2, please. Group D, round number 2 in the staging lanes. Group D, let's get up at staging lanes 1 and 2, pretty please. So we're working our way through Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Those of you on the live feed, we had 540 entries today in round number 1. Just incredible support for this K&N Spring Fling Million event presented by Optima Batteries. 540. Everything going on. I can't thank all the racers enough for being here to be part of this event. It's Gary Womble. We'll light up the Pennzoil scoreboard. 11th thou down on the starting line. And 7th thou in front at the finish, going 497 on the 496. Robbie Gear was a little bit better at the rip. Was 009. Had 2 little bitty thou. But then was a couple hunt above. Sent Wombolt through, and Gary got the win as Ryan Harem and Dustin Wirtz. High Gear out of Huntington Beach. Lovely by Whitney, and she was watching the live feed. 004 leads the starting line second against Dustin Wirtz, and Wirtz takes out Ryan Harem. 003 taking 1 thou for Dustin Wirtz. That's like a 99%er. 462.6 on the 461 for Wirtz. Ryan Harem is 004 and 16 thou above, but a thou behind at the stripe. It's Dustin Wirtz. We'll press on as Dan Lafferty and Ted Seipel. Dynamite Dan for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. 449 the dial. Ted Seipel out of San Leandro. 479 for Ted in the dragster. Red light start for Ted by one stinking thou. And that is definitely a swear jar donation there for Ted Seipel. Lafferty, 36 green and 3 thou quick. But Ted Seipel, red by one little bitty blimping gross thousandth of a second. It's Johnny Zell and Lorene Rogers. Johnny out of Louisiana. Johnny Bracket Racer. 463 the dial. Lorene Rogers out of Sligman, Arizona. The Yancer Fender Dragster. There for Lorene. 582 is what's down there on that Pennzoil scoreboard. Zell, big starting line advantage. And the win. 009 and 464 on the 463 for JBR. Lorene Rogers, 58 up front and a lot under. And that was all sorts of, well, not prettiness for Lorene Rogers. Spencer Bassey and Preston Pennington. In Group D, you're filling in nicely. Group D in lanes 1 and 2, if you would, please. Spencer Massey, Fort Worth TX. 465 on his side. Peeps, 467 for the young man out of Three Rivers, Texas. 2019 K&N Spring Fling Million champion. Pennington, 008 on each side of the racetrack, taking trip 07 for Peeps Pennington. Spencer Massey also 008, 466.9 on the 465, and it comes down to a 7/10 thou margin of victory. I mean, it's no Scotty Richardson 2/10 thou, but then again, who is Scotty Richardson besides Scotty Richardson? It's Tom Clark and Austin Calhoun. Tom out of Spokane. Dragster of the Las Vegas side, 452 is the dial, and Austin Calhoun, Covington, Washington. Winged Spitzer Dragster, 483. Displayed on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Beyond Racing Products last. But that 009 is going to get the win. 11 total for Tom Clark. 009 down here. 452.2 on the 452 to be 11 total. On the combined is Austin Calhoun's 003, 2 above. And is out in round number 2. It's Doug Foley Jr. and Jeff Serra. It's another just absolutely splendid matchup here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Foley left side, Serra right side. These two are prime time. And Jeff Serra on a double breakout is going to take out Doug Foley. Serra 19 green and under by 2 thou. Doug Foley Jr. was up on the wheel for Mr. Serra. 003 at the start. Had 470 on the car, goes 4690 on the racetrack to break out by a Hun. And Jeff Serra is going to get the win on a double breakout with a good one there with Doug Foley Jr. It's Dave Secondy and Mark Campbell. Dave out of Ellensburg, Washington, 474 the dial for Dave and Mark Campbell. 463 displayed on the Olympia, Washington scoreboard. So 11/100ths of a second. The potential head start for Dave Secondy. Red light start for Dave. Mark Campbell's 001 and 464 on the 463. After Secondy was red. Went all the way out the back door and goes 473.5 on that 474, but it was all over. Right off the bat, Secondly is read by 1,000, Paul Lorton and Michael Johnson. Paul out of Peoria, Arizona. The American dragster, 475. The dial for Paul. Michael Johnson, Springdale, Arkansas for MJ, 485. 1/10. The opportunity to leave first for Michael Johnson. Red light start for Lorton by Gary Jeter. 473.7 for Lorton. Michael Johnson, after being 23, Michael Jordan on the starting line, goes 486.0 on that 485, but it doesn't matter when light's on. For Michael Johnson as Lorton goes RED as Taylor Strange and Troy Grant. We are Colorado v. Colorado. Taylor Strange, 476. Here in round number 2, Troy Grant, 481. The Miller chassis dragster out of Golden. Right there outside of Denver. Taylor's green, Troy is green, Taylor Strange sticks the nose of that dragster out in front by 5 thou at the finish line to be on the right side of the number. 478 on the 476. 28 was a green light start for Taylor Strange. Troy Grant was 3-4 on the starting line. 483.3 on the 481. 5 thou behind was Troy Grant's Taylor Strange. We will see in round number 3 is Jorge Saldivar and Jason Pad. Jorge, Team Mexico. Jason Pad out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. 461 on the dial for Jason. $299 green for Jason Pad. Jorge Saldivar, 3-3 at the start and 2 above, but had it in control as Jason was way late, and 487 on the 461. There was some definite discombobulation right there for Jason Pad as Saldivar for Team Mexico. We'll be back in round number 3 as Troy Williams Jr. and Tony Burton. Tony and Troy. Give it to Tony Burton. 001 and 2 above for Tony Burton to get the win. Troy Williams Jr. 11 up front. Had 472 on the race car. Goes 471.4 on the track, under by 6 thou, taking 17. As Troy Williams Jr. needed to tighten that margin to 11 or less to move the win light over, and his side did not do it. Tony Burton takes out Troy Williams Jr. as Leroy Duran and Mark Lalonde. Leroy out of Sun City, Arizona. 499 the dial, and Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 502 is the dial in for Mark. Starting line and parlay that advantage to a win. 5 flat for Leroy after being 16 on the starting line. Mark Lalonde was 26 up front. And a hunt over. 5:03 on the 5:02. But behind there at the stripe. Alberto Sevda and Cooper Chun. All right, attention in the pit area. Final call for today's apparel sales. Shirts, hats, hoodies, etc., etc. Final call. Final call for apparel. Down here at the bottom of the tower. All of the great Spring Fling merchandise. Final call for apparel sales for today. Alberto Sevda. Team Mexico. 487 and Cooper Chun. Super talented young man out of Vancouver, Washington. Red light for Alberto. Gift-wrapped win in round number 2. And is dead on 3. For Cooper. See him back around number 3. Alberto will be a Biondo Racing Products second round runner-up. As Keith Campbell and Michael Pennington. Group D. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. You guys are filling in there nicely. So Keith Campbell, Littleton, Colorado, 454. Filing on the left side of the racetrack. And Michael Pennington. Pennington team. Texas. Team winner in this round. 001 green and 1 above. As Keith Campbell was 20 on the red light start. There's Keith Campbell. Michael Pennington takes another one of the Pennington dragsters into round number 3 is Donovan Williams and Scott Holbrook. Donovan lost 1 entry already in the buyback round. A young man who had a very profitable weekend for the Capital City event. And Scott Holbrook, Walla Walla, Washington. Bradenton, Florida, like literally one corner of the globe, at least in the country, I should say, to like the opposite side of the country, meeting in Las Vegas. Donovan, 479 is the dial. Holbrook, 513 for the undercover dragster out of Washington. Looking over to the left, here comes Donovan. Donovan Williams, 11 on the starting line. To be 9th out in front at the finish. To be 480 on the 479 is good. Scott Holbrook. 19th out on the reaction time. That was 513, goes 514.7. But the important number was 9th out behind at the stripe. Was Donovan Williams. We'll move forward to Greg Hicks and Trayton Band. Trayton out of Lewiston, Idaho, 496 the dial, Mr. Hollywood Hicks. The realtor from North Las Vegas. And Jason Dawson's mobile, 470. The number for Greg. He was bounced in the buyback round in one of the entries. He's going to move on to this one. Trayton's red by 27 thou. Hicks, 31 green and 3 fast. But we'll make it work. As Trayton, after being red by 27, goes 4.960 on the 496 red and dead 0. As Johnny Carter and Donnie Burleson. Johnny out of Hobbs, New Mexico. Burleson out of Richmond, Texas. 485 for Johnny. Cortland and the team. Donnie out of Richmond. 456 for that wing dragster in a Pennzoil lane. difference at the start and 8 thou the difference at the finish. Donnie Burleson. 30 up front, 458.8 on the 456 to be 8 thou at the finish. Johnny Carter. 3.6 at the starting line. Down 485 goes 488.0. Johnny Carter will not advance out of Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Donnie Burleson will, as Riley Learcamp and Sugar. Shane Carr, hashtag 26. 458 the dial for Shane. Riley Learcamp, man out of Olympia, Washington, 464 the dial in for Riley. Riley Learcamp, 004, taking 006 to take out Shane Carr. Carr 009, one above, but 6 thou behind. As Carr dumped it all the way down to 140 miles an hour, and Riley Learcamp snuck out in front by 6 thou, as Riley Learcamp will advance as Owen Duffield. And Kyler Hergemuller. Brighton, Colorado. 461 is the dial. Owen Duffield, Temple, Texas. 496 the dial for Owen and Greg. As we are staged. And a big red light for Owen Duffield. Kyler, 13 green and one above to get the win. Also a potential there for Owen to not have that in first gear. Pure speculation on my part. As Marlon Goetz and Sean Langdon. Marlin, 488 on the dial. Sean Langdon coming in out of Indiana. 627 the dial for the Camaro for Mr. Langdon. Sean is off and away. Marlin is off and away. Langdon is 001, and the nose drop to be 628 and good for Sean Langdon. Marlin is 25 green and 5 above. You can't be 25 green and 5 above. You got Sean Langdon in the other lane is Madison Payne and Bradley Johnson. Maddie out of Claremont, California. Gorgeous American dragster. There from Maddie, Mom Shelley. Back alongside and Bradley Johnson out of Morrison, Colorado. C452 on the Penzo scoreboard. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. The wingless dragster for Bradley Johnson. Maddie with the wing. Over on the left-hand side. Red light start for Maddie Payne by 4 thousandths of a second. Bradley Johnson, 12 green and 453 will work. Maddie Payne by 4 little bitty is RED. And 455 on the 454 is Maddie's going to bow out in this entry. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2 is Tim Markoglu and Philip Pennington. This is a real good matchup here. Markoglu made it all the way to the final of that American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout, where he was defeated by Jim Glenn. Philip Pennington. Pennington Brothers Racing Corporation out of Three Rivers, Texas. Chromeworks Machine 490. The Geron Settles. Imagine that customs paintwork. 002 for Pennington. But Tim Markoglu gets to the finish line first by 2 thou. Markoglu was 13 green, dead on 3. As Pennington got behind, didn't want to. 491.6 on the 490. With the important number is Tim Markoglu, who got to the finish line first by 0-0 deuce. As Tim Markoglu. Come back in round number 3 is Shane Thompson and Cassie Pennington. Shane for Team Silver State on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, $30,000 Wednesday. 468 is the dial in for Shane. Cassie. Out of Texas, 468, the dial is Shane Thompson. 17 green, dead on 1, and 4 thou in front at the stripe. It's Cassie Pennington, 11 up front and 1 above. Shane Thompson out in front and gets the win. Over Cassie Pennington here in round number 2 is Gary Williams and Carson Wheeler. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida, 479. On the car for Gary Williams, Carson Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas, 458. For the dragster on the Pennzoil side, red light start for Gary Williams, 5-7. Carson Wheeler was 002, 457.3. After Gary was red by 4 thou, he goes 475 on the 479 prediction, but it was all over. Right at the get-go, as G-Dub goes red by 5. It's Gilberto Leal and Dennis Lithgow. Gilberto out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon for Team Mexico. Dennis Lithgow, Mansfield, Texas, 467. The projected performance for Dennis. Dennis will get the win. Big starting line advantage for Dennis by 0.03 of a second, dead on 8. 467.8 on the 467. Gilberto was double nickel at the start, dead on 8. As both drivers run the number. But Dennis, with that starting line advantage, will get the win as Renault Martinez and Kyle Rizzoli. Rizzoli out of San Luis Obispo. 481 the dial for Mr. Rizzoli. Renault Martinez for Team Mexico. 473 on the board, starting line advantage. But Martinez is going to break out by 1/1000th of a second. Was out in front by 0.04. As Kyle got down there and threw anchor. Rizzoli was 34 at the start, gave up a couple of hundredths right off the bat, but he ended up making the right decision. Down there at the 8th mile finish line is Rizzoli. Back in round number 3 is Raul Alanis and Bodie Bennett. Raul out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico. 502. The dial in for Raul. Bodie Bennett. 454. A full bulb. The opportunity to leave first for Raul. Bodie Bennett going to get a freebie. close eye, make sure Raul clears. As Greg Christensen and Brian Bennett. Greg out of Strasburg, Colorado. 468 is the dial for Greg. Brian Bennett. You saw Bodie with the win in the pair before. Brian Bennett. As Greg Christensen breaks out, 20 thou at the starting line for Christensen. Dow's 468, goes 4.671. Under by 9 thou, took 42. Down there at the finish line, Brian Bennett, 32 green and 2 above. And that mathematical combination works out in a win light for Brian Bennett. As Dylan Howe and Trinidad Lopez. Dylan out of Junction City, Oregon. Cascade Trailer Sales. See Mindy. Brian down there in the starting line is Trinidad Lopez. Out of Guadalajara. 483 on that Penzo scoreboard. Dylan, 004 dead on 6 is 10 total. Trinidad was 10 at the start, needed to be dead on 0, and was dead on 1. Dylan Howe, 004 taking a thou at the stripe, and that's pretty good. So we're getting the Nellis flyby. It's one of the coolest things about being down here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's KJ Desa and Grady Johnson. KJ out of North Las Vegas, 487 the dial. Grady out of Saratoga Springs and Dad Doug's hot rod. 472 is what Grady threw on the car. Over on the right side. KJ is staged. Grady is in. Tree down and away. KJ in control. And the win. 008 dead on 2 for KJ. That makes 8, 9, 10 total. Grady Johnson was 3.6 at the start and was just wasting Dad's fuel. Like, literally, that's all he was doing. It's Cortland Carter and J.R. Learcamp. C squared out of Lubbock, Texas. 459, the estimated performance for Cortland. JR out of Olympia, Washington. JR, Chase, and Riley. Down here having a blast. JR. Cortland, 10 green. And 461 on the 459. JR Learcamp was 14 up front. And breaks out by 13 thou, taking 38 as JR got all sorts of greedy down there at the stripe and is like, mine? Oh no, he's like, you know, the seagulls in Finding Nemo, mine? To the finish line. And that was the wrong decision down there for JR Learcamp as Race Kid and Rob White. race. The birthday boy yesterday. 009 on the reaction time. Out in front by 001 at the finish line to get the win. 467.7 on the 467 for race. Rob White, 11 green, dead on 6 to be 17 total and just wamboozled by Race Kid. All right, attention on the property. Everybody's been asking, hey, when are we going to do Friday Million Tech Card raffles? Hey, when are we going to do Friday Million Tech Card raffles? Friday Million Tech Card raffles are open in the tower at the Diva Desk. There's 2 options. $50 for a 40-spotter, 20 spots for 100. 1 winner per raffle will win a tech card entry into Friday's Fling event. So if you want to be part of the Fling raffle, try to win an entry into the $1 million main event, come see the Diva Desk as Dave Mazier and Jesse Bepley will end up with a Dave Mazier win light as Jesse is red by 22 and Dave Mazier 11 green, 1 above. There for the Mazier Enterprises dragster. So once again, million tech card raffles are open in the tower at the Diva Desk. It's a $50 option and a $100 option. In the competition single, Cobalt out of Ohio will get out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2 as we have a little break for some little track prep between Group C and D as we are entering our final group in Group D, our final group in Biondo Racing Products round number 2, which is Group D. I mean, if this is how I am halfway through Wednesday, I can't wait until Saturday. But my guy Nathan Hershey will be here later, so that'll be good. I know everybody listening on the live feed and everybody here on property is like, thank heavens Nathan Hershey's coming. So, while it is quiet, once again, Spring Fling Million Friday raffles. If you want to be a part of that, the raffle to win a million entry, there's 2 options. There's a $50 option where you get a 1 in 40 chance, or if you buy multiple entries, you can do that too. Or a $100 20-spot option. All you have to do is come up to the Diva Desk. We'll get taken care of. Can we just talk about Shane Molinari and Kevin Shearer again? 79-mile-an-hour difference. Just boggles the mind. I mean, just think about it. It's just like be driving out on the road at 21 miles an hour and have somebody come ripping by you at 100. It's just silly. Group D is rolling forward. And we're going to start with Hurricane Hannah. Hannah Vandermeer. Boise Valley Towing. Young lady. Napa. And Brian Campbell. BK out of Pacifica, CA. Over on the Pennzoil side, 497 is the dial for Brian. Hannah, 485. The selected number for Hannah. Sure, Mom Kathy and everybody up there at Boise Valley Towing watching the live feed. As we are in, and Brian Cam rolls to the beams. That around number 2. Being 37 green and 3 fast. Brian Cam led before the tree was even thinking about being activated. Jeremy Wilson and Dwayne Ringeth. Jeremy out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 4:59. Displayed on the Las Vegas scoreboard, be leaving second. Dwayne Ringeth, who made it down to the final four of that American Race Cars Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout yesterday. TNT Motorsports machine. Dwayne and Travis and that whole group. Red light start for Jeremy Wilson by a bunch. It's Dwayne with a free look at the racetrack. He's going to look at 464.2 to advance. Wilson was red by 3.5 hun. And 457, which was all sorts of naughty. It's Colton Aragon and Jason McFarland. Colton out at Grand Junction, 476. There for CA, Jason McFarland. Drag shot of Texas, 505. The selected performance, red and redder. And not a true start situation, because Jason was more redder and left first. Colton was 002 red, leaving second. So Colton Aragon via Jason McFarland's red light will advance in round number 3 is Lindsey Meserve and Mike Quinteri. Lindsay out of St. George, Utah for Team Theobald Motorsports. 478 is the dial. For Lindsay, Mike Quinteri, Anchorage, Alaska. 488. From MQ. In and away. Red light start for Quinteri. By 23 thou. Lindsay, a free look at 478. And how do you like looking at 478.0? That'll work. After Quinteri was red by 23,000, dead on 3, which means he probably needs to come visit the swear jar, where all donations go to Team RFC. Rodney Parks and Nathan Thornsley. Parks out of Texas, the winged worthy dragster, 494 on the board. Nathan Thornsley trying to take the Alaska banner into round number 3. Mike Quinteri was just bested. Red light start for Rodney Parks. Thornsley will move Alaska in round number 3 and dead on 4 for Nathan. 5.354 on the 535. Parks 16 red and dead on, and that could also be a donation to the RFC swear jar. It's Jake Jones and Richard McFarland. Young Mr. Jake out of South Jordan, Utah. Mom Jill, Dad Tim back behind. All 3 Jones boys, longtime runners in the Junior Drag Racing Series. Moved up into the big cars. Here's Jake. Said Richard McFarland out of Yucca Valley. That home-built hot rod, 590. Dial in for Richard. You're off and away. Jake, Richard, and Jake. Jake Jones, 16 green, dead on 3. We'll have the electricity in the Las Vegas lane. 592.0 on the 590 for McFarland. McFarland was 5 thou better at the start. It was 12 thou behind at the finish for Jake Jones. To move on is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and Bree Johnson. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. It's been filling in lane number 5 and 6 for round number 3. We're working our way through the end of Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Gabriel Hernandez Jr., 457, as we are both pre-staged. Bree illuminates the stage beam first. Gabriel follows. Bree right side, Gabriel left side. Bree Johnson locks out Gabriel Hernandez. 009, dead on 2 for Bree. To be 11 on the combined, and Gabriel Hernandez was 16 green and just in the way. And also 2 above, which is no good. As Jason Thomas. And Mike Fuqua. Michael out of Tennessee. The worthy dragster 460 is the dial. American prepared dragster is going to bow out. Spook with 13 green and 1 above. Will work. Thomas was 22 green, needed to be dead 1 to move the win light over on his side, and was 12th thou over and no good as Elliot Franco and Willie Flores. Elliot out of La Palma, California, 538 the dial. Willie Flores out of San Angelo, Texas, brought some salsa and some chips up in the tower. And to be honest, the salsa was very flavorful and very good. But for a Utah wimp like me, I'm not saying that my tongue was like melting, but just say it had a, and it probably wasn't even spicy for those guys, but it's very good. Elliot and Willie Flores. 11 on the starting line and 3 thou in front at the finish will make it work for Willie Flores. Elliot Franco was 005, a little bit better on the starting line. 400ths of a second over that dial, going 542 on the 538. To that Willie Flores moving around number 3 is Sean Hart and Mo Trujillo. Mo out of Happy Valley. 459, the dial in for Mo and Brenda and the team. Sean Hart out of Layton, Utah, Painter Boy. 482 on the board. Sure Dad Mike is watching the live feed back up there in Utah. Mo and Sean. Sean and Mo are in. And Sean Hart gets around Mo Trujillo. Mo was better at the start. It's 10th thou on the reaction time. Mo got down there and went 462 on the 459 as 3 above. Sean Hart 20 green and 483.1 on the 482. And 17th thou in front there for Sean Hart to move in around number 3 is Misty Unser and Keoki Desa. Misty out of Cuna. Up there in Idaho. 469, the selected performance number for Misty. Keoki Desa. 453 on the Spitzer Dragster. Red light start for Keoki. Misty 3-1 in round number 2. Ooh, 6 total. 006 dead 0 for Misty. Misty was like, I would like to save that for when I don't have a win light in the other lane. So Misty. We're rolling around number 3 is Val Torres and David Meyer. Val Sr. out of Valinda. Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction, and David Meyer, the Machine. Out of Sheridan, 478 the number for DM. Meyer, Torres on a double breakout, going to go David Meyer's way. Under by 16 thou. Val under by 20, 4 thou margin to victory for David Myers. Both competitors were 1-4 at the starting line. But David Meyer on that double breakout dispatches Val Sr. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2 is Shelby Ray Schoenfeld and Nick Axman. Shelby in one of the Thomas Bayer School of Drag Racing team cars. Just went through that Thomas Bayer School of Drag Racing. 530 is the dial. And Nick Axman coming down out of Washington, the TNT winged supercar. See 421 on the board, a full couple bulbs and a little of a third. Will be the head start there for Shelby. And really do not let him have the time slip. 004 red, dead on 0 for Nick Axman, and that might be a very lucrative donation to the RFC swear jar. Shelby, 784 at the start. And Nick Axman is 4 red and dead 0. Ouch. Brandon Umberger and Savannah Kidd. Has big check Brandon Umberger. We found out why the pickle's not here. Here in the drag show. Inside Savannah Kidd, the fun hater. Savannah is going to bow out to Brandon Umberger. 13 green for Brandon and 472 at 129 miles an hour. Savannah was 25 up front and 7 over. Going to be a second round runner-up as Daniel Carranza and Mike Carter. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. Daniel out of Victoria, Australia, in one of the Thomas Bayer School of Drag Racing team cars. 498 is the dial for Daniel. Mike Carter, Bedford, Texas, 441. Wing drags from the Pennzoil side. Daniel and Mike. Mike and Daniel. Carter, rip, rip, rip to be one above. 17th out of the start for Mike and the Pennzoil side to get the win. Daniel Carranza, 34 on the green light effort and 300 above. And his day will end here in round number 2. It's Keith Winters and Scott Lemon. Keith out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 461 the dial in for the local runner, and Scott Lemon for Collector Tethers. The American prepared machine. Scotty went to the semis in last night's American Dragster Shootout. Was knocked out by Jim Glenn. Dapper Dan man. 469 9 on the 468. Being 12 green. Keith Winters was 64, giving up 500. Keith Winters, the local boy, is going to bow out. Scott Lemon takes him out. That was our first "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" reference of the day. Those of you keeping track at home. This place a geographical anomaly. Chuck Babcock and Jessica Bogaki. Chuckles and Jessica. Square away and away. Chuck Eddie. Jessica for Team Mosier going to get the win on a double breakout. 33 green and 7th thou under for Jessica. Chuck was 11th thou under. Going to be a 4th thou margin of victory there for Jessica on the double breakout of Steve Law and Trevor Larson. Trevor out of Minnesota. Mullis prepared dragster, wife Kendra's ride. Steve Law. Danny Nelson prepared dragster. 4-7-3. For Steve, get the opportunity to leave first. And does. Little advantage for Law. And will get the win. 001, taking 001. And that gets it done like 99% of the time. Steve Law, 474.4 on the 473. Trevor Larson was 17 at the start. Down 462 goes 461.9 under by 1,000, but still got to the finish line second. As Steve Law, toit like a tiger. And when I think toit like a tiger, I think of Evan Kowalski, who is toit. Tim O'More and Allison McCone. Tim O'More, the new Papa. Tucson, Arizona, 489. The dial-in for Mr. Moore, who won the 50 grander a few weeks ago over at Tucson Dragway, the West Coast Bracket Races event. Like the final 3 rounds, took out Dustin Wirtz, Peter Biondo, and Luke. Yeah, big deal. Allison McCone. For the Fighting McCones, rip down there for Tim O'More. Be 7th thou in front and get the win. Allison was 21 green and 2 above. Tim O'More. $30 on the starting line and dead on 9. Take out Allison McCone as Rick Milnazzo and Ed Olpen. Rick out of Colorado, 448 is the dial. Mr. Olpen out of Pleasant Grove, Utah. TNT Supercar, 478 for Mr. Olpen, who ran the national event. Was your top sportsman champ. Double divisional and hung around to run the fling. So Olpen is in. Rick is in. And a red light start for Rick Milnazzo. 008 and 480 will get the win. Milnazzo red by 4th thou and under by 7th thou, and that combination never works out. Logan War and Jeff Burns. Logan picked up his first ever divisional event win at race number 1 as he's flickering that bottom stage blow up. Jeff Burns out of Tennessee. Now separating them on the starting line, and Jeff Burns down on 9 to get the win. Logan breaks out by 1 blanking thou, being in front by 11th thou at the finish line. Logan with 16 green. Jeff Burns 17 at the start, and dead on 9 is good. Logan just needed the slightest tappy tap to get on the right side of the number. And breaks out by 1,000. It's Tim Parton and J. Scott Ball. We are nearing the end of Beyond Racing Products round number 2. As we are in and away. Ball and Parton. Tim Parton, 459.3 on the 458. Will get the win, be 8th out in front at the finish. J. Scott Ball was 28 down there at the starting line. Down the 469 goes 472 to be 3 hunt over, but 8th out behind the stripes, Tim Parton out of Montana. Will advance is Travis Theobald and Todd Robinson. Travis Theobald, left side. That Theobald Motorsports team. And Todd Robinson, Corpus Christi, Texas. 1/100th of a second. The difference in their selected dials. 78 for Travis, 77 with the 4 in front for Todd. Todd dominating Travis on the starting line. And is 12 on the combined. 004, 477.8 on the 477 for Todd. Travis Theobald was 3.7 up front. And just in the way. It's Jack Sadler and Rod Belsham. Is hoping that Rod Belsham was going to break out, as Belsham was 005 and Jack was not 005. Belsham got off the gas enough to get on the right side and get the win. Jack was 242. As there was some extracurricular stuff going on down there. Neil Pressimone and Hannah Cook. So Neil left side at Las Vegas, 486 the number for Neil, and young Hannah Cook out of Novato. And David back behind on the right-hand side, 457. The number there for Hannah. Going to get the win. 15 green, one above. 457 on the 450, 458.1 on the 457. Neil was 37 green and dead on the number. But unfortunately, that deficit on the starting line, Neil was not able to overcome, and Hannah get the win. As Ramiro Rivera and Nathan Martin. Ramiro out of Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico. 523, the predicted performance. And Nathan Martin out of Texas, 009 and 006 down here. And Nathan Martin, you got to feel sorry for Ramiro. You're 009 on the starting line, and you're already eliminated. Nathan Martin, 006 dead, 1 is 7 total. And you're 009. and Caput. Tristan Craig and David Thornton. Tristan, a local guy, over in the Las Vegas lane, 518. The number for David. Or for Tristan. Sorry, David Thornton, 471. For that wing dragster out of Ellensburg, Washington. Most prepared dragster. Again, my Larice Motorsports Insurance. Round number 3. Filling in the legs nice. Appreciate that. David Thornton, 3 zeros on the starting line. 4.741 on the racetrack to get the win. Kristen Trigg, 22 green, 1 above, and 2 thou behind at the stripe. As David Thornton, as we pay homage to my good friend and recently departed Bob Unkefer, as David Thornton is triple zipple. Man, I miss Unkefer already. Just a good dude was Bob Unkefer. Did so much for so many people. And with Unc losing that very brief and very aggressive battle with cancer just a couple days ago, it's Todd Zeller and Tyler Smith. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga, 468 is the dial. Get the head start. Todd Zeller out of Michigan, 452 the dial for Todd. Red light start for Tyler. Zeller, 21 green, and then a bunch over. Tyler Smith was red and too fast. A few pair left before we roll around number 3. Working our way through Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Before we proceed into ATI Performance Products round number 3. It's getting the best losing packages. Instead of products, goods, or services, get 500 clams for those best losing packages. Josh Lutke and Morgan Rose. Lutke out of Indiana. Morgan and a double red light. Not a true start situation. As Morgan left first and was red by 5, Josh left second, was red by 3 thou. But Josh Lutke, side-by-side red lights. Josh Lutke will advance as Tyler Murrup out of Sandy, Utah for Team Jordan Mower. We'll have the solo here in Group D. Tyler out of Sandy, Utah. So we look down there and we see 5 flat on that Las Vegas scoreboard. High gear. 497. With a prediction of 5 flat, was 27 at the start. They're on the solo, and that's going to wrap up Biondo Racing Products round number 2 at 6:31 p.m. here Pacific Standard Time. About a 3-hour second round. As today, here on Wednesday, the only day of the 30 granders that will have a buyback round. Give opportunity to buy back today. We will have a longer day of racing. But tomorrow, there will not be a buyback round. There will be a buyback round during the Million on Friday. And then there will not be a buyback round on Saturday.
Hello, racers. We are in the tower at the strip at LVMS for the Spring Fling Million, and I'm joined with, really, I mean, you're somewhere in between. You're a legend in the making because you're still young, relatively speaking. Luke Pagacki. How you doing, Luke?
Doing great, man. Happy to be here.
He's joined by his son. How you doing, pal?
Good.
He's doing good. Luke, you've been on the road how many weeks now with your family?
I believe this will be week 9. We're about to head back home. We're headed home after the fling, but it's been a fun trip.
Week 9 out west with 2 kids and his wife. I can only imagine the stories that you have. But the kids look like they're having fun. But we're going to have a little fun here while I have Luke up here in the tower. Luke, you are sponsored by Mosier Engineering. Talk a little bit about Mosier. I know they're a great company, a great bunch of guys, and they sponsored a title right sponsor on Thursday. Talk a little about Mosier Engineering.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a great company that we've relied on their products for decades, been associated with them, affiliated with them pretty closely for more than a decade, probably 15 years or so, and just the opportunity came to align probably more so on the NHRA tour than the Big Dollar Bracket Racing, but they're a fan of everything that we've got to offer. Obviously, they're involved in every facet of our sport, whether it's NHRA contingency to sponsoring Thursday at the Fling to they're involved in our door car shootout, seemingly every Big Dollar Bracket race, so many different levels of our sport, and just a great company making great products, and couldn't be happier to be associated with them.
Yeah, and I was talking to Jeff and Rob Mosier. They're extremely happy to have you represent them at the event here at the Spring Fling Million. Luke, so you have won, you won the Spring Fling Million. You've won the World Championship. Anything else on your bucket list, so to speak?
No, I really think if we stopped today, I would, and I never got an opportunity to race again, I would be really happy with everything as it's transpired. Like, everything that I've been fortunate enough to accomplish has far exceeded any expectation I had for myself, and they were pretty high. So, yeah, the rest is just gravy, just enjoying racing with my family.
Yeah, you and Jessica, I watch you guys and the way you go about your business, helping each other, but yet one of you are at the trailer watching the kids and trusting the other, trusting Jessica to go up on her own and turn the wind light on. I think it's great. I think it's very cool the way you guys go about it.
She came up for a run last week at the divisional, and she said like 5 people asked her in the staging lanes, like, anybody with you? Or you got this all by you do this by yourself? She's like, yes, I do this all by myself. It's fine. So yeah, that's the way we roll. Somebody's got to stay back at the trailer, and honestly, at least on her end, I feel like she does better without me. I feel like there's like added pressure when I'm over her shoulder. So.
And she's plenty capable. I've watched her, and I love watching her. She puts a game face on, and she's definitely got it. What about This Is Bracket Racing Elite? That has grown into something probably bigger than you ever expected. I highly recommend it for anyone who wants to whether you're a beginner or you're an intermediate and you want to get better. You're going to deal with a lot of people on there that have the same common goal, and a lot of instructors that have proven to be the best. Talk a little about that.
Yeah, I want to, but you mentioned the game face, and Jessica's obviously got a game face. This guy, Gary, my 8-year-old, the game face, the last thing that we do in our little routine, I wave him up to stage, and I'm like, hey, it's on you. Like, I can't help you anymore, right? And this happy-go-lucky kid that you think is just carefree, the look in his eyes, like he locks in. I'm like, who is this guy? I love it. It's my favorite part of our whole racing routine.
Let's stop. Yeah, man. Let's stop there for a minute. Come here, Gary, a second. This is Gary, Luke's 8-year-old son. So you're going up right before a round. Let's see the game face. That's it, little snarl. I like it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to race you. Yeah, heck no. You mean business.
Well, yeah, I did. What else do you think?
Why else would you be racing?
Love it. So, yeah, this is Bracket Racing Elite. Anything else on that?
Yeah, no, like you said, we tapped into a market that 5 years ago I didn't realize existed. But on our end, it is so much fun to see our members, so much fun, so gratifying to see our members have some level of success and feel like we're just a small part of that success. Like, that is the coolest thing in the world, particularly when they get an opportunity to do things or accomplish things that they hadn't done before and feel like, we've been a small part of getting them to that level. It's really neat.
That's got to be really cool, because I know just when I help somebody on the side and they do well, there's no better feeling. And now that's actually escalating into you with your family, with your wife and your son. So all good stuff. I'm going to ask you a question that I just asked Ted Seipel, who is the last person sitting in a chair. I asked him who was going to win $1 million this year. He said Luke Bagacki. Who's going to win $1 million this year?
I can't say Marco. He's working for you. You took out some of the best competition right there. I think it stays East Coast. I think we did this on the podcast, and my pick was Johnny Bracket Racer. So I'll stick with that just for consistency. Johnny Zell.
Johnny Bracket Racer, hot off 2 wins, 2 $10,000 back-to-back. I'd have to say that's good odds. Good pick. What's up, buddy?
Can I?
You have to pick. You have a pick?
Yeah. My pick is Jessica Bagacki.
I knew you were going to say that. All right, Jessica Bagacki for the win.
I actually
That's got to make you feel good. Not only that he... Oh, there's got to be a lot of family fun with the racing. So we're going to end this interview with a little bit of fun. Luke and I are going to hit the tree. First to 3, the first to get to 3 win lights is going to, if Luke beats me, he's going to get a free T-shirt. So let's have some fun, Luke.
They put Pete on this to make sure they don't give away too many T-shirts.
Well, it was either me or Marco, so.
Not a good draw either way.
All right, so make sure we're set. All right.
Yeah, I guess.
Stats are clear.
Notice Pete has 300s more delay than I do, and he's 10 years older than me.
Oh, you had to throw that in, right? All right. All right, we ready?
Mm-hmm.
First to 3.
Oh,
all right.
Got a break.
1-0 Luke.
All right, I just got to split the rest of the way.
All right, that'd be foolish not to add 1, right?
Ooh, got away with it. How about that?
7 and 7.
See, I got him psyched out.
He's got me frazzled now. I was 1 thou red, 2 thou red. He was 7 and 7.
It's gonna be 7 and.
All right, one more.
Okay, just for bragging, he just doesn't want to admit that I can beat him 3 times.
Shutout gets 2 T-shirts, by the way.
Oh,
I just made those rules.
Can I get the T-shirt?
You're about to.
Oh, by a thou.
It's not over. Pick it back up. It's 2-1.
How long are we going to go? I thought I won.
First to 3. No, first to 3.
Oh, I thought it was best of 3.
Yeah, don't make your own rules up here. This is my sandbox here. All right. 2-1. You know everyone wants to see this go 2-2.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we will.
All right, here we go.
Pete's coming out now. I'm going to be 5-7, so I don't think that's going to win.
All right, appreciate the inside info.
I think it's going to be 6 to 0-4. I think the dad's going to beat 0-4.
Oh, I was late and got away with
it. Congrats, Luke. You want a Spring Fling? You want a Spring Fling T-shirt?
We drive people. We drive bracket racing. Because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution
tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
Get them out of the staging lanes, because you're being part of the problem and not being part of the solution, as we're getting ready to start off ATI Performance Products round number 3. There, Ethan, in the chat bleachers, round number 3, with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. In round number 3 is Cole Herbold and Kevin Pollard to kick off ATI Performance Products round number 3 for my French-Canadian friends. Cole out of Sequin, Texas, 560 is the dial. Be leaving first. Kevin Pollard, that's a bad dude in that Camaro out of Virginia, 559. There for Mr. Pollard. Cole left side, Kevin Pollard right side, and Pollard going to get the win. 23 green, 559 was the dial. Goes 558.6, add 121 on the speed. Cole Herbold, it's 38 up front, 556 and no good, as Kevin Pollard will advance as Corky Weeks and Wyatt Izell. Corky Weeks and Wyatt Izell. Corky out of Texas is going to get the win. 21 green and 562 will get the win, as Wyatt Izell 40 thou up front and dead on 9, but behind by 14 thou at the finish line, as Corky Weeks will get the win, as Kyle Fritz and Chad Sandlin. Chad out of Texas in the S10, 635 on the dial. That's Kyle Fritz out of Mesa for Team Torco and the Firebird, 664. The estimated performance for Kyle. Fritz is green. Sandlin is green. And the win light going to go to Chad Sandlin. 12 thou at the start, be 6 thou in front at the finish line. 637.9 on the 635 there for Chad Sandlin. It's Kyle Fritz. 6666 and was 21 up front. But it'll be a round 3 runner-up is Howard DeVore and Ricky DeShell. Howard DeVore and Ricky DeShell. Howard is going to bow down to Ricky DeShell. 622 for Ricky Duschel, excuse me. And 27 green. It's Joe Kidd Jr. and Lucas Walker. Joe Kidd Jr. down there from Tucson area. 613 the dial for Joe, and Lucas Walker out of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And the Love Truck, 531 there for Lucas. Green and green. Lucas right side, Joe Kidd Jr., Lucas Walker will get the win. 22 on the green light start, 535.9 on the 531. Joe Kidd Jr. a little bit tardy, getting off the bottom. 68 on the green light start and 616 for Joe Kidd Jr. to bow out as Craig Merrilies and John Tripp. Craig out of Windsor, California, 648 the dial in for Craig, and John Tripp, that big, heavy 68 Dodge Dart. How'd you like to push that 68 Dodge Dart like up a 5% slope? It's a hard pass. So Craig Merrilies, left side, out of Windsor, and going to get the win. How about Craig? 3 thou on the green light start. 648.7 on the 648 as we are joined up in the booth by, hey, we were talking about this earlier about getting one of our friends from Team Mexico to come up here and call some laps with us. Manuel, who does a lot of announcing for some of the races down there in Mexico. Big Mexico contingent up here. We love having Team Mexico here.
Oh, thanks.
Manuel's going to rip through some of the pairs too.
Nos vamos con Noel Cuevas por el carril derecho. Él es de San Isidro, California.
And John Floyd Jr. out of Gresham, Oregon, over on the left side. 929 the dial there for John Manuel.
Camaro 71 de Mexican Hulk por el carril derecho. Vamos a ver el brinco de ambos pilotos. Casi listo en las luces. Vamos a ver cuál avanza la siguiente ronda. Se toman mucho tiempo en la línea ambos pilotos para prender las luces. Listo. ¿Cuál de los dos empieza? Noel se va primero. Vamos a ver a John Floyd Jr. por el carril izquierdo y vámonos. Arranca por el izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Cuevas. 0.13 para carril izquierdo la reacción. 135 en problemas. Noel Cuevas, vamos a ver para dónde se va la victoria. Y vámonos, carril izquierdo. Left line win, cómo no.
John Floyd, big starting line advantage. Noel was in a tight spot right off the bat.
Reaction time is bad.
Reaction time was very bad for Noel, and John Floyd will advance. All right, Manuel. Nick Hastings, that guy over in that right lane, he's a bad dude in that Mustang. 609 the dial there for Nick. Cliff Hall, 644. We're going to have Manuel. Yeah, hang around. Absolutely. Yeah.
Entonces Nick Hastings por el carril derecho. Cliff Hall viene carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver quién se lleva la victoria, si es el carril izquierdo o es el carril derecho. Listo los pilotos y vámonos. Ay, buena reacción, carril derecho. 0.13, 0.16 reaction time for left line. And the winner, carril derecho, Nick Hastings. A la siguiente ronda.
Nasty Nick, gonna get the win. 13 green and 2 above for Nick Hastings. Cliff Hall, 16 down there at the starting line and 649. There'll be a round 3 runner-up. Nick Hastings will move on as we bring up Austin Hockaday and Henry Roberson there, Manuel.
Ok. 84 GT350. Fox Body por el carril izquierdo. 82. Austin Hockaday. Is the name? Yeah. Hockaday, ok. Vamos a ver estos pilotos. Listo en la luz, el carril izquierdo, el Mustang. Listo. Y viene primero el carril derecho. 0.35. ¡Ay, ay, ay! 0.05. Left line. Vamos a ver, y victoria. The winner, el carril izquierdo, ¿cómo no?
With Austin Hockaday going to get the win there, 005 green and 4 above, 631 on the 627. Henry Roberson in stickers, a little bit late on the starting line, and got 6 thou behind at the finish line, did Henry Roberson. So, Manuel, how many racers from Team Mexico came up here to the Fling altogether?
Okay, and this time is 21 drivers in Mexico.
Great showing for Team Mexico up here this weekend.
And live in this round is
probably 3 or 4 left. Hey, that's great. As Monty Beagle and Kelly Hockaday here.
Monty Beagle por el derecho y victoria. Left line. Vámonos a la siguiente ronda.
It's Kelly Hockaday, 31 green, dead on 1 to get the win. Monty Beagle in that super cool 33 Ford Coupe is going to bow out in round number 3. 42 on the starting line for Monty Beagle. Dead on 8 is not good as Kelly Hockaday is dead 1 and will advance as Ron Nichols, the Hammer. Manuel, the guy in the left lane, his nickname is the Hammer. David Meyer in the right lane is the Machine.
The Machine Cavaliers. Es un 64 Oldsmobile with the left line. Ya están listos los pilotos. Vamos a ver cuál de los dos avanza a la siguiente ronda y cuál se queda. Listos. El carril derecho. Vamos a ver, aquí estamos transmitiendo el Springfield desde Las Vegas. ¿Cómo no? Y vámonos. 0.40. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Se va en rojo. Es descalificado. Disqualified.
No bueno.
No bueno. Nada bueno. The light. Así es que Ron Nichols.
The Hammer.
The Hammer in the next round. Así es que seguimos, ¿cómo no?
And David Meyer red by 14 thou. Nichols 42 green and dead on 2 was good enough. And it was all over right off the bat as Freddie Jackson and Jeff Jones. Freddie out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff Jones out of Montrose, CA in the Nova there, Manuel.
Okay, hey, this Nova is beautiful. It's a good car. But Jeff Jones. Vamos a ver cómo le va en el Nova por el carril derecho. Freddie Jackson por el izquierdo. Chevel 68 y vámonos. Ahí se van ambos pilotos. Perfect. Oh my God, this is problems. Y cómo no, victoria para el carril izquierdo. 6:09 su tiempo. Muy buena carrera, muy bueno.
Muy bueno.
Muy
Perfect is muy bueno.
Perfect es muy bueno. Perfect direction.
For Freddie.
He's perfect.
Yeah, Freddie Jackson, perfect on the starting line.
Okay, is the first direction in the round?
Yeah, first perfect in the round, yep.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
He's,
Steven Javlosky and Nicky Thomas. Steven out of San Jose in the Mustang left side, off and away. Nicky Thomas out of Ohio in the S10 pickup truck. See the brake lights down there and get the win for Steven Javlosky. 803 on the 802. Nicky Thomas, 53 up front and 1 above, and is short as Steven Javlosky.
Nice.
Which side there, Manuel? Which side do you like?
Okay, Jeremy Waterman por el carril derecho, Nova 67. Marcus Jackson de Las Vegas es nativo de aquí, Camaro 82 por el carril izquierdo. Así es que seguimos, señores. Nos da la oportunidad el día de hoy la gente de Las Vegas, del Spring Fling. Gracias a Peter Biondo por la oportunidad. Y aquí estamos aprovechando el espacio y saludando a todo el Team México, a toda la gente de la H, de Hermosillo, Sonora, Jalisco, Monterrey, que están presentes en este evento.
So Markel Jackson left side. 713 is the dial. Jeremy Waterman. And that Nova that Manuel really, really likes on the right side. You like the 67?
Yeah, it's a beautiful car.
Yep, 526 is the number for Jeremy as we are off and away.
Double red.
Double red, but Marshall left first and was more red.
Avanza a la siguiente ronda. This Bronco.
All right, so now we've determined. So Jeremy Waterman going to get the win there on double red lights, and we've determined that Manuel loves Austin Williams' Bronco.
Yeah, está muy bonita, muy bueno. Vamos a ver Austin Williams por el carril izquierdo contra David Beckwith. Por el carril derecho. Malibu. El Malibu brinca y en serio, hace rato lo estuve viendo ahí en la salida a Caracas. No se alinea el carril izquierdo. Ahí está, lo está haciendo. Cuidado con el starting line. Con el auto start que tiene el sistema. Ya están listos los pilotos. Vámonos. Mismo tiempo. No. Se va primero el Malibu por el carril derecho. Vamos a ver si la Bronco lo alcanza allá arriba. Y no, vámonos. Victoria para el carril derecho.
David Beckwith, that's just dirty to Austin Williams. 007 dead on 8 to be 15 total. Austin was dead 0. 589-0 on the 589, 39th thou on the green light start, and David Beckwith takes out Austin Williams here in round number 3, Manuel.
Okay, Ryan Stifler. Jeremy Heffler?
Jeremy Heffler.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This Nova is, well, God, the Nova is my favorite car.
That's your thing, like the Nova? I love Ryan Stifler Chevelle. That thing just sits perfectly.
No.
That red and black machine out of Colorado. 532 the dial-in for Ryan, 617 there for Jeremy.
Vamos a ver a estos pilotos, ya están listos, vienen las luces y vámonos. Se va primero el carril izquierdo, buen brinco. 0.15 de luz, 0.09. Mejor reacción para el carril derecho. Vamos a ver ahí arriba y vámonos, victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Jeremy Heffler going to get the win over the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. 15 green, dead on 6 for Jeremy. Stifler was 009, got to the finish line first by 13 thousandths of a second to break out by one little poquito. Poquito.
Oh my God.
1 thou on the breakout. There for Ryan Stifler. It's Keith Horob and Gary Womble. Keith out of Williston, North Dakota, the big 66 GTO. Gary Womble out of Colorado in the Camaro there, Manuel.
78, Camaro por el carril derecho y vámonos. Se mueve un poco el Camaro. Al salir, vamos a ver quién se queda, quién se... Y vámonos. Victoria para el carril izquierdo, 6:55 tiempo de recorrido.
As Keith Horob going to get the win, 009 and 2 above, and that GTO moving around number 4. Gary Womble, 51 up front, and that was too much of a deficit there on the starting line to overcome as Leslie Grissom in that patinaed 4-door Nova wagon with the luggage rack on top over on the left side, and Scotty Hess out of Surprise, Arizona. There's another. In fact, you're side-by-side Novas there now. Do you like the wagon?
The wagon.
Or do you like the...
Yeah, the wagon is... bueno.
It's different.
Yeah, okay. It's
different. Yeah. I would think that, like, the wagon should do a big wheel stand.
Aquí lo que me está diciendo, a mí me gustaría que la wagon se cortara. Vamos a ver la reacción 008, mejor y victoria para el carril izquierdo. Leslie Grissom avanza a la siguiente ronda. Ahora nos vamos a ir con...
But we'll get to see the wagon again in the next round. Is
Yeah.
008 and 1 above is good for Leslie Grissom. Scott Hess was 18 green, dead on 8, but 4th out behind the finish line is Scotty Richardson and Mike Bloomfield Jr. This is A-plus primetime matchup right here. Scotty out of Kentucky, 609 the dial. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. out of Ohio, 631 the dial in. Over on the Pennzoil side is Scotty Richardson has been unreal today.
Scott Richardson por el izquierdo. Right line. Vamos a ver para dónde y vámonos. Victoria para el carril derecho.
Yeah, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. takes out Scotty Richardson, 12 green and 1 above to be 7th out in front at the finish. Scotty had his worst reaction time today. They're 24 by a bunch, and his 1 above and behind by 7th out as Mike Bloomfield Jr. takes out Scotty Richardson as Paul Lorton in the Vega left side and Travis Ringeth out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Motorsports machine, 659 the dial in there for Travis. Canada.
Oh my God. Está algo lejos.
Yeah, Canada. Mexico.
Mexico.
Got them all over. We're meeting in the middle.
Está muy lejos Canadá, pero bueno, vámonos a ver al hombre del S10 por el carril derecho. Chevy Vega 76 por el carril izquierdo. Tiempo 6.26 para el carril izquierdo, 6.59 para el de Canadá. Vamos a ver quién de estos dos pilotos avanza a la siguiente ronda. Ya están listos.
So Travis going to get the head start. Ooh, almost the same. Almost.
Good.
Travis Ringeth in the truck, 662 on the 659 will advance. Paul Lorton breaks out by 1 itty-bitty thou and was in front by 30 thou at the finish line. He just needed a little bit of the tappy-tap on the brake to move the wind light over in his lane. Didn't do it. Travis Ringeth for Team Canada. Bum, bum, bum. Little rip of the throttle. Yeah.
See? Okay, in Mexico it's bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum, bum. It's not rip.
Yeah.
All right. See, I'm learning stuff, man. Well, we're teaching each other. It's great. As Randall Reed and Jeff Verdi. That is 2 mil 1 year, Jeff Verdi. And the Top Gun Firebird, 596 there for Verdi and Randall Reed out of Texas. As both of these men have won the million in the past. And Randall Reed, 001 and one above to take out Jeff Verdi. Verdi was 16 green and 13 thou over to be 29 combined. And Randall Reed takes out Mr. Jeff Verdi as Lynn Horab and Dan Bain with their GTO and Camaro. There,
Okay.
Manuel.
GTO versus Camaro. In Mexico it's Camaro.
Camaro?
Oh, yeah, Camaro is...
Yep.
Ok, vámonos con Dan Bain por el carril derecho, ruidoso.
In New Mexico.
Ok. Entonces vámonos, Camaro 69, 5.38 su tiempo, 5.96 para el carril izquierdo y vámonos. Buen brinco del GTO. Mejor luz para el carril derecho. Vamos a ver allá arriba quién se la lleva y vámonos, carril derecho a la siguiente ronda.
Dan Bain, 6 thou margin of victory, was better up front, 17 green and a hunt above, going 520 or 539 on the 538. Lynn Horab was 30 green, dead on 7. But 6 thou shy there at the finish is Greg Dreher in the Chevette and Jason Mercer in the Ford Roadster. Mercer out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. Another Canada.
Oh, no, de Canadá. Ok.
Greg Dreher out of Bakersfield, California in the Chevette.
El Chevette. Tengo mi esperanza puesta en el Chevette. Me acordé del Kiliman. Vamos a ver al carril izquierdo. En contra de Jason Mercer por el derecho. Vámonos, se va primero el carril derecho, el Chevette. ¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Qué buen brinco! ¡Excelente el brinco del Chevette! Vamos a ver si se la lleva o no. Y no. Victoria para el carril derecho.
As Jason Mercer, 007, leaves second, but going to get the win. 3 above, 646 on the 643. Greg Dreher, 003, leaves first, and 4 above, but is 4th out behind at the finish line. A really good one, as 007 is going to get the win. There for Jason Mercer is Rodney Snyder and Kevin Brannon. You know what Kevin Brannon's nickname is over in that right lane? Rabbit.
Rabbit, oh, okay, the Rabbit. Big Chief.
It's Jerry Lone. Yep.
Snyder por el izquierdo en el Camaro. Kevin Brandon, vámonos a ver quién se va y es victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Man, Rodney Snyder, 006, dead on 5 is 11 total. Kevin Brandon was 003. But that Rodney Snyder sneak back around, going 588 on the 586. As Rodney Snyder and that Scotty Muffler Camaro was Andy Schmall in the Beretta and Brian Carson in the Camaro. So Andy Schmall left side, who was our winner last year on Wednesday.
Okay. Vámonos con Brian Carson por el carril derecho en el Camaro. Listo los pilotos de Idaho Falls, el carril izquierdo. Se toma su tiempo, ya está en la luz. Se va primero el carril derecho. Vienen las luces y vámonos, buen brinco. Mejor reacción, 002 para el carril izquierdo. Tiene todo para llevársela. Vamos a ver allá arriba y victoria para el carril izquierdo.
And Andy Schmall, I believe in Spanish, he would say, is a bad hombre. 002, dead on 1 to be 3 total. And that'll get it done more often than not. Brian Carson's 18 green and just wasting space. Andy Schmall, 001, dows 597, goes 597-1. Muy bueno.
Casi perfecto.
And what does that translate to?
The time is perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah.
But just a little off.
Okay.
But still really good. As Ken Suio and Luke Bogacki.
Capri.
Yep, the Capri out of Oregon. Yeah, Luke is good. He's good.
Cuidado, cuidado.
But also,
cuidado con Bugatti.
Ken Suio is also very good.
Okay.
This is really good right here. Yep.
Okay, okay. Estos dos son buenos, Ken Suio y Luke Bugatti. Siempre los hemos visto en YouTube y nos dábamos cuenta que el nivel es bueno y vámonos a ver las luces. Vamos a ver si se queda, se va, cómo no, carril derecho a la siguiente ronda.
Luke takes out Ken Suio, 007 on the starting line and 4 above to be good. Ken Suio just missed the tree, 45, and when you got Luke on the other side, you can't be 45. And Luke will move out of ATI Performance Products round number 3 down into round number 4 as Rob Harrison and Jamer Hartfixon.
El Barracuda viene por el carril derecho. 63, pero...
What, the Dodge 330 over in the left lane?
No, el Barracuda. Good for me. Vámonos. Rob Harrison por el carril izquierdo, 0.19. Mejor reacción, 0.39 para el carril derecho. Allá arriba se va a definir y vámonos. Victoria para el carril derecho.
Hartfixon in the Barracuda, 39 green and 587 is good. Rob Harrison in that Dodge out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, 19 green and a lot above. To be not good here in ATI Performance Products round number 3 is Marlon Goetz. Rod Taylor. Taylor in that good-looking Nova out of Kalispell, Montana, over there in the right side, 528 the number. Marlon, 669 Manuel.
Muy buen carro el Nova. El Chevy 2 por el carril derecho. Vamos a ver a Rod Taylor. Marlon Goetz.
Marlon.
Ok. Vamos a ver mejor reacción para el carril derecho. 16 en contra de 19. Victoria para el carril derecho. Fácil.
Rod Taylor will get the win, 16 green, dead on 4 to be 20 total. Marlon was 19 at the start, needed to be dead on 0, was under the dial by 2 thou, taking 3 thou. Needed to be 1 or less, and did not, as Spencer Massey and Gordon Boven. Spencer out of Fort Worth, Texas, 640 the dial for the Nova. Gordon Boven out of Boise, Idaho, in the Barracuda, 554 the dial in there for Gordy, the Pennzoil side.
Muy bonito el CUDA, ¿eh? Me gusta el CUDA. Vamos a ver al Nova por el carril izquierdo. Vienen las luces. Y vámonos. Se va en rojo. El carril izquierdo. Sí, el carril derecho automáticamente. Rojo enorme.
Big red. Big red. There for Spencer Massey. Gordon Boven will get the win. As there's all sorts of weird stuff going on down there. It's Gordon Boven. We'll move in around number 4. We are in ATI Performance Products, door car, Super Pro door car, top bulb, Sean Page and Kevin Shearer. Shearer in the S10 over on the right side, Pennzoil Lane, 715 the dial. Sean Page out of Boise, Idaho, 609 is the dial. There for Sean, Las Vegas side.
Vámonos, vámonos, listos los pilotos, arranca, buen brinco, 0.44. Vamos a ver para dónde y es victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Sean Page.
Sean Page avanzando the next round.
Gonna get the win right there. 612 on the 609. Was a little bit better on the starting line. And Kevin Shearer was 44 at the start. Reggie Jackson on the reaction time and 718 to be 3 above and no good. As Sean Page will move on as Ryan Harem and Kenny Snow. Harem out of Huntington Beach, California, 563 there for high gear. And Kenny Snow out of La Habra, the 69 Chevelle, 573 the number over on the right side.
Pequeña diferencia de tiempo, salen casi iguales los pilotos. ¡Ah! Reacción perfecta para el carril izquierdo y cómo no. Victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Ryan Harem perfect on the starting line. Perfecto. We call that 000.
Okay. The best
for Ryan Harem. 564.4 on the 563 for Harem to get it done. Kenny Snow's 14 green, 1 above. And Ryan Harem takes out Kenny Snow as Jeff Broussard and Brad Pierce. BP in that white 63 Corvette Roadster out of Riverside, 548 the dial for Brad, and Jeff Broussard out of Novato, Texas, 679 is the dial in there for Jeff, and the Sonoma there, Manuel.
Una Sonoma, muy bonita la Sonoma, y vámonos. Se va primero. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Las luces son casi iguales. Vamos a ver para dónde se va la victoria y vámonos. Carril derecho, 006 de reacción.
Brad Pierce going to get the win on the Corvette. 006, 548.5 on the 545. That makes 11 total. Jeff Broussard was right there, 007 up front, but 200 above. And Brad Pierce will move it around number 3 is Greg Sabatino and Mark Lalonde will be our next pair.
Camaro por el carril derecho, 88. Chevy 63. La pickup se levanta macizo. Vamos a ver el Camaro por el derecho. Listos los pilotos ya con una luz. Casi listos. Con las dos luces. Vamos a ver para dónde, quién se queda, quién se va, quién quita, quién pone y vámonos. Listos los pilotos. Vamos a ver y vámonos. Sale mucho mejor el carril derecho. El Camaro avanzando, alcanzando, quitando y poniendo. Y vámonos. Victoria para el carril derecho.
Mark Lalonde and the Camaro going to get the win. 22 green, 561 on the 558 to advance. Greg Sabatino had 660 on the car, was late at the starting line, and goes 661. Hey, Nacho needs to come into the Diva desk. That's number one. We got to get Nacho up to the Diva desk. And we also need Trinidad Lopez. Trinidad. He needs to come into the Diva desk up in the tower.
Okay.
Yeah. Up to the Diva desk up here.
Ok,
at the top.
don Trino, que se reporte por favor a la torre. Trino López a la pista, por favor, a la cabecera de pista.
And Nacho as well.
Nacho Rivera.
Yeah.
Yep. Nacho is here.
Okay. He needs to come see us at the up at the desk up here at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
As Roger Sauter and Yeshua Wilcox.
Ok, el Barracuda por el izquierdo, Camaro por el derecho. Muy bonitos carros ambos dos. Vamos a ver el Barracuda por el izquierdo, 72. Camaro 2018 por el derecho. Listos. Sauter y Wilcox por el carril derecho. Viene el bailoteo de las luces y vámonos. Esperando que cuál de los dos se mete a la segunda luz. Ya lo hace el Camaro por el derecho. Listo, el Barracuda por el izquierdo se va primero. Vamos a ver. Reacción para el carril izquierdo, el Barracuda. Vamos a ver quién se queda, quién se va y vámonos. El Barracuda a la siguiente ronda.
Man, Roger Sauter locks out Yeshua Wilcox. 12 on the starting line, dead on 5 is 17 on the combined numbers. Yeshua's 21 up front in Vegas. Usually 21 is good in Vegas. Yeah. You get blackjack, you get paid for that, but not here. As Roger Sauter locks out Yeshua Wilcox. Casino is a good thing. 21 is a good number in the casino, but unfortunately not here for Wilcox. Is Darren Taylor and Junior Velasquez. Junior out of Little Rock in the Corvette split window. $5.99 the dial, and Darren Taylor at Rigby, Idaho. $5.79 the number there for Darren Taylor.
Listo, Taylor por el carril izquierdo en el Firebird. Junior Velázquez viene con el Corvette, 63 por el carril derecho. Split window. El Corvette, vamos a ver a estos dos pilotos, a ver qué tal. Tiempo 5.79, 5.99. Tiempos muy parejos. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos avanza a la siguiente ronda. Listo los pilotos, listas las máquinas, lista la luz. Vamos a ver, se va primero el derecho. Mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos se queda, se va, quién quita, quién pone. Y vámonos, victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Darren Taylor going to get the win. 14 green, 4 above. Junior was 52 at the start, a little bit late, and 2 above. There for Junior in the 63 split window. Not going to get out of the A-Type Performance round number 3. As Hector Hernandez for Team Mexico.
Hector Hernández, Hermosillo, Sonora, México, presente en Las Vegas. El de Hermosillo por el carril izquierdo, Sean Landon. ¡Ay, cuidado! Sean Landon is...
Top fuel, Sean Langdon.
Yeah. Es una carrera importante. Sean Landon por el derecho, Héctor Hernández por el izquierdo. Vamos a ver de qué está hecho Hernández. Vamos a ver a Landon por el derecho. Vienen las luces, se van y ¡ay, ay, ay! Se va en rojo. Victoria para el de Hermosillo. ¿Cómo no? Así es que Hernández en el Fox Body a la siguiente ronda. ¿Qué hubo?
Hector Hernandez celebrates one for Team Mexico. Sean Langdon, red by 4 thous. Hector is 24 green and dead on 9. There for Hector Hernandez to get the win. Sean Langdon is red by 4 thou, and then quick by a couple is Sean Reichenbach and Rene Cantu, another for Team Mexico.
René Cantú, ok, Monterrey, Nuevo León, presente aquí en Las Vegas, cómo no. Vamos a ver a Cantú por el carril derecho, Sean. Está difícil. Okay,
That's a tough one.
Bueno.
That's a tough one. Sean, it's Sean. Sean in left lane.
Vamos a ver a Sean y en contra de René Cantú de Monterrey, Nuevo León. Titanes Racing por el carril derecho y cómo no, el de Monterrey a la siguiente ronda.
Red light for Sean, but good for Team Mexico, as Rene is 61 green, and hey, how about that? Rene said he was going to run 512, goes 512 with a 2.
Oh my God.
And that's good to get the win. Muy bueno. Muy bueno.
Vámonos. ¿Quién sigue?
Sean turns it red, Rene Cantu. We'll move out of ATI Performance, round number 3, into round number 4 is Patrick Conlon and John Corbin. Conlon out of Lake Havasu City, the 67 Camaro left side, 553 the dial. John Corbin, 68 Camaro right side, out of Waynesboro, Virginia. On that Pennzoil side, so a couple of Camaros right here.
Ok,
Or
vamos con los Camaros.
Camaro.
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 Camaro, con A. Ok, Camaro 67, Camaro 68, 67 y 68. Vamos a ver cuál de los dos se queda, cuál se va. 553, 558, the same time.
Very close.
¡Oh! Se va en rojo. Corbin con el carril derecho, así que Patrick Conlon a la siguiente ronda.
Cuatro red.
4 de rojo. 4.
Cuatro rojo. Cuatro rojo. John Corbin, 4th out on the red light start at 5:59 on the 5:58. Conlon with a free look at 5:53 is off the gas early going 5:79, but we'll get the win as Corbin was red as Paul Edens and Kevin Pollard. Edens out of Rexburg, Idaho in the Toyota. Mr. Pollard out of Virginia, 5:32 in his pickup.
He's fast. Kevin Pollard.
5:32. I mean, they're both quick.
Oh, ambos son rápidos. Rápido. Ok, están listos los pilotos y vámonos. Se va mejor el carril derecho, 0.14, 0.20 para el izquierdo. ¿Y para dónde la victoria? Carril derecho.
As Kevin Pollard locks out Paul Edens, 14 green, down on 5 is 19 total. Paul Edens was 20 at the start and had no chance to turn on a win light as Lloyd Flatham and Dan Bain. Flatham out of Washington, the S10, 478 the dial. Dan Bain will get the head start, 5:37 for the runner out of New Mexico.
Okay.
That's his second entry. Remember, he was up here earlier.
Trae double entry.
Yep, double entry. And he's still in round 3.
Ok, Dan Bain viene con su segunda inscripción. Anda con doble entry, con 5.37 de tiempo, 4.78 para Lloyd Flatham por el carril izquierdo en el S10. Vamos a ver al Camaro 69 por el derecho. Listo los pilotos, se va primero el Camaro 0.16, 0.21 para el S10. Vamos a ver para dónde se va la victoria. Flatham a la siguiente ronda.
Lloyd Flatham going to get the win over Dan Bain. 21 green, dead on 3 is 24 on the total. Dan Bain was 16 on the starting line, 540 on the 537 will bow out. In this entry here in ATI Performance round number 3 is Roger Cato and Ricky Needham. Cato in that brand new Camaro, 20 model year, 497 left side. Ricky Needham in the Cobalt, 584. The dial there for Ricky on the right side, Manuel.
Vamos a ver a Ricky o vamos a ver a Roger. ¿Quién se queda y quién se va? Y es Roger a la siguiente ronda.
As Roger Cato going to get the win, 47 green and 1 above is good. Ricky Needham 30 on the starting line, but then a bunch over the dial, dialed 584 and go 602. And Roger Cato from right down the road in North Las Vegas is going to be your winner. Scotty Richardson and John Floyd Jr. Scotty here in his second entry was bounced in entry number 1. That Nova out of Kentucky, 609 the dial. John Floyd Jr., the 72 Nova out of Oregon, 774 on the Pennzoil scoreboard.
Scott Richardson.
Scotty Richardson.
Scotty Richardson is a good driver.
He's a bad dude.
Así es que vamos a ver Scott Richardson por el carril izquierdo. 609 su tiempo. 774 para el Nova por el carril derecho. Listo los pilotos. Vienen las luces. Y vámonos. Se va. Vamos a ver. 017. Mejor reacción por el carril izquierdo. 006. Vamos a ver Richardson si pasa adelante. ¿Quién se queda? Y vámonos. Richardson a la siguiente ronda.
Scotty Richardson gets the win. 006, 613 is good enough as John Floyd was 17 on the start and 400 above. And Scotty Richardson takes the single entry. And that's the final door car in the category. And Nathan Hershey, fresh off a long day at work, is going to come spend a few hours with us to stay off.
Okay, vamos.
Manuel, I'm going to get out of the way. Nathan Hershey, this is his booth. He is the announcer here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and he will take great care of you. Awesome. That was great. Nathan Hershey. Hello, sir. I missed you.
Well, hello, Mike. I've missed you, too. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. We've still got Manuel hanging around here. Manuel going to help us out some more. I am not going to be able to keep up with you because I just don't have that ability to roll my arse the way you do. I just can't do it. You've got that power, that passion. You've got everything, man. This is fantastic. I have been witnessing what has got to be one of the greatest things that has ever ensued at a big buck bracket race, and that is the bilingual announcing. This is amazing. As Leroy Duran and Bodie Bennett going to be our first pair of dragsters here in round number 3. Bodie going to get the win light, 4:57 on a 4:56, taking the stripe by 1 little thousandth of a second over Leroy Duran. Duran was 17 on the tree. Bodie had the 30 light. Duran ends up 25 thou above the dial, and that's going to bring up the next pair. And Manuel, tell us a little bit about Mike Rock and Kyle Hergemuller.
Vámonos, es un Undercover 2000 por el carril izquierdo, un Diamond 2012. Los Dragsters, estamos entrando en la tercera ronda de eliminación aquí en Las Vegas, Spring Fling 2022. Vamos a ver qué tal con estos dos pilotos, 4.93, 4.61 para el carril derecho. Listos ambos pilotos. Mike Rock por el izquierdo, Kyler Hergemuller. Oh, ok.
It's good. It's good.
Oh, vamos a seguir con esto y vámonos. Vienen las luces. ¡Ay! 0.01 de reacción para el carril izquierdo. 0.52. ¡Ay! No puede ser victoria para el carril derecho.
Unreal. Kyle Hergemuller undoes a 51 thousandth of a second disadvantage and goes dead on 4. 461 on the 461 is able to get around Mike Rock. Mike was 001 on the tree, taking 600 at the stripe to break out by 5 thousandths of a second. Ouch.
Muy mal.
What do you say? No es bueno.
No es bueno.
No es bueno. No bueno. All right, next two coming up, Robbie Gear and Carson Campbell. Gear over on the left side, dialed 448. Carson Campbell on the right, dialed in at 491. Carson going to be the first one to find himself in the pre-stage bulbs, and as we get after it, hey, once again, it's good to be here. I have had to spend the last couple of days at work, but now that should be taken care of, and I got to join in the booth here with Manuel as we are underway in round number 3 on Wednesday. So a 448 dial for Robbie Gear, giving up the head start to Carson Campbell. I'm going to turn it back over to Manuel because, man, the dude's got it.
Vamos a ver con estos dos que vienen aquí. Robbie Gear por el carril izquierdo. Carson Campbell viene por el derecho. Seguimos Spring Fling 2022 Las Vegas. El Strip presente, cómo no. Listos ambos pilotos. Se va primero el derecho. 0.10, 0.14. Buena salida de ambos pilotos. Allá arriba, ¿para dónde? Y vámonos, carril izquierdo a la siguiente ronda.
Robbie Gear grabbing the win line on that one, 449 on the 448. He's 13th thou above the dial and 14th thou on the green side of the tree. Carson Campbell was 4th thou better with a 10 light and then goes 490 on a 491. And Big Jed checking in saying this is freaking awesome. And it is, and I agree. For those of you that are in the chat bleachers saying that we need to bring in Ryan Gleghorn and then we could be trilingual. We could have like English, Spanish, and something from the South.
Así es que vámonos, Robbie Gear por el carril izquierdo. No, perdón, es Aaron
Steinke.
Tony Burton por el carril derecho. Vamos a ver, un 2010, un TNT contra un 2007. Se viene la luz, 005 para el carril derecho. Vamos a ver al izquierdo. ¿Quién se queda? Y vámonos. Victoria para el carril derecho, ¿cómo no?
Tony Burton picking up the win light by 4 thousandths of a second, was 005 leaving this end of the racetrack and 18th thou above the dial. Aaron Steinke had the 0.26 reaction time, dead on 1 to be 27 total, and no good. And you're right, Big Jed. I'm telling you, this is an experience unlike any other. So it is certainly awesome as Jeff Serra and Dustin Wirtz. How about this? Big-time player out of Pennsylvania lining up on the left side, the guy who ended up racing himself in the finals out there in Columbus, and Dustin Wirtz coming in out of Nampa, Idaho. Dustin has also raced himself in the final round of a big buck bracket race down in Fontana. So a 459 dial for Dustin, a 463 dial for Jeff Serra. That's one you got to Serra.
Vamos a ver si es Jeff Serra por el carril izquierdo. Dustin Wirtz por el derecho. Listos los pilotos. Una luz en el semáforo. Vamos a ver quién se mete primero. Lo hace carril derecho. Listo el izquierdo. Cuidado con la luz. Viene y vámonos. Salen pareja. ¡Ay! 0-0-1 para el carril izquierdo. Tiene la ventaja y sí. La victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Jeff Serra absolutely tears up the racetrack. 001 at this end to Dustin's 014. Dustin gave it a go, gets there first by 27 thousandths of a second to break out by 17 thou. Jeff Serra, 465 on the 463, picks up the win light here. Oi. Mike, I'm so glad that I got here right in time. They told me to be here at 7 o'clock. They didn't say a.m. or p.m., and I got here at 7. Shane Molinari and Dylan Howe. Absolutely. Shane Molinari is fast. He is the quickest car on property. Just kind of confirming with Mike Eames here what is the quickest dial that we have seen so far, and it does belong to Shane Molinari. How about a 4.07 second dial for Molinari on the left side? Dylan Howe dialed in at the 453.
Vámonos, Molinari, 407 es el dragster más rápido aquí en Las Vegas. 4.53 para Dylan Howe por el carril derecho, lo va a corretear y en serio vamos a ver la velocidad que puede tener el carril izquierdo. No le quite la vista al carril izquierdo, vamos a ver cómo se pone bien en las luces y vámonos a corretearse. Vamos a ver a Molinari, no, victoria para el carril derecho.
Molinari goes too quick, 403 on the 407. He was 003 on the tree. Dylan was right there with him, 008, and then goes 454 on the 453, end up 14th thou above the dial. Molinari, too quick down at the finish line and bows out. Oy. Ryan Gleghorn, you got your translator with you. Hold on. Okay. Gleghorn says, oh, I see it. He got the Dos Equis. Dos Equis. Good. Tecate is better. All right. So we have the official determination. Tecate is better, but Dos Equis is okay.
Dos Equis.
Marco Abruzzi getting the win there, 29 on the tree and 460 on the 458. He's 2 above the dial, getting there second. Diane Pettit with a 15 thou reaction time. Take 36 thou at the stripe and needed it to take 34 thou or less to light up the scoreboard. So Abruzzi advancing here at round number 3. We've got some raffles we got to draw for. We got all kinds of great stuff. I think we've got one of the $50 raffles is ready to go. 3 of the $100 raffles are ready to go. So we're going to be drawing out some names here. And I really think that with our friends here in the booth, we could do some drawing. So Mikkel McDoing, is that right? I've got no idea. Is that Mikkel McQueen? Lightning McQueen? I don't know. Out of Odessa, Texas, lining up on the left side. And Donnie Burleson over on the right. I agree with you, Joey. This is great. Burleson gets the win light, 009 on the green side. Mikkel, or Mike, I need somebody to help me with that pronunciation because what I'm seeing on the screen says McDoing. So I'm just going to call him Lightning McQueen. Burleson, 454 on a 455, gets the win light. Mikkel was 11 thou on the red side. Even my wife says it's McQueen. All right, so we've drawn our first winner of the $50 raffle. Jacob Stallworthy, the number was 36 that got drawn out of the cup, and Jacob Stallworthy, you have earned yourself or raffled your way into the millions. So Jacob Stallworthy, you are the first to be drawn for that one. So there we go. Stallworthy gets the $50 raffle. We've still got 3 of the $100 raffles to go, and we've got Brian Canaday and Michael Pennington. Team Pennington represented right side, dialed 469. Canaday left side, dialed 457.
Oh no, y vámonos, victoria para el carril izquierdo. Raro ver a los Pennington perder,
So, yeah, lose to Pennington is okay, but it's going to be Brian Canaday getting the win light on a double breakout. 456.9 on a 457. Getting there second to break out a thou. Pennington gets there first. Breaks out 13th thou, taking the stripe by 13th thou. So what is that? 007, 008?
007, 008 reaction time?
Yeah, okay. 007 and 008. I can't do the rolling of the R's. I'm trying, but my tongue just doesn't work that way.
Your tongue is
It's yeah, no.
Shane Thompson for the left line. Troy Grant viene por el carril derecho. ¡Vámonos! Se va mejor Shane Thompson por el izquierdo. Vamos a ver arriba quién se queda, quién se va y vámonos, Shane Thompson a la siguiente ronda.
The local runner picking up the win light, 466 on a 466. 22 dead 9 for Shane Thompson. Troy Grant was 61 on the tree and locked out at that point. Ran 4.807 on the 481. But the win light belongs to Thompson, as now Misty Unser going to be coming up against Brad Johnson. Bradley coming in out of Colorado, dialed in at 452, and Misty Unser coming in out of Kuna, Idaho, dialed in at 467.
Así es que vamos a ver, el más rápido viene por el carril derecho, 4.52, 4.67 su tiempo del carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Misty Unser o Bradley Johnson por el derecho. Listo, los dragsters, se va primero, 0-0-13 para el izquierdo, 0-16 para el derecho, mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo y victoria para el carril izquierdo. Buena carrera.
Very good. Misty Unser, 13 on the tree, taking 6th out at the stripe to be dead on 2. Bradley was 16 on the tree and dead on 5, so a 15-pack. Locking out Brad's 16 reaction time. Even though Brad put together a 21-pack, it was no good against Misty Unser, as now Steve White and Shannon Bopel. Shannon coming in out of Idaho, 444 or 445 dial over on the right side. Steve White dialing in one bulb slower than that with a 495 dial out of Ventura, California.
Ok, vamos a ver si el de California, Ventura, California por el izquierdo. Nampa, ¿es Idaho?
Idaho.
Ok, viene de Idaho el carril derecho. Vamos a ver si el de California se queda con la victoria Steve White o es Shannon People. Ok, vámonos, el de Idaho y primero. ¡Ah, no! Pero el rojo y el otro se va con 0.14. Victoria para el carril izquierdo para Steve White, ¿cómo no?
Well, 14 green for Steve White, 14 red for Shannon, as Shannon's going to bow out. White goes 496 on the 495 and will win here in round number 3 as the next two rolling up out of the water box. Perry Como, I'm thinking, out of Geismar, Louisiana. I'm guessing that's got to be Como because, you know, you want to spell go, it's G-A-U-X. Everybody knows that if you're a Saints fan.
Es Comiux en España.
Comiux?
Comiux.
All right.
Ok, Perry Comiux por el izquierdo, Michael Johnson por el derecho. Es de aquí es de Arizona, ¿no? Johnson, de los Geismar.
I think. Geismar?
Yeah.
Geismar, Louisiana.
Ah, Luisiana, ok. Vámonos a ver quién de estos dos se queda, quién se va. 469, 485, se va a ir primero el carril derecho. Vienen las luces, mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo. A ver a Perry, Johnson y quién se queda. Y vámonos, carril izquierdo a la siguiente ronda.
And Michael Johnson ends up running dead on 1, but had nothing that he could do with it as Perry Como, 17 green, dead 5. Ends up 22 total. Michael Johnson was 46 green and goes dead on 1. So Johnson bowing out here in round number 3 as we bring out Jason Padd and Mark Campbell. And yeah, just like here in the Southwest, you know, we've got some okay Mexican food, but it doesn't compare at all to what you guys get back home. It's like Louisiana. Them boys and girls know how to cook. You got to eat some good old Cajun food. Make yourself really, really happy.
Así es que vamos a ver a Jason Padd por el carril izquierdo en la loop por el carril. Ah, no es Chevy Loop, ¿no? Es el Dragster. Ok, Dragster por el carril izquierdo. Mark Campbell viene por el derecho. Vamos a ver quién de estos dos se queda, quién se va. Vienen las luces. Mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver al derecho quién se queda, quién se va. Victoria para el carril izquierdo. Jason Padd.
Win light to Jason Padd, separated by 2 thou at this end of the racetrack. Padd was 23 green to Mark Campbell's 25 light. Campbell goes dead on 9. Padd goes dead on 0, taking an 11 thou stripe for the win. And yep, for those of you that are listening in on the BANGshift live feed, welcome to those of you that are in the chat bleachers. It is good to have you here. We've got Manuel, who is sharing the booth with us here, providing the bilingual version of the announcing. We got a whole bunch of folks that have come in from Mexico that are racing. It's been how many, like 2 or 3 years since we've been able to have you guys up here because of the whole COVID crap. And now you guys get to come back and you get to share a little booth time. I'm liking it. I'm liking it, Manuel.
Oh, thanks. The Mexico team is very nice. Vámonos con Chris Gullity por el izquierdo. Dwayne Wright, victoria para el carril izquierdo de una vez. Vámonos.
Yeah, Gullity, 14 green, dead 2 on the good side, and unfortunately for Dwayne Ringgold, coming down out of Rocky View Country, Alberta, he's going to go red by 9 thousandths of a second. Ends up with a 4.66 on the 463, but the 009 red ended the day for Dwayne Ringeth. And that's going to bring up KJ Desa and Cassie Pennington. The Pennington crew, very familiar with racing here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. She rolls up right side, dialed in at 468, and KJ Desa, who started his racing career right here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway when he was 8 years old, actually ended up winning the Western Conference Finals that very first year he was racing, and ended up with a stack of Wallies that probably could fill the trailer more than the race car does. So KJ dialed in at 486, Cassie dialed in at 468. Down to the finish line we go. Wow. Just wow. How about trip, zip, perfect for KJ Desa, and then runs 484 and a 46. Cassie Pennington missed a perfect reaction time by a thou. Ends up 001 red, legs it out to go 467 on a 468. So KJ getting the win light there, perfect, and moving on, as Cassie is going to have to accept that 001 red light and wait for tomorrow. As now Zach Mazier and Chance Parker are going to be the next two. Parker out of Roy, Utah. Mazier coming in out of Boise, Idaho, where he has since relocated after moving out of San Diego.
Ok, vámonos con la gente de Idaho, que les queda cerca realmente venir para acá. Vamos a ver a Chance Parker por el derecho. Messier por el izquierdo. Listos los dragsters, listos en las luces. Ay, 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 cuidado con esa alineación. Y vienen las luces igual, mismo tiempo. Casi iguales. Vamos a ver para dónde se va la victoria. Y carril izquierdo. Llega quebrado el carril derecho. Vamos a ver en los tiempos exactos.
So Zach Mazier ends up 6 total, 002 and dead on 4, taking 18th out at the stripe to get the win light. Chance Parker was 031 on the tree and had no chance. So unfortunately for Parker, the name doesn't hold up. Zach Mazier slaps a 6-pack on him, moves on to round number 4 as we continue to make our way through the ATI Performance Products round number 3 here on Wednesday. Best losing package in round number 3, going to get that $500 bonus. As again, we've swapped over from kind of like the prizes to cash money. As Lindsey Meserve and Jimmy Lewis next to. Lewis out of Sumner, Washington, 473 dial right side. Lindsey Meserve coming in out of St. George, Utah, back behind the wheel of her dragster. Dialed 477, ready, set, go.
La misma reacción, vamos a ver ahí arriba y victoria para el carril derecho. Tiempo perfecto.
Oh, absolutely. I'm translating that to perfect time.
Tiempo perfecto.
Tiempo perfecto. I like that better. That's a better way to say it. Identical reaction times between Lindsay and Jimmy. Both were 21 on the tree. Lindsay ends up 16th thou above her dial, 478 on a 477. And Jimmy Lewis, tiempo perfecto, goes 473.0 on the 473. Here we go, Johnny Ezel, Johnny Braggett racer, out of Louisiana, dialed in at 462, left side of the racetrack, and Mike Fuquay out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 459 the dial for Mike, 462 the dial for Johnny. Win light to Johnny Braggett racer. How about 008 and dead 7 for JBR? Mike Fuquay goes 457 on a 459, got there first at thou, really wasn't anything he could do with it, had the 026 reaction time, and was locked out. You got this one.
Ok, vámonos con Brian Scruggs por el carril izquierdo, Todd Robinson. Ambos, bueno, uno es de Corpus Christi, Texas, el otro es... what is that?
Pleasant View.
Pleasant View, ok. Vámonos con Scruggs por el izquierdo, su tiempo 4.58, 4.75 para el carril derecho. Listo con una luz el carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Bryson por el izquierdo, Todd Robinson por el derecho. Casi listos ambos pilotos. Tomándose su tiempo, lo hace primero el izquierdo. Vamos a ver a qué horas lo hace el derecho. ¡Ay, cuidado! Se alinean los pilotos, viene la luz y vámonos. Mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo. 0.50 para el derecho. Vamos a ver para dónde. Y vámonos. Victoria para el carril izquierdo. Casi perfecto el tiempo. Casi.
Once again, Bryson Scruggs, 458 on a 458. He's 21 dead 8 to be 29 total and get to the finish line first by 0.6 of a second. Todd Robinson trying to scoop rock down there at the finish line, but ends up still breaking out after he had an 0.50 light. And that is not going to hold up here at ATI Performance Products round number 3. We move on to Tom Clark and Ed Olpen. Olpen, the funeral director out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, rolling up in that TNT built ride, 4.77 seconds. Showing up on the bottom side of the right lane scoreboard. For Tom Clark out of Spokane, Washington, he has got the 4.49 second prediction.
Así es que Tom Clark viene por el carril izquierdo, 4.49 su tiempo. Ed Olpen viene por el derecho, 4.77. Se va primero el carril derecho. Lo va a corretear el carril izquierdo Tom Clark. Se toman su tiempo los pilotos para prender las luces, el stage y el prestage. Vamos a ver a qué momento lo hace Ed por el carril derecho. Tom Clark ya está listo con una luz. Vamos a ver a Olpen por el derecho. Se toma su tiempo Tom Clark y vámonos, vienen las luces. Se va 0.23 para el carril izquierdo, 0.30 para el derecho. Rápido, rápido y victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Tom Clark taking care of business against Ed Olpen. Ed doing what Ed does, waited until Tom Clark lit that pre-stage bulb, then rolled in and went blip, blip on the starting line. Ends up 478 on a 477, but Tom Clark, 23 green, 1 above, gets there first by 0.07 of a second. So a 450 on the 459, ends up 33 total. Ed Olpen was 40 total, and no good. Here's Steve Shearer and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow out of Mansfield, Texas, 466 the dial on the right side. Shearer coming in out of Visalia, California, 486. So a 0.2 difference here as we get things really rolling. And Manuel talking about it. 2 bulbs lit on the tree, waiting to get them both staged up and set.
Vamos a ver a Steve Shearer por el carril izquierdo, 4.86. Se va primero el carril izquierdo, 0.07 para el derecho. 0.26 para el izquierdo, se la tiene que llevar y victoria para el carril derecho. Dennis Lithgow por el carril derecho.
Dennis Lithgow, 467 on the 466 after a 007 reaction time. Steve Shearer missed the tree with an 026 light and ends up 21 thou above the dial. So the win light going to belong to Lithgow as Bree Johnson and Tim O. Moore. Tim O. has started off his racing career on a high note. I mean, started off with a big win down there in Tucson and is now rolling up here to see if he can keep that momentum rolling. Bree Johnson on the other side out of Arvada, California in the red built ride.
Tim Moore, Tucson, Arizona. His friend, ahí lo conozco. En Tucson y vámonos. Tim Moore, Tim, a la siguiente ronda se va en rojo. Bree Johnson, 0.15 de rojo, 0.15 de luz para O'More. A la siguiente, vámonos.
You know Tim. Tim's your buddy.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Tucson to Hermosillo's 4 hours?
Yeah.
Okay. You drive up there and race a lot?
Yeah.
You get to announce in Tucson?
The drivers of Hermosillo, they travel to Tucson.
Okay. So a lot of the guys from Hermosillo go race in Tucson. Yeah. Do they let you come up and announce in Tucson?
No.
They will now. Trust me, they will now.
Oh, thanks.
This is awesome. So Tim O'More getting the win light, 15 green. Bree was 15 red. That pretty much was all they wrote as Michael Needham and Willie Flores. Big Willie style out of San Angelo, Texas. 491 the dial for Willie over on the right side. And for Michael Needham coming all the way in out of Hamilton, Ohio, the 508 numbers on the left side of the board.
Está en problemas y victoria para el carril derecho. Willie Flores a la siguiente ronda.
Willie Flores putting up an 11 pack, 006, dead 5 for Willie, gets him to the stripe first by 0.08 of a second. Michael Needham was right there with him, 009 on the tree, 1 above, ends up 19 total, and Needham will get parked here in round number 3 as we bring out Scott Lemon and Tom Bayer.
Viene con 4.67 por el carril derecho. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos pilotos avanza a la siguiente ronda. Listos, vamos a ver los tiempos. 4.97, se va a ir primero el carril izquierdo. 4.67 para Limen. Vamos a ver quién de estos dos se queda, quién se va. Por lo pronto, Se están tardando en las luces. Se lo están tomando con mucha calma. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos se queda.
So as Tom Bayer and Scott Lemon roll up here, 497 the dial for Bayer on the left side, 67 the dial for Scott Lemon with a 0.3 difference. The Gallatin, Tennessee-based ride for Lemon, who I believe made it down into the semifinals last night, I believe, in the shootout, before he got bounced.
He's losing in semifinals.
Yeah, last night.
¡Ay, ay, ay! Se va en rojo por el izquierdo. El izquierdo, 0.22 de luz. 15 de rojo para Lemon y está eliminado.
Scott Lemon fouls it away by 15 thousandths of a second. Tom Bayer, 22 on the tree and goes 494 on the 497 as Lemon ends up 96 on a 467. But Lemon was red by 15 thou, and that is all there is now Colton Aragon out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 478 the dial on the left side, and Austin Calhoun coming in out of Washington puts a 483 up on the board as his predicted elapsed time.
Vamos a ver al hombre del carril izquierdo, Aragon por el carril izquierdo, Austin Calhoun por el derecho. 4.78 para el izquierdo, 4.83 para el derecho. Ay, cuidado con la luz. Cuidado, cuidado. Porque se puede ir en la luz. Vienen las luces y vámonos. Ay, ay, ay. Rojo del carril derecho. 0.02 de luz para el carril izquierdo y avanza a la siguiente ronda.
Win light to Colton Aragon, 476 on a 478. He was 002 green and take care of business against Austin Calhoun. Calhoun had an 014 red light, goes 485 on the 483, but gave it away down at this end of the racetrack as now Sean Hart, Painter Boy, coming in out of Layton, Utah, left side, dialed 482, and Brian Bennett out of Shallow Water, Texas, with a 447 dial.
Así es que viene Sean Hart por el carril izquierdo, 4.82 su tiempo, 4.47 para Brian Bennett por el carril derecho. Uno es de Texas, el otro es de Utah dirían por ahí. Vámonos. Listo por el carril derecho Brian. Vamos a ver a Sean por el izquierdo si se alinea o no. Se está metiendo muy despacio a las luces. Cuidado con el auto start para el carril izquierdo porque se tomó demasiado tiempo para alinearse. Casi listo el derecho. Lo hace el izquierdo y vámonos, tenemos carrera. Vienen las luces y vámonos. 0.13 Brian Bennett y victoria para Hart por el carril izquierdo.
Win light to Sean Hart on the double breakout. Hart goes 481.2, gets their first 3 thou, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Brian Bennett was 25 on the tree and then goes 445 on a 447. So Bennett breaking out by more, bows out. Sean Hart moves to round number 4 as Steve Law and Jeff Burns. Burnsy out of Lebanon, Tennessee, 444. The numbers that show up on the bottom side of the right lane scoreboard. And for Steve Law, it's going to be a 475 dial in the Boonville, Indiana-based car.
Vamos a ver Steve Law por el carril izquierdo en un Danny Nelson 2020 en contra de Jeff Burns. Ambos pilotos con buenos tiempos. Se va primero el izquierdo. ¡Ay, ay, ay! La misma reacción. Vamos a ver quién se queda, quién se va. Y victoria para el derecho. Buena carrera. Buena carrera. Broken, carril izquierdo.
Wow. Steve Law, Jeff Burns, both 008 at this end of the racetrack. And Burns goes down to be dead on 1. Puts up 9 total to lock out, or basically give Steve Law just 1 thou to work with. Law ends up breaking it out down at the finish line, but man, 008, dead 1 for Burnsy gets him a win light as Jake Jones and Nathan Thornsley out of the water box. Thornsley over on the right side out of Palmer, Alaska. That is a long way to travel in order to get down here and race for some high dollars at the Spring Fling. And for Jake Jones, 459, going to be the dial in over on the left side of the racetrack out of South Jordan, Utah.
Así es que vamos a ver al hombre de Alaska por el carril derecho. Por lo pronto tira mejor reacción, carril derecho. Se debe de quedar y el de Alaska avanza a la siguiente ronda.
Getting the job done there, Nathan Thornsley grabs himself 0.04 of a second advantage in reaction time. He had a 19 thou bulb, goes 537 on a 535. Jake Jones in deep trouble at the hit with an 059 light, and then goes 460 on a 459, but that 400 just too much for Jake to overcome as Thornsley advances. Is now Val Torres Jr. out of Chino, California, and Cooper Chun rolling up here out of Vancouver, Washington. Get a little...
Val Torres, me tocó verlo ahí correr contra gente del México Team. Vamos a ver a Val Torres por el izquierdo. 4.68. Cooper Chun viene por el derecho. 5.27. Se va a ir primero el carril derecho, pero por mucho. Vamos a ver a Torres Jr. por el izquierdo. Chino, California, presente en Las Vegas. Vamos a ver el de Vancouver, Canadá. A ver cómo le va. Listos los pilotos. 4.68 para el izquierdo. 5.27 para el dragster por el carril derecho. Se toma su tiempo, ya está listo Val Torres Jr. por el izquierdo. Listo Cooper por el derecho y vámonos. A corretear, mejor reacción por el carril derecho. Está en problemas Val Torres. Vamos a ver si arriba lo alcanza y victoria para el carril derecho.
There you go, 8 thou the difference between them in reaction time. Cooper had the 15 light. Val Torres was 27 on the tree. Torres ends up 12 thou above the dial with a 469 on the 468, but 7 thou behind at the finish line, and Cooper Chun will get the win light moving to the next go-round. So Cooper 15 green and 17 thou above advances, as we'll bring up Nathan Martin and Alberto Cerda Jr.
Alberto Cerda Jr., Monterrey, Nuevo León, Team México presente, cómo no, por el carril izquierdo. 4.86 para Cerda. Nathan Martin viene con un 4.57 y vámonos. Mejor reacción para el derecho, está en problemas Alberto Cerda, ¿para dónde se va? Y vámonos, victoria para Nathan Martin por el carril derecho.
Oh, mucho problemas. Mucho problemas for Alberto. He was 34 on the tree. Nathan Martin was 12 green and goes 458 on a 457. It's going to be a loss for Alberto as he was 27 thou behind at the finish line. Win light belongs to Martin as he moves on.
Direction time is the difference. Yep. This race.
Reaction time caused a problem as Taylor Strange and Peeps Pennington. Peeps, former $1 million winner here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and his Roadster, now piloting the Dragster, dialed in at 466 on the right side, and Taylor Strange out of Colorado, dialed in at 475. Pre-stage bulb lit on Peeps' side of the racetrack. Taylor Strange rolls in. Peeps wasting no time, puts on that third bulb. There's Taylor. Lights begin to drop, and here we go. A red light start. Peeps Pennington by a bunch. 053 on the wrong side of the tree for Peeps. Taylor Strange is 007 and 476 on a 475, but that was just like no good all the way around for Peeps. 53 red and then 484 on a 466. That was just an uncooperative ride that Peeps was dealing with there.
Se me hace tan raro ver a Pennington con un red de ese tamaño. Raro.
Uish. So Tim Parton out of Sydney, Montana. Madison Payne out of Claremont, California. Madison, who is rapidly becoming a very skilled and let's just say she is a force to be reckoned with when she's on the racetrack. 453, the dial on the right side. Tim Parton puts up a 458, so a 500 split between the two as far as the dial-ins are concerned.
Vamos a ver a Tim Parton por el izquierdo. 0.8, mejor acción por el carril. Ver al izquierdo 0.17 y no. Victoria para Madison Payne a la siguiente ronda.
Win light for Madison, 008 and 459 on a 453 gets the job done. Tim Parton had problems, was 17 green and couldn't run the numbers. The car kind of gives up the ghost. 476 on a 458. So Parton going to have to go back and figure out what happened to the car during that run. As we go with Donovan Williams coming in out of Bradenton, Florida. Donovan fresh off the big old win down there in Florida, picking up the big check. I believe it's for what, about $100,000. And Tyler Murrup coming in out of Sandy, Utah. Tyler, double entered here, was the last car down the track in round number 2. Looking at a 499 dial on the right side, and for Donovan Williams, dialed in 0.22 of a second quicker than that with a 477.
Vamos a ver a Donovan Williams por el carril izquierdo, 477. Tyler Murrup, ok. Tyler Murrup por el derecho. Tiempos de 4.77, 4.99 para el derecho. Se va primero el carril derecho. Listo en las luces. Viene y suelta el botón del delay y vámonos. Mejor reacción para el carril izquierdo. El problema es el derecho. Tiene todo para llevarse la victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Tyler Murrup had his hands full there. Donovan Williams, 005, and then just kind of paces him across the finish line. Murrup had a 60 light and then goes 5 flat on a 499 dial, but giving up 55 thousandths of a second to Donovan Williams. Not going to win you many rounds, just like it did for Murrup there. Murrup bows out. Donovan moves on as Dave Secondi and Carson Wheeler will be up next. Carson on the right side out of Wichita, Kansas. 456 is the dial. Dave Secondi with a 470 dial. Here we go. Secondi's in and set. Wheeler rolls up, blinks on the bulb, and game on.
Vámonos. Está en problemas Carson Wheeler y está eliminado. Vámonos. Victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Win light belongs to Dave Secondi, 20 on the tree and 470 on a 470, 29 total. Take 88 10,000ths of a second down at the stripe. Carson Wheeler was 28 on the tree and dead on 9 as well. So both drivers dead 9 on the dial, but an 020 light for Secondi, an 028 light for Carson Wheeler, and that is all she wrote. How about the next one? Vinny Domino, Big Vin coming in out of Staten Island, New York. Dialed in at 455, taking on one of the boys out of Mexico.
Emiliano López del Jalisco Team por el carril derecho. Team México en contra de Vinny Domino. Vamos a ver si al del Jalisco Team le alcanza, si pone orden, si suelta el botón a tiempo y vámonos. Tenemos carrera, señores. Vamos a ver al hijo de Trino López por el carril derecho. Vinny Domino viene con su 4.55, 4.75 para el derecho. El de México se va primero y vámonos. 0.06, mejor reacción para el derecho. Emi López tiene toda la ventaja y no. Queda eliminado.
Double breakout ends this game. Vinny Domino had given up 200ths of a second advantage in reaction time with an 0.26 light. Emiliano was 006 leaving this end of the track, but takes too much down at the finish line. Takes a 25 thou stripe and breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second, handing the win back over to Big Vin, who goes 4.54.4 on the 4.55. So New York takes that matchup with Mexico, moves on to round number 4 as Timmy Markoglu, who was in the finals last night of the shootout, taking on David Meyer. Meyer coming out of Sheridan, California, the race tech ride. Not quite up to the starting line just yet, but Markoglu's already up there. He's got the pre-stage bulbs lit. And the second one out of Staten Island, New York, going to try to do what Big Vin just did down that left side of the racetrack, and that is light up the scoreboard.
¿Para dónde? Doble breakout. Ah, no. Sí, gana el carril derecho.
So a 008 reaction time for Timmy Markoglu. 005 was the light for David Meyer, and Meyer ends up making it just 7 total. 005, dead 2 for David Meyer against Timmy Markoglu's 008. Markoglu is 008 on the tree, dead 6, and had no chance as David Meyer ends up 7 total. Wow. David Meyer, getting mean as Josh Lutke and Mike Carter rolling up now. Carter out of Bedford, Texas, 439 the dial to Josh Lutke's 446 dial left side.
Es que vámonos con Josh Lutke. Carter. Misma reacción. Vamos a ver para dónde y victoria para el carril derecho. ¿Cómo no?
Identical reaction times. Excellent race. Identical reaction times yet again. Mike Carter and Josh Lutke both with an 016 light. Carter goes dead on 6. Josh Lutke ends up 6 thou under, taking a 12 thou stripe. So Lutke bows out via the breakout. Mike Carter, dead 6, moves on as Brandon Umberger. Big check Brandon coming in out of Grand Junction, Colorado in the dragster left side, dialed 466, and Hannah Cook out of Novato, California, dialed in 1/10 of a second quicker than that with a 456. Hannah's in and set. Brandon's in and set. Tree drops, and here we go.
Por luz para el carril derecho y victoria. Para el carril derecho, como no, mejor reacción 0.23, tiempo de recorrido 4.57.
So Hannah Cook, who is 0.03 of a second better in reaction time, had the 0.23 reaction time, goes 4:57 on the 4:56. Gets there first by 100th of a second. Brandon Umberger with the 0:53 light ends up breaking out, trying to chase her down, and no good. And that is going to bring up last night's shootout winner, Jim Glenn. Glenn, who is the proud owner of a brand new dragster, thanks to his victory last night, 476 the dial on the right side. And Greg Hicks, who knows the feeling of what it's like to win a dragster in a shootout race, ended up getting it when he traveled back east last summer. He's got a 471 dial showing up on the left side of the board. So the hometown runner from here in Las Vegas taking on Jim Glenn, who has been a bad man behind the wheel all year long. Both drivers leave early. The red lights are on both sides, and the win light's going to belong to Jim Glenn. Glenn, in a true start affair, was 003 red. Greg Hicks was 15 red, and Jim Glenn continues the charge here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Ends up running 475 on a 476. Greg Hicks goes 465 on a 471, but Hicks was 12 thou worser in reaction time, and steal a phrase from Mike Eames, and will exit here in round 3. Hannah Vandermeer, Gary Wambolt next to Vandermeer left side, 481 dial. Wambolt right side, 496 dial. As we get a little Nampa, Idaho versus Novato, California. And Manuel, this one's going to be a good one.
Ok, Hannah Vandermeer buena por el carril izquierdo, 481, 460 para Gaby Wambolt. Vamos a ver quién se queda. Tiene toda la ventaja y sí, a la siguiente ronda, cómo no. Ganando el carril derecho, tiempo recorrido 4:99.
Oh, Hannah Vandermeer just misses it on the tree. It was 0:48, and that's no good. Gary Wambolt, 005 and 499 on a 496, paces her through the finish line. Vandermeer ends up dead on 5, but gave up too much. Down at this end of the racetrack is now Gabe Torres, G-Money, rolling up left side, and Cortland Carter. How about La Puente, California versus Lubbock, Texas?
Así es que Gabriel Torres por el carril izquierdo, Cortland Carter viene por el derecho. G-Money, nickname?
G-Money.
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 Ok, así es que viene Torres por el carril izquierdo, 467, 459. Y ay, 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 cuidado. Mejor luz para el carril derecho, Estepa. Ay, 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 buena carrera para Gabriel Torres y avanza a la siguiente ronda.
Oh, just oh. Cortland Carter's 003. Gabe is 008. So a 5,000 split at this end of the racetrack. Cortland goes dead 6 to be 9 total and gets parked. Gabe Torres, 008, dead 0 to be 8 total. So a 9,000 package here in round number 3 is not good enough. No bueno.
Perfect time para Gabriel Torres.
Tiempo perfecto?
Tiempo perfecto para Gabriel
All right,
Torres.
I'll remember the tiempo perfecto.
Tiempo perfecto.
Tiempo perfecto. Riley Learcamp and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica, 467 dial right side. Riley Learcamp, 464 dial left side.
Vamos a ver a Bugatti por el derecho. Ay, ay, ay. 003 para el derecho, así es que avanza el carril izquierdo. Mala reacción para Bugatti.
Uy. All right, just real quick, Wes Eisinger. Hey, to you and Alex back. Miss you too. Wish you could be here, but someday soon. Someday soon, you guys will get back down here. For everybody that's listening in on the chat bleachers, it is certainly a pleasure to have you all here. We are in Wednesday, like day number 1 of actual racing here at the Spring Fling. We are in ATI Performance Products round number 3. Our dragsters are whittling their way down through the field, and I do start to see like some pro cars starting to make their way back into the staging lanes, which, by the way, I got to figure out why I'm not getting the text messages for the lane calls. I got to fix that. So Bryson Parks dialed in at 497. Carson Campbell dialed in at 490. Ready? As they're kind of doing the blue light LED dance on the top of the Christmas tree. Down go the lights, away go the cars. Finish line coming up now, and it's going to be a win light for Carson Campbell. 19 green, 15 thou above, winner Carson. Bryson Parks was 22 green, take 13 thou at the stripe to break out 1 miserable thousandths. Carson Campbell, your winner against Bryson Parks, as We're going to bring up Michael Pennington out of Lavernia, Texas, and Jorge Saldivar.
Jorge Saldívar de Allende, Nuevo León, en México.
Yeah, see, I would have never known how to say Allende, Nuevo León.
Allende, Nuevo León.
Allende, Nuevo León.
Así es que Jorge
Okay.
Saldívar. Michael Pennington viene por el derecho. Esta va a estar buena. El Team México es uno de los últimos que anda por ahí vivos del Team México. 4.77, 4.67. Es un poco más rápido Pennington por el derecho. Vamos a ver a Saldívar, el de Nuevo León, el del Cerro de la Silla. ¡Y vámonos! ¡Ay, carrera! ¡Ay, cuidado! Buena reacción para Saldívar. Vamos a ver qué dice Pennington arriba y México.
¡Oh!
¡No! Así es que Jorge Saldívar haciendo la tarea, poniendo el carro adelante y vámonos.
And the only way to finish that up was this goal! 477 on a 477. Jorge Saldivar was 005, dead on 3, taking 5 thou at the stripe. Michael Pennington was 008, dead 5, and man, what a drag race. Jorge getting the better of that one. Michael going to have to try it again tomorrow, but wow. Wow.
De Saldívar, poniendo duro el nombre de México aquí.
I don't think you liked that one, Manuel, did you? No. He's like, wait, what? I think he thought that one was just great. Chris Whitfield now and Kyle Hergemuller. Hergemuller over on the right side, 461 is the dial, and for Chris Whitfield, he's got the 470 number. Tree drops, green light, red light. Hergemuller goes red by 1,000th of a second. Chris Whitfield was 30 on the tree and goes 468 on a 470. I think that's one of the only times that a 30 light is going to get away with a win light here as Hergemuller turns it red by 1,000. So that will advance Chris Whitfield as Jeremy Heffler and Chance Parker. Parker coming up in his second entry. Out of Roy, Utah, 483 dial on the right side, and Jeremy Heffler out of Kennedale, Texas with a 461.
Vamos a ver a Jeremy Heffler por el izquierdo, 461. Chance Parker viene con su 483 por el derecho. Así es que ambos pilotos con una diferencia muy mínima. Se va a ir primero el carril derecho. Listo Parker. Vamos a ver qué dice Heffler por el izquierdo. A punto de encender las dos luces. Casi lo hacen y están listos. Vámonos. A ver quién se queda. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Rojo del carril derecho y está eliminado. Carril izquierdo a la siguiente ronda.
Oh, Chance Parker is 008 rojo. Rojo. 008 red and goes 480 on a 483. Jeremy Heffler, 006 and 459 on a 450 or 461. So Heffler, by way of the green light, will advance, and that is going to bring up Aaron G. and Dylan Howe. Howe in his second entry. Aaron G. rolling up here left side. G's got a 467 dial. Dylan's got a 454 dial, and I do believe we are getting down towards the end of ATI Performance Products round number 3. I'm seeing the lanes starting to empty out. Again, I'm going to have to figure out how to get these lane calls, but we'll go from there.
Así es que vamos a ver Aaron G por el carril izquierdo, Dylan Howe por el derecho. Listo los pilotos, 467, 454 para el derecho. Se va primero el carril izquierdo Aaron G. Ya está listo las luces y vámonos. 0.15 mejor. Dylan Howe. Vamos a ver quién se queda y vámonos. Tiempo casi perfecto y victoria para el carril izquierdo.
Aaron G. with a big old puff of smoke out of the back of the car just before the finish line. Ends up 15 green and dead on 8 to get the win light. Dylan Howe was 23 green, so an 8 thou split between them in reaction time, but Dylan takes 7 thou at the stripe to break out 7 thou and bows out.
Vámonos con Héctor Hernández. No es Nacho Rivera, es Héctor Hernández. Nacho corrió antes. Así es que Héctor Hernández de Hermosillo, Sonora, contra Bo Bennett por el carril derecho. 6:38, 4:55, una diferencia enorme. El Fox Body se va a ir primero.
So that's not Nacho?
No, this is Héctor.
No Nacho, this is Hector.
Nacho in the last race.
Okay.
But the numbers is
Got it.
back.
So this is Hector.
This is Héctor Hernández from Hermosillo. Vamos a ver a Héctor por el carril izquierdo. Listo, ambos pilotos a punto de arrancar. Vamos a ver al de la 5 de mayo por el carril izquierdo.
Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo. Aquí está.
Cinco de Mayo, you got to have the cervezas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Tecate, no problem.
Took
Listo, Hernández por el izquierdo y vámonos. Vamos a ver, mejor reacción por el carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Torín por el izquierdo. ¿Para dónde? ¡Oh, no!
Oh.
Se va para el carril derecho. Así es que Bob Bennett haciendo la tarea, eliminando a Hernández.
Well, Hector can go back to the pit and get a cervezas.
Yeah.
Or one or two, or three. Tres, cuatro, Bodie Bennett gets the win light, 456 on a 455, was 23 on the tree. Hector had the 021 reaction time, goes 639 on a 638 to be too little thou behind. Down at the finish line is now Shelby Schoenfield rolling up left side, and Rod Belsham out of British Columbia on the right. 526 the dial for Shelby Ray. 462 the dial for Rod Belsham. We got Jake from State Farm rolling into the chat bleachers. We got all kinds of folks at Gallstar TVs. And what's up? Manny Moto, Fuzzy Dice. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a party in here tonight. Midweek party. Everybody's got to have it. Like, it's Wednesday, right? So it's going to be like a hump day happy hour in the chat bleachers. I'm all down for that. I'm all down for that. So 526 to a 462. Green lights. Oh, what? All right. So very rarely will we ever say that a 1+ reaction time gets the win light. But Rod Belsham with a 1:23 reaction time leaves the line first by 100th of a second. Oy. Oy. Something didn't work. Something was delayed. The delay box was ultimately delayed. Rod Belsham, 1-2-3 green, 462 on a 462. He is your winner. Shelby Ray was 1-3-3 green and goes 523 on a 526. So, apparently, if you're going to be late, hopefully your opponent is later, and that will be that. We got Sean Langdon and Dave Mazier. Mazier right side, Langdon left side. How about this matchup? Win light's going to belong to Sean. 10 on the tree and dead on 2. He is 12 total. And then takes the stripe by 16 thousandths of a second. Dave Mazier had a 30 reaction time. Win light goes to Langdon.
Okay, vámonos con Sam Page por el carril izquierdo. Jeff Sura por el derecho. 4.91 para el carril izquierdo, 4.60 para el derecho. Vamos a ver el de Boise, Idaho por el carril izquierdo. Ya están casi listos los pilotos. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos avanza a la siguiente ronda. Por lo pronto aquí estamos dándole con todo en el Spring Fling aquí en Las Vegas. Así es que vamos a ver quién de estos dos pilotos se queda y quién se va. Listo las luces y vámonos. Mejor reacción para Serra por el carril derecho. Está en problemas sin Page. Y victoria para el carril derecho. 4.60 su tiempo. 4.63 tiempo de recorrido. Así es que la reacción se va adelante y gana la siguiente carrera. Así es que Jeff Serra a la siguiente ronda.
All right, as Sean Page bows out here, Jeff Serra, 463 on a 460 dial after a 005 reaction time. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. We need our Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4, please. Super Pro door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. Getting ready to go with our Panella Race Engines round as Marco Abruzzi gets the win light over Todd Zeller. Zeller red by 0.02 of a second. Abruzzi was 37 green, goes 458 on a 459. So Zeller bows out as Dan Lafferty and Leroy Duran.
Dan Lafferty, be careful with Dan Lafferty.
Be careful with Dan Lafferty?
Yeah.
Fan favorite down there in Mexico?
Yeah.
He's an explosive dude, that's for sure.
It's good driver.
Good driver. 447 the dial for Lafferty. 498 the dial for Leroy.
Vamos a ver a Lafferty por el carril izquierdo. 4.47 es rápido. 4.98 para Leroy Durán por el derecho. Así es que Lafferty viene a hacer lo propio, viene a poner orden en esta ronda. Listo. Lafferty por el izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Leroy Durán por el derecho. Se va primero el carril derecho y va a corretear en serio Dan Lafferty. Listo. Con la luz viene la reacción y vámonos. Hay carrera, señores. Mejor reacción para Lafferty. Por el carril izquierdo tiene todo y no.
Uy, Dan Lafferty was 004 on the tree to Leroy Duran's 021, but Duran is going to get there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Lafferty giving it back there at the finish line. 450 on a 447. Leroy legs it through, dead on 9, gets the win light right side of the racetrack.
Ni hablar, Dan Lafferty con mejor reacción, 004. No le da el tiempo, se le va hacia arriba y queda eliminado. The time
Uy.
is no good for Lafferty.
Oh, Jake from State Farm, that is too much information. Way too much information. How about KJ Desa going up against Johnny Ezel? Ezel, 461 dial left side. KJ lining up with a 485 dial on the right side. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Cars. Let's get you to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. Come on down. KJ coming off a perfect light moments ago. Ends up 3 thou red this time and runs 44 and a 45. Johnny Ezel 10 green and 457 on a 461. Ezel was green, KJ was red. That ended that story as now Race Kid going up against Kyle Rizzoli. Couple of bigs out of the West Coast. Rizzoli out of San Luis Obispo, 482 dial right side. Race Kid out of Boise, Idaho, 465 left side.
Así es que vamos a ver a Race Kid por el carril izquierdo de Idaho. 4.65 su tiempo. Kylie Rizzoli viene por el derecho. 4.82 su index. Vamos a ver cuál de estos dos avanza a la siguiente ronda. Listo los pilotos. Listo Kid por el carril izquierdo. Vamos a ver a Rizzoli por el derecho. Muy lento se está metiendo a la luz. Cuidado, cuidado y vámonos. Hay carrera, se va primero el derecho y ay. Rizzoli tirando mejor reacción. Vamos a ver. Y sí, a la siguiente ronda, cómo no.
There you go, Kyle Rizzoli, 005 and 45 on a 42. Getting the win light by 900ths of a second. Race Kid looked like there may have been some little issues down there with the car. He was a little bit late with a 16 thou reaction time. I mean, late comparatively. 16 was all right, but to the 005, it was late. And then the car just wouldn't run the number as David Thornton looks like going to be our final car here in ATI Performance Products round number 3. 038 on the tree for David Thornton. Thornton runs 491 on a 470, and that is going to bring ATI Performance Products round number 3 to a close. We've got our pro cars sitting under the arch. I want to say thank you very much, Manuel, for coming up here and announcing with us, my friend. It was super fun. I know it was entertaining for our Mexico team out in the pits. It was entertaining for those of us that were hanging in here in the chat bleachers. Thank you, sir.
Me despido en español para la gente de México, para la gente que nos dio la oportunidad, Peter Biondo, de estar aquí. A ustedes, porque este era un sueño para nosotros. It's a dream for me. It's my first time here in Vegas. That's so fun.
First time in Vegas and first time getting up here on the mic at the Spring Fling, brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, sir.
See you, man.
That was awesome. Absolutely. Thank you. We've got some drawings we need to get taken care of. We've got all kinds of things that we need to get done here, and I'm actually going to end up kind of trying to rotate a little bit. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars. You have been called to the staging lanes. So come on down. Make sure you are in lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. And as we do get ready to go into round number 4, we are looking at what will be our Pinella Race Engines round number 4. Again, $500 to the best losing package here in round number 4. But it is going to be crazy. We have got our Pro category. Corky Weeks, Kevin Pollard, going to be our first two coming out of the water box. Pollard in the pick-em-up truck. Nope. Pollard in his Camaro. Had to wait for the smoke to clear, but we got the smoke cleared, and it is non-electronics time. So with the Pro Cars rolling up here, 5:59. Going to be the dial for Kevin Pollard. For Corky Weeks, The dial is going to be a 561, and as soon as we get through these pro cars, we'll do our 3 drawings. We got 3 raffles that have all got to be finalized before we get done, and we're going to get that taken care of. Bob, it's not a school night. It's a hump day happy hour. That's what we're doing here at the Spring Fling. 561 to a 559. Pollard's off and away on a green. Corky, with the better of the 2 reaction times, going to get the win light. 561.0 on the 561 for Corky. 22 on the tree was better than Kevin Pollard's 040 light. Pollard is dead 9. Corky is dead 0. And by 27 thousandths of a second, Corky Weeks going to get the win light as Craig, what is that, Marilees out of Windsor, California, and Ricky Duschel. Duschel in the Camaro out of Palmdale, California. Dialed it at 620. Craig Marilees dialed in at 648. The Green Nova. Rolling up here to take it on. I need to get somebody up here to volunteer to do a drawing. Hey, look, there's an RFC shirt. They're honest. They're usually very honest people. Maybe I can convince them to come in here and do a drawing for me. Because I need to draw 3 numbers out of this raffle. We'll just go with that. Uh-oh. Craig Marilees getting backed off of the starting line. Ricky Duschel is going to get the solo shot. As they identified something was happening with Marilees' car and said, nope. Not going to work out for this one. So Duschel, still waiting to see what's... All right. Just taking a little extra time to get it in there. Wade, we'll have to see about that, man. We'll have to see about that. Talk to Peter and see what he says there. We'll go from that. So Ricky Duschel on a solo shot, 621 on a 620. Ricky was 026 early, but on the solo shot, doesn't matter.